Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Welcome to Africa Arena 2025. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you can please make your way in. We'll be starting within the next few minutes. So please make your way in. Thank you very much. we'll be starting soon.
Don't nobody else make me feel like. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Yeah. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Don't nobody else make me feel like. So don't nobody else make me feel like. Yeah. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Don't nobody else make me feel like. So don't nobody else make me feel like. Yeah. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Don't nobody else make me feel like. So don't nobody else make me.
Ladies and gentlemen, great having you with us today. As you can see, the photograph behind me was taken a couple of years ago and about 12 kilograms ago as well, but I always love it. I did tell them to stretch it out a bit, which they did. My name is Keynote and I am the co-founder of Innovation City. Very quickly, we bring together 1 trillion rands worth of market cap corporates, VCs, some of the top ones in the country and on the continent, and some really smart high-growth startups and scale-ups, and it's like Tinder for business. That's why we exist. We want to make possibility babies. But we're here to talk about AfricArena 2025. Now, there's a couple of things we need to do, because I don't normally say yes to tea parties, right? I like being on stage where people have vibe, people have energy, so we're going to try a few things. You've just heard that there's some president in America somewhere who's just been toppled. Let's hear you make some noise. Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. This is the tone for the rest of the day, right? I think it's about creating the vibe, it's about standing up, meeting people, and as a matter of fact, what I'd like you to do is stand right now. Great. Now I want you to go to the person closest to you and just introduce yourself. There we go. Okay, perfect, perfect. So we had a brief introduction. That is the taste of what's to come. This event is not just about sitting in seats, looking at bald people up on stage, talking nonsense. It's about networking. It's about creating opportunities, taking those cards, but then when you take those cards, you better bloody do something about it. So AfricArena 2025 really is about asking a key question. What does the future of VC look like? What does the future of corporate venturing on this continent look like? How many of you work for VC firms? I see some of them are too scared to put their hands up because some people might ask them for money, but it's great to have all of you here. But the key question around VC, and it's a question that I've had over the last couple of years, is does the current model actually work? Why is it so difficult to get LPs in Africa? Why? Are the VCs going about it the wrong way? Are they asking too many other investment bankers for money? Are there too many investment bankers involved in VC? And why do I make that point? Well, I make the point because if you're an investment banker, you've worked for a big corporate, you're generally risk averse. You then join a VC, you take your tie off, but the question is, does your risk aversion leave your DNA? Should we be varying the people who make up VCs, who make the calls in those VCs? Should we try and find other LPs? I know of one fund that I met about 2 days ago. What they did was they went to CEOs in Africa and C-suite, and they basically taught them all, educated them about VCs, and they're now oversubscribed. So maybe it's a process thing. So these are some of the key questions we'll be trying to speak about, wrestle with on our program. We'll have a couple of panels, of course, doing that. But please, once again, give yourselves a hand. Now, we're going to start with some entertainment. I'm actually going to ask the artist to join me on stage. Jimmy's is an artist. You can clap, eh? I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. There we go. Jimmy is more than just an artist. Yeah. When I asked you, other than, your artistry, what else do? You said to me you're involved with mood swing. And then I said to you, you know my ex-wife, which wasn't the case. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about mood swing, and tell us a little bit about the person behind the art that we'll see unfolding.
So, hi, thank you. Thanks for having me up here. Hi, everyone. Yes, Mood Swing is a platform that allows users to enhance their conversations with background music based on their mood. So the AI picks up on, in a personalized way on what they're saying, and it proposes music to them to accompany and help them enhance their conversations.
Okay. Not to be used in board meetings, I take it.
Well, in fact, you can use it anywhere, whether you're, we see some brands even using it to communicate as well with their clients, people using it to, a lot of breakups. People use it to break up with people that they're in relationships with, to make proposals as well. But it's used in a million different ways.
I'm gonna have to do an interview with you about this, man. Sounds interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna get off stage. Please put your hands together for Jimmy.
What's up, everyone? So like I was explaining, a second ago. I believe that, a song is a lot like a conversation with music. A song is like a message with music. So, this is really what we want to work on. We want to we've dedicated sort of like our mission is to empower and allow everybody to be able to use this magical language called music in their daily conversations, because music is the language of emotion. It lets us express ourselves beyond the limits of words. So I kind of want to I want to have a conversation with you right now. Let's have a conversation about Africa. And Africa is, I don't know, for me, obviously, I was born, raised, and I grew up here. And every time I come back to Africa from wherever I've been, I always get that feeling like it's so good to be home. And I wrote a song called Africa. And I'm going to do it without the music first, and then I'll do it with music because I really want you to kind of get the vibe of what I'm saying. So, Africa. Whether it's Ethiopia, Ivory Coast, or Egypt, or if it's northwest, southerly coast, or eastern, somehow it's always beaming, even in the weirdest region. It's about the nature, the people, and everything that's breathing. Inhabitants, whether in suburbs or wooden tents, are those to represent with intense detail the love. And we laugh and hug. Big families, everybody's a brother or cuz. In Congo, catch me playing my bongo, although they stealing diamonds from my soil. Cape Town, where we get down and grind out. Musulu Island, Luanda, you'll find out. And Joburg City's ill. I found peace on Joburg City's hills. And like we say in Swahili, Hakuna Matata. I'ma take it easy and do what I gotta in Africa. Let's try with the music now. So run that one. Woo! Yeah. You guys can sing along with me if you want. On the hook, it's really nice. How you guys feeling today? Yeah? All right, let's go. Come on. Yeah. Africa. It's so good to be home. Africa. You calling my body, my spirit, my soul. Africa. It's so good to be home. Africa. We live in each other, you part of my bones. Whether it's Ethiopia, Ivory Coast, or Egypt, or if it's northwest, southerly coast, or eastern, somehow it's always beaming, even in the weirdest region. It's about the nature of the people and everything that's breathing. Inhabitants, whether in suburbs or wooden tents, autos to represent with intense detail the love. Hey yo, we laugh and hug. Big families, everybody's a brother or cuz. In Congo, cash we playing my bongo. Although they stealing diamonds from my soul, yo. Cape Town where we get down and grind out. Musulu Island, Rwanda, you'll find out. In Joburg City's ill. I found peace on Joburg City's hills. And like we say in Swahili, Hakuna Matata. I'ma take it easy and do what I gotta in Africa. It's so good to be home. Africa. You calling my body, my spirit, my soul. Africa. Yeah, it's so good to be home. Africa. We live in each other, you part of my bones. I love it here, yo, the weather is good. If ever I could, I'd live in the back of the woods. The sky is blue, grass green means sticky. Don't listen to the news anymore, it's too freaky. And most people got their feet on the ground, except these clown robbers in suits in central town. If I ain't see my man for a day, what's up? It's been a long while, don't complain, chill. And yo, we wild out, and the ladies are so fine. I ain't going into details, mama, stay calm. Pops are cool, there's always a drunk uncle telling you young, come on, you gotta bunk more. I'm an African, I freaking feel freaking great home in Africa. Like we say in Zulu, we got Ubuntu, so I'ma chill and keep it true to Africa. It's so good to be home, come on, Africa. We live with each other, you part of my bones, Africa. Yeah, it's so good to be home, Africa. We live in each other, you part of my bones. Oh, I dream of having a farm, whether it's in Zimbabwe or Dar es Salaam. Then take a trip to the heart of Gabon, get a lot of inspiration and rap a new song. One love to the refugees all over the globe. Listen, you back home, homie, come home. Peace to all the families who've had to leave to try make it a little easier to eat and breathe. Always mad grateful, the food is good. Pop fufu, cassava leaves, you just choose. We gon' feed the starving, care for the dying and work harder, cause living here's already relaxing. So many crooks in our history books. We gon' shake this place up and leave them shook. The world is mine, but bury me in Africa. Tell them where you wanna be, I ain't hearing ya. Tell them where you wanna be, I ain't hearing ya. Africa, yeah, it's so good to be home. Africa, you calling my body, my spirit, my soul. Africa, it's so good to be home. Africa, we live in each other, you part of my bones. Yeah. How you guys feeling this morning though? Slow down, give it to me right. I don't wanna rush, I wanna get it in the right way. Slow down, tonight's the night. We gon' get it on until the sun is in the right place. Slow down, give it to me right. I don't wanna rush, I wanna get it in the right way. Slow down, tonight's the night. We gon' get it on until the sun is in the right place. If you got a problem, only I can solve it on the floor. Finger on the trigger, we about to make it lose control. Oh, you got me feeling alright. Come on, don't stop to give me what I like, yeah. You got me feeling alright. Come on, don't stop to give me what I like, yeah. Oh, you got me feeling alright. Come on, don't stop to give me what I like, yeah. You got me feeling alright. Come on, don't stop to give me what I like, yeah. You like it, you love it, you hate it, you want it, you got it, I'm ready to roll. You like it, you dig it, you dig it, we kick it, this rocket is ready to blow. Feeling perfect, everything's worth it. I like the way you work it. Slaying so hard, that's racist. If you got a problem, only I can solve it on the floor. Finger on the trigger, we about to make it lose control. Oh, you got me feeling alright. Come on, don't stop to give me what I like, yeah. You got me feeling alright. Come on, don't stop to give me what I like, yeah. You got me feeling alright. Come on, don't stop to give me what I like. You got me feeling alright. Come on, don't AfricArena, you feeling alright? Yeah, 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 yeah. You got me feeling alright. Don't stop to give me what I like. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Have an amazing AfricArena 2025.
Let's hear it for Jimmy.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Man, I like those shoes, by the way. I should try those next time. Anyway, you know, all good things start with an idea, and most ideas starts between people's ears and their brains, right? And the people who make it in life, they sit with the idea, they tell their friends about it, and the idea disappears. Well, the people who don't make it in life do that, actually. The people who make it in life sit with that idea. They obsess about that idea. They can't fall asleep until they figure out how they actually get that idea off the ground. And today, we're joined by one of those visionary founders, good friend of mine, Christophe Vernon. Finally got your name right. The man behind AfricArena. I don't think I certainly haven't put in any more grey hairs. You've put in about 2 since the last time I saw you. But please, put our hands together for the man himself, the visionary.
Good morning.
Christophe.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, thank you, Jimmy, for warming that room. That was awesome. Thank you, Raj, for making the connection. So welcome to AfricArena 2025. We're so excited to have you with us. This is the 8th edition of AfricArena in Cape Town. So we've been doing this since 2017. Kino was our first MC for the first 3 years. We were back at Century City Convention Center. So it's really full circle to have you back. And Kino is such a force in the ecosystem with the work he does with his team at Innovation City. Fun fact, today, the 2 stages are run by folks from Innovation City because we have Kino on this stage and we have Ethel on the Venture Studio stage. So, welcome. So, my name is Christophe. I'm the founder of AfricArena. I'm French, sitting here in Cape Town for the last 22 years. And I want to talk about what happened since last year. Last year, when we were here together, we were really in the middle of winter of the investment ecosystem and innovation ecosystem in Africa. The numbers were coming down. So this year really has been another year really of resilience for the entrepreneurs out there, but also for the investors out there. And so, you know, when you have a situation like this, it's not always bad news. In fact, it usually means that it's the best time to invest. And I think that investing in founders, building in Africa, investing in investors, investing in those founders is really the greater things to do in our time. So last year we had probably the worst years since 2019, but I think Maxime is going to unpack that for us in a moment by giving a great State of Tech in Africa keynote, so we'll look at all the numbers there. But what we already know is that the number for this year is going to be around $3 billion. That's going to be much higher than last year. So we are climbing up in terms of investment in tech startups. So it's the end of winter. We are in springtime, guys. And looking at the future, we see a great summer ahead of us. Maxime is going to talk about this, but the good news is that there are some movements. We have seen some exits, and there is some dry powder that is coming through because we have had 27 VC funds that have closed nearly $2 billion since 2024. So this money is going to get invested, has started to be invested into the ecosystem. But we spent the whole weekend before this summit at something called the VCN Conference, which is really a gathering of ecosystem players and investors to think about what's next, to shape the future. And clearly, one of the challenge is to move from potential to performance. And we're going to have the great AfricArena giving us a keynote on this topic after Maxime. Generating returns, DPI, through exits is what this ecosystem needs to do now, because without performance, without success stories, we will not continue to attract investors. And we need much more than $3 billion if we are to go above the 0.6% of VC money going into the ecosystem in Africa. We need to keep working hard at it. So the work of this community, the work of entities like Digital Collective Africa, is really about enabling that. And this week we have Super Return taking place at the Westin, AfricArena here. We have about 400 investors in the city. We have hundreds of founders. It's working together that we can enable that. So community of investors, innovators, ecosystem builders are gathered at those events to think about what we need to do next as a community. During the unconference this weekend, we really spent a lot of time thinking, you know, the way we've done investments, which really is a 50-year-old model, probably needs to be updated, modernized. So there's been a lot of discussion, which I've continued yesterday with some LPs that are in town, those that invest in the VC, that invest in the founders, to try to think about what we need to do next to take our industry forward. And this morning, we released a white paper, which is called Rethinking Venture Capital for the African Market. You can download it here. I encourage you to read it, because I think it's important for the LPs, the GPs, and all the new vehicle. We are decided at this summit to dedicate a full day on Venture Studio. So we have a Venture Studio stage kicking off in about half an hour. We have fantastic speakers there. We have Lindsay from Delta 40, who is going to talk about what she's doing to take that model of Venture Studio forward. Well, that's the type of initiative and thing that we need, so we can build faster and in a more capital efficient way to deliver performance. So please have a look at this. AfricArena has also been about building bridges. We've always been about, since 2017, going to the US, to Europe, to Asia, to bring new investors on the continent. And we've done so, to enable deals for startups. And so we are continuing to do that. We opened a London Stock Exchange market a few months ago. That is a testament to the work that we are doing, but also that the community is doing at large. And our circuit this year has been exactly that. This is our 5th major summit on the continent. We've been to Joburg, we've been to Nairobi, we've been to Lagos, we did events in Marrakesh, and we also do frontier market events. So for the first time, you know, we supported Tunisia for many years, enabling this ecosystem to rise from 0 to over $100 million in investment. We did the same in Senegal from 2021. This year, for the first time, we went to Togo, Lomé, for a summit that was probably our largest of this year. So that was exciting. And we also did events in Europe to bring new capital in London and Berlin this year. But our work is continuing, and there's a lot of work ahead of us. And I want to talk about what we're doing next for a second. I'd like to call on stage Gerald Kunenbergs from Texaf Digital. Make some noise for Gerald. And Cathy Sal, who is leading digital sector development at United Nations International Trade Center. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Tunisia, Senegal, frontier markets, we have many of them in Africa. I think for me, you know, the question is, where shall we go next to open new frontier, break new grounds, bring investors into markets where there is little to no investment, so that we can start building this pyramid of startup that is going to generate the success stories we need. So where do you guys think we should go next?
Okay. So we should take a guess, right? So imagine a country with 100 million inhabitants, very rich in resources, but even more in human capital. At its hurts, like 20 million, a city with 20 million inhabitants. Do you have a guess? An emerging tech ecosystem? Yeah? Where? Nope. It is in the African continent.
We've been there.
Nope. Nope. Natural resources. DRC.
We have a winner.
Right.
We have a
DRC
winner.
it is.
Yes, this is where it is. AfricArena Kinshasa Summit. So, Gerald, let us know why Kinshasa. This is where you base, right?
Exactly. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can already see some face or hear some thoughts about, oh dear, Kinshasa, DRC, such a complex environment. How will I ever go and penetrate these markets? Well, listen, I'll tell you a story about TechSaf. So TechSaf is a holding company which been solely operating into the DRC and is actually celebrating his century anniversary this year. So if they can do it, so can you. And TechSaf created Silicon Village in 2020 with the sole ambition to co-create this tech ecosystem and drive innovation inside the country. So we do this on two ways. First of all, we train the local ecosystem in order to create those startups that are investment ready. But we also like to be the support for foreign startup or scale-ups willing to enter the DRC, a complex market, but with a huge potential. So in a nutshell, I look very much forward seeing you all there next year in March to this new AfricArena Summit. Thank you very much.
Right. Are you
Thank
excited?
you.
Come on, you gotta go and discover Kin. You know, we talk about Lagos, but talk about what's gonna happen in the next few years. Kinshasa is probably gonna be one of the most potential ecosystem that we're gonna see on the continent. So that's for what's lying ahead of us. We are all about being bold this week, right? Make some deals. AfricArena has enabled nearly $1 billion of deals since 2017 by having this secret formula of connecting humans, first of all, and ensuring they build trust relationships so they can engage into investment. And that's what we hear since last week with the VCN conference, the founders retreat. We climbed Lionhead on Monday morning. We played paddle yesterday. We had the VC night. And I'd like to invite on stage our director of program, Dan Mabialas, to talk about how we operate. Dan, make some noise for that. So Dan, we'd like to also thank our partners enabling this event. So we're going to have an address by Westgrow in a few minutes, but we're also supported by several corporates, including AWS startups, by agencies like GIZ and their SICE program, by tech partners like Silicon Overdrive, public partners like the City of Cape Town or ITC. But we have had so many partners on the tour, as you can see, powering those events in Africa and across the world, that we're really thankful to have built this network of supporters and this community of partners that we work with. And for the Venture Studio across the hall, we've worked with the community of Venture Studio Collective, that started to be built this year with the support of Digital Collective Africa, but is building its own identity. And we've been working with M Studio and Delta 40 on that. So Dan, tell us about how the whole thing works.
Great. So, you know, we have AfricArena. Christophe showed you what we did this year. So it's really an umbrella where we have under that a program that is called Africa Rise. So Africa Rise is an acceleration program, Pan-African, where through it, our startups goes to a program where included is the 2-day summit. So we don't only do events, we also do training, we do mentorship, we offer startups certain services. And among them, what we did just 2-3 days ago was a wonderful founders venture retreat. So these guys here that you see, you're gonna see them pitching on stage. And what we had are 2 days of program, trainings, peer-to-peer learning. And that's to empower them and to also exchange ideas between each other. So when you look at the startups that we have today, we have about 42 startups from 10 countries. Can you clap for that, please? So you're going to see startups from Togo, Kenya, Congo, Senegal. It's really Africa represented on the AfricArena on this stage. And on top of that, just wanted to show you, I think you see it at the same time on the screen. We also have an app that is on the AfricArena wide, where on this app, basically, you will have access to our all-in-one ecosystem, meaning our videos, our blogs, the reports that we produce. Each year we produce a report that is called State of Tech in Africa, where you can learn about how the African ecosystem has been doing the year before. And one feature that we have been releasing lately that we are still developing is called the Investor Portal. So I'm just going to show it to you now. But on the portal, when you apply and you enter the deal room, you have access to the information of the startups, plus their pitch on stage here. If you see in the room, you will see cameras, we record them, we place those pitch, as well as their pitch decks. So everything that investors, even corporates, can look at to see how they can partner or invest in the startups of our portfolio. So this is available on both platforms, on a desktop, on mobile, iOS, as well as Android, and you guys can start using it. There is a stand just outside where you will be able to find people from our team that can help you if you struggle with anything. So thank you guys. I hope you will enjoy the day and the event, and let's see what it unfolds. Thank you so much. And over to Kino.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but you guys are so quiet today. So I just want you to give them another hand. Because here's the deal. There we go. Because if you clap like that, I'll speak like this. If you clap like you clapped earlier, I'm going to go and I'm going to go, hi, welcome. Welcome to AfricArena. Right. Anyway, this is about building the future, asking key questions about the future. And thanks to our key sponsors, I mean, if we didn't have our sponsors, this, of course, would not be happening. But I want to introduce you to, I mean, I don't know how you fit this on your business card, JP. He's the Chief Foreign Direct Investment Officer for Westgrow. Please put your hands together for JP.
Thank you, Kino. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As Kino rightfully points out, my name's JP van der Merwe. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, innovators, funders from across our continent, I have the great honor to welcome you all here today on behalf of the City of Cape Town, Western Cape Government, and Westgrow. This region is a vibrant, globally connected and innovative place to do business. We're very glad that Christophe continues to choose Cape Town to host this great summit, an event to promote investment and to promote innovation coming out of this region, but also coming out of different countries across our continent. So Westgrow is the official trade, investment, and tourism promotion agency for the Western Cape. So we're really trying to connect opportunities here and really promote the business that's happening in our province. We're proudly South African and proudly part of the African continent at the southern tip of Africa. It really is an honor to deliver opening remarks and to briefly talk to you about the city and the region that you're in today. We are powered by world-class universities, highly skilled talent pool, globally competitive digital infrastructure, key incubators and accelerators, as well as a culture of entrepreneurship that really is catalyzing growth and innovation across this region, but also across the continent. At the heart of this success really is the skills and talent. So the Western Cape is proud of the fact that we have ambitious, creative population ready to shape the future. Our institutions have embraced responsibility not only to prepare people for jobs in the world currently, but for jobs of the future. And in so doing, we are producing software engineers, data scientists, designers, founders, and innovators who are already contributing not only to solving African problems, but solving global challenges. UCT, Stellenbosch, CPUT, and the University of the Western Cape are just the start. We also have a number of private sector institutions providing the right skills for business that business might need, and we have many demand-led training companies doing that as well. Another pillar of our success is innovation, and particularly innovation rooted in Africa. Across this continent, we have unique challenges, but within those challenges lie extraordinary opportunities, as Christoph has already alluded to. The Western Cape as a region is particularly well known for various tech sectors where there's particular strength in the innovators coming out of this region. Those include fintech, agri-tech, biotech, edutech, green tech, and one of the interesting ones that people may not know about is space technology. And there's an interesting collection of space economy companies located around the Stellenbosch Somerset West area who are creating global solutions for companies all around the world, but particularly in Europe and the US. These sectors have been built on solving everyday challenges, but also solving challenges not just in the continent, but globally. The great thing about the summit is it's a celebration of those solutions that are being developed here on the African continent. We also know that entrepreneurship is a primary catalyst of job creation. Every startup that takes root, every scale-up that expands, every founder who dares to try, creates pathways for employment, for dignity, and for shared prosperity. In the Western Cape, the tech sector has really become one of the most dynamic contributors to job creation, offering high-quality, future-focused opportunities for people in this province and beyond. This year's AfricArena Summit also takes place at an interesting time, as South Africa has just concluded its presidency of the G20. This was not only a national milestone for South Africa, but it's been an opportunity to showcase the continent and put Africa more prominently on the global agenda. The interconnectedness of our continent is on show today and over the next 2 days, with attendees from so many different African countries showcasing what they have to offer and the innovation happening on this continent. As Westgrow, we are proud to champion the Western Cape as a gateway for global and African tech collaboration, a place where creativity meets capability, where solutions developed here can scale not only across the country and across the continent, but can be scaled across the world. I want to thank AfricArena and the team and all partners for creating this amazing platform. Over the next couple of days, may you all meet people who challenge your assumptions, spark new ideas, and present real opportunities for collaboration and for partnership. May you leave here inspired, not only by what Africa has on show, but what innovation the tech firms have and continue to develop to shape the future of this continent and the world. Welcome to Cape Town. Welcome to the AfricArena Grand Summit 2025. Let's use this week to push Africa's tech story to new heights. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated, JP. And by the way, if you've got a couple of billion that you want to throw into the Western Cape economy, he's the man to speak to. He'll gladly take the money. And well done on the clapping. That was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Now we move on. I mean, I don't have to introduce Maxim, but I will. Maxim Mann, of course, operating partner, Catalyst Fund, the big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Maxim.
All right, good morning, everyone. Great to be here. Like every year, we'll do a little bit of a review of the past year.
Maxim, I'm gonna do something before I get into trouble. I did it earlier. No, it's all fine. I'm gonna give you a chance to breathe and get ready for the presentation.
All right.
But what I'd like to say is that the Venture Studio stage is also open at the moment. So anybody interested in the Venture Studio stage, please go there. Andrew Beaumont, great seeing you here. Welcome back to South Africa. Maxim, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Here we go.
All right. So yeah, as I said, we'll go back on the year that has passed with some good and less good news. Before I jump into the data, I want to say a few words about Catalyst Fund. We're an early stage VC fund focused on climate adaptation, resilience across the continent. We invest in real product and services, allowing the continent to adapt to the negative effects of climate change. We have already built a portfolio of 25 companies across the continent, and will continue to do so in the coming years. Now, about the engine powering some of the data that you will see today, Africa, the big deal, it's a database and a newsletter. We track deals above $100,000 in the continent since 2019, and there's a newsletter that's also linked to that. Take a look. Everything you will see today is out there, available. So yeah, take a look on your side. All right. Some good news. We need some. So we'll start with that. First, good to take a broader view on what has happened in the past decade. 14x. That's basically the multiple of startup funding between 2015 and 2025. If this was a startup, this would be a decent number, right? So, as Christoph alluded to, this year we're already at $2.8 billion of funding. That's as of mid-November. So it's very likely that, yes, we will get to the $3 billion mark. And that will be the first time that we get to this level since the hype of 2021, 2022. So that's definitely exciting. There is a bit of a rebound after what was definitely a tough 2024, and that's, of course, a great news. If we look at things a little bit in a different way of slicing it, so that's basically 4-quarter rolling period, we can see that these rebounds actually started already some time ago. And basically, if we look at fourth quarter 2024 to third quarter 2025, we're already at 3 billion on this 12 months period. So the rebounds already started for some months already, and which shows that it's not just the past few weeks, past few months that have been good, but basically it's been already a year of things shaping in the right direction. All right, if we look at just the year 2025, if we zoom in even a bit more, as I said, we are close to 2.8 billion actually of startup funding across the continent. 1.5 billion out of this is actually equity. The rest is debt. We'll come to that in a minute. The other exciting thing is that this doesn't come just from 5, 10 very large rounds. It's actually close to 200 companies in the continent that have raised over $1 million last year. And that's, again, you can see, if you look at the past 12 months, it is about the same number. So this trend is definitely accelerating. That's the curve you can see here, the number of startups that raise above $1 million. And that's also a good indication of the trajectory we're in. All right, I talked quickly about debt earlier, so that's something that has been also going on for the past couple of years now. And at this point, we are basically at the highest ratio of debt when it comes to startup funding in the continent. It's good because it's extremely needed. The sector we focus in, climate tech, with Catalyst Fund, definitely is a sector that needs debt. We cannot just finance assets with equity. And so it's good to see this asset class also growing. We hope this trend will definitely continue. But yeah, over 40% of the startup funding in the past 9 months was debt. We continue on the good news, and while there is definitely still concentration of funding in 4 markets, what we call the big 4, so South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and Egypt, when we look at the number of deals, actually the ratio of deals taking place outside this big 4 is at its highest now, so it's 33%. 1 in 3 deals takes place outside the big 4. It's very unlikely that the concentration will change. We'll come to that later in terms of dollar amounts. But seeing that the number of deals outside this big 4 is actually growing in absolute and relative terms is definitely a good news, showing that these ecosystems are also on the rise. Climate tech, a sector close to my heart for sure. Also on the rise in the past couple of years. We are now close to 40% of all the dollars invested in the startups across the continent going to climate tech specifically. Again, that's a trend that's been really growing. And yes, fintech remains the leading sector in the continent, but it's good to see other emerging sectors growing year after year. Different way to put it, if we look at basically the 100 most funded startups in Africa since 2019, 26 of them are actually in climate tech. The same graph on fintech is basically at 79. So yes, there's quite a few, 46. Quite a few more in fintech. All right, exits, crux of the matter. So since 2019, we have recorded 206 exits in the continent. Not all of them were necessarily great exits, but they were exits. And you can see this year, 42 exits across the continent. The last 2 were actually the past couple of days. Now, if we look at disclosed exits, so exits where we actually have numbers, where we know there has been a certain amount of liquidity generated, the total amount is about 3 billion. Which is a big amount, but comparatively to the amount injected every year in the continent, if you remember the first slide, that's not enough for sure. Now, definitely these exits are taking place, and as I was saying, just this week, we had 2 exits, 2 IPOs actually, one in Morocco, a startup called Cash Plus, and another one also in South Africa, a startup that just listed on the Joburg Stock Exchange this week. So these things are happening more and more. It takes time, but I decided to put that in the good news because we often talk about exits rather in a negative way, because we say they are not happening, just showing they are happening. Not enough for now, but they are happening. All right, now on the more concerns, or as someone we all know in the ecosystem wrote a couple of days ago, early, not broken. So one thing that we have seen in the past 2 years is that cycles are getting a bit longer, right? So on the top side of the graphs, you can see how long it was taking startups from a round to another, from launch to pre-seed, pre-seed to seed, seed to Series A, and so on. And you can see at the bottom how long it's taking now. The not so good news is that it's basically doubled. So where it used to take about 11 months, 12 months a year for a startup to basically raise, to go from pre-seed to seed, it's now taking about 24 months. So double the time for basically for this conversion. There are probably a number of explanations behind that, and it's not necessarily only something we're seeing in Africa. This is a global trend, but it's something to have in mind at all the stages. For founders, to know that it takes a bit longer. For VC investors, to also have that in mind in terms of graduation rates, and also for LPs, and what are the implications of that in terms of timelines of funds. So definitely an important trend. We'll keep monitoring that in the coming years for sure, but it's an important change in the paradigm. All right, this one is also important. If we look at the past 2-3 years, there has been traditionally a lot more small deals, let's say below $1 million deals, than large deals above $1 million, which is healthy and normal. What we are seeing this past 12 months or so is that we have more or less the same number of deals below $1 million as deals above $1 million. The good news is that we have more large deals. That's definitely good. It's a proof of ecosystem maturing, but it's also a bit concerning in terms of what this means for the coming years. There is definitely not enough capital going to early stage deals right now in the ecosystem, which is posing some questions on what will be fueling the future Series A, Series B in the coming years. So that's something definitely to watch and for us to have in mind. This was shown by Christophe earlier, but also linked to the previous statistics. If we look at the 27 VC funds that have closed or had first close or second close or final close in the past 2 years, they've collectively raised 1.8 billion. This is just focused on Africa. And as you can see, most of them are actually focused on the seed to Series A stage. Couple of years ago, some would consider that as the missing middle. So, well, it looks like the middle is not missing anymore. Now, what we need to pay attention to is the pre-seed and then much later stage, Series B and beyond, where basically there is a bit of a gap. So that's also important to keep in mind. We talked about that earlier, concentration of capital geographically. The top dotted yellow line is basically the share of funding raised by startups in the big four, so the 4 markets I mentioned earlier, Egypt, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. You can see this is ridiculously stable, between 80–85% for the past 5 years. There is no reason for this concentration to change. Those ecosystems are ahead of the curve. These are the ecosystems where the larger deals are closed. And so therefore, if anything, this concentration might just increase because this is where you're going to get the mega deals. If a move closes a $300 million round in the coming weeks, the concentration in Nigeria will increase. So this is not something to necessarily worry about. It's actually very normal. These ecosystems are larger. They started earlier. They have a head start. The concentration will continue. But as I say, on the other side, what's important to look at is the number of deals and the growth in absolute terms of the other ecosystems. So the fact that these are concentrated doesn't mean that the other ecosystems are not growing. Put differently, if you basically look at the 100 most funded startups in the past 5 years, 79 of them are actually in these 4 markets, 23 alone in South Africa. All right. This is quite a bad news. Investment in startups funded or co-funded by female founders has never been as low as today. That's the yellow dotted line. You can see the share funding raised by startups with a female co-founder. We're below 6%. It's never been as low. And you can see a clear trend since 2022 because unfortunately when there is capital reduction and crisis, it's often when gender balance is the most impacted. And so that's a slide that unfortunately we keep showing conference after conference. It's not going in the right direction. And there is no flip side on this one. It's not like the concentration where this is normal and so on. This is completely abnormal. It's also not a problem of pipeline because this ratio is much higher at pre-seed than at Series A, Series B. So it's a problem of conversion, and how do we continue backing female-led startups beyond early stage? So yeah, I hope this one will also stick with all of you because definitely something we can do more on. All right, now what? Looking ahead, as we are about to end the year, what are we going to go into in the coming years? To look at that, first we can do a bit of a retrospect and look at how Africa compares with the other ecosystems globally. I mean, it was said earlier, Africa VC is basically below 1% of the total global VC funding. So this share is definitely low. However, if we basically put everybody on the base 100 starting in 2020, we can see that Africa has basically resisted better than other ecosystems in terms of startup funding in the past couple of years. So 2020, 100, now Africa is at 209, which means that there is twice as much funding that went to startups in Africa this year than they were in 2020. Comparatively, Asia Pacific, it's about half. So it's also something that is important to keep in mind when we think about the tough 2024 we have had and even 2023, is that yes, there has been a reduction of the capital allocation, the market has been impacted, but comparatively less than in other regions globally. So also something to keep in mind, and it's good to see the resilience of the ecosystem. We talked a little bit about that already. So there was a period of slowdown. In gray, you can see a period of stabilization, and now definitely a more growing period that's 12 months rolling. What's interesting is that when we compare in dotted line at the top, the global VC ecosystem, the global VC market with Africa at the bottom in blue, you can see the correlation is almost perfect if you move it 6 months to the left. So basically, whatever is taking place in Africa in terms of funding, VC funding is actually almost perfectly mirroring what's going on globally with 6 months delay, which also tells us that if we want to know what's going to happen in the coming half a year, we can look at the global VC market and expect the same to basically hit us in the coming year. So the good news right now is that globally the VC markets are growing, and as a result, we can expect this trend to continue. Our projection, 2025 is an easy projection. We are just 4 weeks away, so we should be at about $3 billion, which is already quite a significant growth compared to 2.2 last year. And we expect this trend to definitely continue in 2026, maybe more in an healthier, more resilient, and more stable way than some extent the crazy jump we had in 2021. But the growth hopefully will continue to be there, and it's also the early signals we are seeing is showing that. That's it. I don't know if we have time for questions. Do we? Don't we? But otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maxime.
No questions. No questions. Good. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much. We'll be able to chat to Maxime in our breaks as well. If you have any questions, you can ask there, but I think we also want to stay on time. I'm quite sure a lot of you have things to do and meetings to attend a bit later. So, yeah. We're going to move on, though, to our VC keynote. By the way, have you found it quite insightful thus far? Quick, just quick. Yes? Has it been good? You've been so quiet. I have to ask you.
Hi.
Hi. What is your name?
My name is Mitle.
Mitle, it's a lovely name. Now, Mitle, how have you found it thus far? She's liked it. I'm not going to, don't worry, I know you don't want to say anything. I think Mitle liked it. Just looking at that smile on her face, it's been really good. So please put your hands together for AfricArena, and Kola is going to be doing our VC keynote, ladies and gentlemen. And I've got to tell you, Kola, the Lord only made so many perfect heads. The rest he covered with hair.
Fair point.
Enjoy.
Fair point.
Thank you.
This is all from the fundraising. All right, good morning. Thanks for coming. My name is Kola Aino, and I'm partner of Ventures Platform Fund. We are a Pan-African early stage fund investing from Cairo to Cape Town. My partner, Dotun, is somewhere in the audience, so say hello to Dotun if you can. He has a lot of money to invest now, so jack him up a little bit. I used to be an entrepreneur, but even back then I was angel investing. But I only built the confidence to become an institutional VC investor after my first exit. So before the LPs, I had my wife at home to impress. And so, because she always felt, what's this stuff you're doing, throwing money away, investing in companies that will never come back? And so the theme of performance has been something that I've obsessed about from day one, because I started investing my own money. And so when I was looking at the slides from Maxine, I was taking lots of photos. The one that showed sort of the scaling of venture dollars flowing in, right at the bottom there in 2014, I believe 2013 was when I made my first angel investment. And so it's been incredible to watch the ecosystem grow since then. And I've been asked this morning to share a few thoughts about how, as an ecosystem, we might move from potential to performance. Now, before I dive in, I'd like to ask a question. When you think about Africa and potential, what two-word phrase comes to mind? Besides Africa potential, of course. What comes to mind? Anyone? Yes, please. A mic for him, maybe? Connectivity. It has to be a two-word phrase. It's a good one. Access to market. Great. Maybe one more person. Access to talent. How about this one? Africarize it. You've all heard it before, right? I think the first time, I forget who made this phrase very popular, but the first time this phrase made the cover of a major magazine was in March 30th, 1998. I wasn't investing at that time, but folks were already talking about Africa's potential. In December 23rd, 2011, The Economist joined the bandwagon of people that heralded the potential of this great continent. And then things didn't quite happen, or didn't quite happen as fast as we thought it would. But yet, about a year later, Time magazine gave it a go. And so, rumors of Africa's potential have long been celebrated across the world. I would argue that one of the major promises of the 21st century has been stories of Africa's great potential. But is this potential real? What do you think? By 2050, 1 in 4 humans will be African. So talk about human potential. At the same time, close to 70% of that population will be people under the age of 30. This continent would have the largest proportion of its citizens under 30. By extension, it also suggests that we would also have the largest workforce in the world. Some of those people will work here in Africa, some of them will work for global companies remotely or by emigration. I don't care what anyone tries to do. We are the workforce of the future. But we're also seeing that over the next 30 years, African economies are projected to grow the fastest. And yes, you could argue that other continents are already starting off from a very, a large base. But I think this is really important to track. Your GDP doesn't quite speak to all aspects of human development, but I think it's an important indicator. Moving away from demographics, under the earth that we walk on, there's tons of potential. Africa has about 65% of the world's arable land. Ignore the typo. It looks like my slides have been compressed, the text have been compressed on the big screen, but you can read it. The continent also has the largest reserves of minerals like cobalt, diamonds, and uranium. So it's not all about human potential and code and whatnot. There's real viable stuff on the continent. Our minerals are needed globally across supply chains for mobile phones, for electric vehicles, and all sorts of applications. But even though Africa doesn't quite feed itself today, the continent has the potential to feed the world. And as we continue to invest in hyperscalers and data centers around the world, energy becomes even more critical. There's sun all over the continent. 60% of the world's solar potential lies here in Africa. And going back to demographics, as that population grows, remittances would also expand. And remittances are important because yes, someone can receive money and go marry another wife, but they can also invest in a startup. So there's lots of potential in Africans that migrate to other parts of the world. Guys, there is no doubt that we've got potential. Thankfully, we've also seen a consistent wave of innovators building to take advantage of that potential. So first you've got potential, and then you've got innovation. And I know there's a couple fund managers in the audience. Across your portfolio, you have many examples of these. But I like to use one company as a case study because I think it tells a really good story of how you can take advantage of African potential, to build something that, provides a better future. So my example today is a company called Paystack. Some of you are familiar, but this is a really interesting statistic that I'll share with you. The company was founded in 2015. A year before Paystack was founded, less than 1% of electronic individual payments in Nigeria were electronic. Less than 1% of payments by individuals in Nigeria were electronic. 1%. At the time, the Nigerian population was about 189 million. Fast forward to 2024, over 60% of individual payments in Nigeria are electronic. Talk about taking advantage of potential. In 2020, the year Paystack was then acquired by Stripe, $1.4 billion was invested in African startups. A year after that exit, that number grew 4x, $5.2 billion. Yeah, you might say it was ZERP influence, interest rates were low, blah, blah, blah. But I argue that people were attracted by the promise of performance. The Paystack exit by a globally recognized payment leader was a whistle that something was happening here. In the same year, we launched our last fund. I'd never seen this before. I had all types of people in traditional businesses phoning me wanting to invest in our fund. 70% of our first close LPs were Africans. Not DFIs, guys. 70% of our first close were Africans. We had one DFI in that close, but there was an overwhelming interest from local capital allocators to invest in startups. Clearly something was happening. Since that time, African startups, and I think my data correlates with Maxine's data because we're all using your data anyway, so thank you, Maxine. Since that time, African startups have raised a total of $18 billion. And fund managers dedicated to Africa have raised another $2.3 billion since 2020. Pretty easy math to do, but that number comes to about $20 billion in monies that have either been invested in Africa or earmarked for Africa. So let's do some math. Oh, before the math. In that time, we've recorded about 9 IPOs above 100 million. And those IPOs all total to about 2.6 billion. Now, this number doesn't account for secondary exits. At Ventures Platform, we've done a number of secondary exits and returned a few vintages that way. So secondary exits are important. But we're not tracking those secondary exits as well as we should. And it's probably a good point for me to pause and share with you that, actually, before I share that, let's do some math. So you've got 20 billion in aggregate funds that have been raised, invested in startups or earmarked by funds to invest in Africa. If we assume that venture funds like ours have to return something in the order of magnitude of 2 to 2x in DPI as our target, that sort of exit value that you require over the next 10 to 20 years sits somewhere in the range of 40 to 60 billion. Right now, we sit at 2.6 billion. So there is a bit of a performance gap. And you can call it 40 billion, you can call it 60 billion. But as a market, we have to deliver something in that magnitude. It's not absolute numbers, right? Because some of the monies have flowed into startups, some have flowed into funds. But that's a number that I think we need to think about. And so the real question ahead of us is, how might we move from potential to performance? How might we thoughtfully and deliberately start to make that transition from an ecosystem that's about hype and about potential, but one that delivers performance? In venture capital, performance is simply one thing: DPI. Distributions to paid in, that's it. And look, I love impact like the next guy. We need jobs in Africa. And the hype is important, because how do you sell a market without hype? But DPI is the only thing that keeps the wheels turning. And so we need less conversations about impact, less conversations about jobs, more conversations about liquidity. Because I believe that impact, jobs are an outcome of building sustainable companies that deliver performance. And I think as fund managers, we all have to remember that the customer is the acquirer. I know it sounds controversial, but we're in the business of building companies that can get sold. The startup founders are users. Their customers are secondary users. But my customer is the acquirer. And so what might we do? How might we rethink or improve or modify our ecosystem as we enter the next chapter? I've got 8 ideas that I'll share with you. These are ideas that we debate our ventures platform amongst ourselves. And if you want more ideas, you should read Ido's. I don't agree with everything Ido said, but I agree with most of it. You should check out his article. Ido is sitting behind. Shout out Ido. So I think we have to first acknowledge that our ecosystem is early. And because that ecosystem is early, I mean, think about it. You don't go to the gym after being out the gym for all your life and try to bench press the biggest weights in the gym, right? You start with the barbell with no weights, and you build your muscle. And so we have to recognize and acknowledge that our market is still early. And because the market is early, we have to bake that into how we think about the scale, the type of companies, the paths to exit, the kinds of business models that we invest in. And, in Ido's article, he does a really fine job of situating our ecosystem on a timescale relative to some other ecosystems. I do feel that you can't simply transpose ecosystems in timescales, because there are lots of effects that are not linear, but we have to recognize that this is an early market, and it has to be built in a certain way. As founders and investors, we can't simply invest in any kind of company. You can't simply do a startup that you see in the US, in Africa, because Africa needs a particular kind of innovation. And we believe at Ventures Platform that we ought to invest in market-creating innovations, because these innovations target what we have the most in Africa: non-consumers. And a great example of that is a company called MoneyPoint, a company that probably wouldn't exist in any other part of the world, but exists here because you had chronic non-consumers of financial services. African startups have to have healthy unit economics from day one. We can't afford the luxury of subsidizing growth. And companies like Omni Retail are demonstrating that by prioritizing business models that are capital efficient, they can get to profitability and be more sustainable quickly. Our founders need to build highly capital efficient companies. And sometimes this means founders have to have the key resources they need in of themselves. So if you're building a software company, you have to be able to build the first version of that startup because you may not raise a ton of money. And a great example of that, again, is a company like Paystack that raised less than $12 million and sold for $250 million. Fantastic outcome. It was a great outcome for me and several other people. It didn't have to become $1 billion or $2 billion to produce a great outcome. And I think you can even have great outcomes at far less than that, 50 million, 75 million. It's a function of how much capital a company raises and the size of the venture funds that back them. Companies need to be priced at valuations that make them attractive and practical for the corporates we have on the continent to acquire. If a company gets too large, then it's out of the nexus of what is possible to be acquired here in Africa. And that's great, but we can have success at various levels. I love unicorns like the next guy, but we're not all going to build unicorns, right? As Maxine showed us, thankfully we're seeing more debts, but we need lots more. We need all kinds of products. It can't be equity alone. Because this would help companies extend runway, reduce dilution, and improve the odds of survival. I believe that our government needs to designate startups as a critical development asset class. Because when you do this, you can then start to bring a whole of government approach to it. So in Nigeria, for instance, you don't have one government agency trying to kill startups while another one is trying to support them. This will be critical to expanding TAM and scaling the companies that we're investing in. In closing, it's a multiplayer sport. So we will need governments like the government of Cape Town that's supporting this conference, regulators, capital markets, exchanges, local exchanges, venture capitalists and founders to work together to really jumpstart and accelerate the market for local liquidity. It's not going to happen if we don't deliberately orchestrate it. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well done.
You see, it took you about an hour, and look at you. I'm super proud. Okay, coming up next, I'm going to introduce you to a moderator who actually looks like his LinkedIn profile picture. I know you look at them and you're like, I'm sure some people go, what the hell? I thought you were shorter. Anyway, I had the privilege of chatting to David van Dijk earlier. This panel is going to focus on exactly what you've heard, and what a wonderful presentation, by the way. And I did an interview with the founder of Paystack. And the thing I love about him is he says he's not really a CEO. You've met him. Shola Kenlade. He says, you know what, I'm a people's person. But then you ask his team what happens when things go wrong. And then they say, well, he knows how to explode as well. But I mean, he knows how to run a business, that man. Anyway, and by the way, when Paystack started, he says no. He figured out how to charge something to a card, and he thought this is a party trick. And then they thought, no, let's go to Y Combinator. And when they got to the States, He said they found all these other amazing things like bras with stuff in them that can tell you whether you're going to have cancer and da-da-da-da-da. And he says, here we are, these poor Africans, and all we can do is talk about payments. And look what they've achieved. So don't ever undersell yourself and what the continent has to offer. So David van Dijk with Boost Africa. David, come join me. I'll tell you what I mean. Look at him. If you've ever seen his profile picture on LinkedIn, it looks exactly like it. Well, look at you. Yeah, I don't know how you do it, eh? So you're with Boost Africa, of course. Dave, we've only kind of seen each other mostly via the LinkedIn platform, but it's great to have you here. We're going to have this panel, but very quickly, Boost Africa. Boost Africa does some amazing stuff, African Development Bank, European Investment Bank, a little bit about that.
Right. So hi everyone, good morning, good to be here. So my name is David van Dijk. David. Boost Africa, in very short, is on the EIB side, the European Investment Bank. It's a fund of fund. So it invests in African VCs and invests in tech and tech-enabled companies. Has supported 6 African VCs. Then my role within this program is I have a separate budget, what's called TA, Technical Assistance, and we support the 6 fund managers and their portfolio companies. So I have a dream job, to be honest. I have a bag of money, and I work with super smart people, and hopefully do some good things.
Okay, so you're buying lunch. I like that. I'm going to hand it over to you, David. You've got a panel. You're going to be talking about the future of VC, boosting performance on the African continent, looking at the future, something Christophe speaks about all the time, doesn't he?
He does, but it's right? We have to look at the future. Very good, very good. He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. Okay, thanks. Let me just welcome the panel speakers to the audience, to the stage, please. Thank you. So this panel continues exactly where Cola left off. Sorry, no. Okay, can you please follow? Yeah. Otherwise I get.
According to our names.
No, Cola. Yes, perfect. There we go. Thanks. So we're going to speak about the next chapter of African venture capital, from potential to performance. We're going to take it further from where Cola has taken us so far. I think we want to jump right in. We'll do a quick round of introductions, then we get going. If we can start with you.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Pleasure to be here. My name is Tosin Faniro Dada. I am a partner at Briga Africa. We are an early stage fund that invests in pre-seed and seed stage companies, and we are Pan-African and sector agnostic. Great to be here.
Thanks, Tosin. Please.
Hi, my name is Amanda Cotterman. I'm with IFC. I run our 2 global funds platforms investing in SME-focused private equity funds and early-stage VC funds. And it's fun to be back in the VC world. I know many of you out there. I've been the portfolio company, I've been the GP, and am now the LP.
Thanks, Amanda.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andrea Beaumont. It's great to be back, I must say so. So I spent 29 years living in Cape Town, which was absolutely great, working with Knife Capital, and now I'm back in Germany, and I'm working for one of the largest Japanese financial conglomerates and manage their European investments now. But SBI, the financial conglomerate, actually is an LP as well as a direct investor, also into African funds and African companies.
How could you have left Cape Town?
I have no idea.
What were you thinking?
Yeah.
Kola.
Hi everyone, my name is Kola. I've just delivered a keynote, so I wouldn't bore you. I know everyone on stage, and it's great not to be on a manel.
Very good. Thank you so much. I'm going to add a little bit more color, if you allow me, because I've known Kola for many, many years. I just want to make it clear that he's one of the most relevant investors in VC in Africa, also one of the most visible ambassadors of tech in Africa. And I'm proud to be able to call you my friend. Andrea, we've been also interacting for many, many years. You've been a partner at Knife Capital, one of South Africa's leading funds, and one of the funds that people speak about a lot because contrary to many other funds, Knife has been able to execute quite a number of funds. How many exits have you been around?
Five, 6. Well, it always depends on whether it's direct funds or part of Grindstone and so on and so on. But yeah.
Right. So you have done what a lot of people only talk about and dream about, if you will. And then Amanda, I'm just going to add a few words. McKinsey, Morgan Stanley, chocolatier, which I was not aware of. Welcome very much. And then Tosin also has I guess you've worn quite a number of hats in terms of, sort of the big, the PVC, and then a bit of government there, a bit of banking as well. So we have a very, very sort of well-versed audience. Okay, so Christoph asked us to talk about the future. I think we cannot talk about the future without sort of taking stock of where we are today, sort of taking a look at the VC landscape, where we are right now. Early Not Broken comes to mind. It's an article that I think most of you, if not everyone here, has read by now. Ido is somewhere in the audience. If not, take a look at it. Early Not Broken. Short, and it maybe also follows or is quite in line with your keynote. This is still an ecosystem that is taking shape. There's cycles. Everything is, there's a natural course to certain things. So we're on the right track. Mm-hmm. Is that your perception as well? Maybe we'll leave you for last. But just if I start with you, Torsten. So, are we okay? Are we okay? Should we just continue with what we are doing, or do we need to sort of radically change the system?
I think we're okay. We're not dying. I really enjoyed reading Ido's piece, so shout out to Ido. And I agreed with a lot of things in that piece. I think we're sort of in a messy middle, so absolutely not broken. But some of the challenges that we have today, limited exits, limited growth capital, concentrated capital, he did a very good job comparing other ecosystems and pretty much reassuring us that, look, we are where they were 20, 30 years ago. But having said that, I think there's still a lot that has to be done. I really like the conversation around non-dilutive capital. What are we doing to ensure that our founders have non-dilutive, de-risked capital? What are we doing with exits in the local markets to strategics, to listing pathways on the continent, or even secondary sales? Why are we not talking about this? 2 months ago, or was it last month, we were all at the Venture Platform Summit, and we had a robust conversation around exits. Exits are happening that we're not talking about or not necessarily tracking. And Kola did mention that in his figure, he wasn't tracking secondary sales. Why are we not tracking this? It's important for our ecosystem in terms of where we are today. So in closing, I think we are on the right track. We are in a messy middle. We do still have a bit of work to do, but we need to move from comparing ourselves to the US today and to Europe today. And also, if I may add, it might be a bit controversial, we need to stop asking founders if they can get to 100 million in ARR in 5 years.
Right. Right. So you already mentioned, other instruments. You mentioned exits. You mentioned that Africa the Big Deal needs to do a better job tracking those exits. Thank you. I see.
That's not what I said,
notes.
David.
Right. Very good. But you're saying, and so Ido's next piece will be, we're in the messy middle. That's what I hear you say, right? Okay,
yes.
Very good. Amanda, from your point of view?
I mean, I'm assuming we're all going to kind of be aligned on where this is. We're all hopefully optimistic on where the venture ecosystem is in Africa. It's just we're in a day and age where we can have more information and compare across different markets. And so there's a mix of FOMO, there's a mix of are we doing it the right way? But I moved to Africa before venture existed on the continent. It's amazing to see where it's come. I started the first venture debt fund, and now this is finally becoming a topic today. We're getting into the groove. So maybe it's the messy middle, maybe this is the time where it's all going to scale and do well, but I'm quite optimistic on where we are today.
It's going to get boring if everyone agrees, right? So Andrea, you've been here for 29 years. You moved back to Europe. You see things do you see things differently now that you're sort of in a different ecosystem? How do you reflect on the African ecosystem right now?
I definitely see things differently, but more because I hear a different narrative now, and it's interesting to kind of go and see all those perspectives. I really loved the article. I think it's absolutely fantastic. But for me, there were a few points missing, and I think we need to decide whether we want Africa to be part of the global ecosystem or not. I mean, If we decide not, well, then that's a decision. That's okay. But if we want it to be, then we need to kind of go and understand what is the narrative that we want to kind of go and play there. So, and I think that's for me a very interesting one. I was at a presentation the day before I came here about investing in Africa, and it was very interesting how people were speaking about that, but I think we might get to that later. The second one that I really try to kind of go and figure out is this whole thing about we are early. I mean, venture capital globally is not in an amazing space. A lot of people globally say that VC is broken. So if we are 6 months behind every trend, are we just going to be 6 months behind getting into a broken thing? So, or are we actually doing what Africa has done quite often, and that's leapfrogging, actually coming up with something different? So I just want to kind of go and put those kind of points out. A, do we want to be part of the global ecosystem or not? And B, well, if globally there's a big question mark behind venture capital, well, following the same path might actually not be the right thing at all.
Right. I'm gonna stir things up a little bit before Cola comes, because otherwise we're gonna get, because, okay, so USAID, geopolitical challenges, we have the first vintage of VC funds bring back their returns. It's not a pretty picture. Returns are not there yet. We are over-dependent on overseas funding, be it IFC, being the European DFIs. Why would these DFIs fund venture? It is messy, it is small amounts, it is a headache. I think there's a cold wind blowing. I think that development capital might not always be there. Are we geared up for that next step? Have we already localized that local capital? If not, what does the world look like? This might be the last AfricArena. Cola.
Tough one.
I'm glad it's
Tough
you.
one. So, I've told this in private, and I kind of teased them a little bit on stage. So like you, I think it's an important conversation to have. We just had our summit, and this was the conversation we were having, and I didn't even know Ido was publishing that article, so we were all in the same brain space. I think that joint parallels, particularly across different time scales, is very dangerous because of the way things like Moore's law and compounding works, especially also when you consider the fact that the various inputs are not always equal. So it's very tough to draw parallels, but as humans, we have to think in comparisons, right? And so that's my first point. I think that the way our ecosystem evolves will be different from the way other ecosystems have evolved. And I think you make a really good point that we are enjoying this rise of African VC and startups at a time in world history where venture is generally struggling. And so our experience of it is expectedly different from what was obtainable back in the early days of venture in Silicon Valley. Companies only raised one round, right, or two, and then they went on to exit. So they were, by definition, capital efficient. And so my conclusion is that it's not as if we have to fix our ecosystem, because it's like Ido said, it's not broken. But we have to expand our horizon and our definition of what success looks like. We have to expand how we engage in the ecosystem. And I think DFIs, to your point on DFIs, I think DFIs play a critical catalytic role, but DFIs can also do much more than what they're doing today. There's different ways that DFIs can engage, and Amanda is leading some of those efforts at IFC already. And so I am just as bullish as I was in 2014. I think that at the summit last week, or 2 weeks ago, we launched something in partnership with STAIRS. I'm sure you all know STAIRS. It's called the STAIRS Ventures Platform Liquidity Index. And this is an effort to basically track more closely what's happening in the liquidity ecosystem across Africa, both secondaries and primaries. And it's our contribution. We're not trying to take over the role of folks like Big Deal, but it's our contribution really focused on liquidity. Because when you have that data, then you can tell a better story and keep the wheel rolling.
Right. So I want to come back on the point you mentioned about sort of capital efficiency and what you expect from founders that maybe is different from before.
Yep.
But before we get into that, I still want to kind of tease you a little bit about the USAID development finance. So, Amanda, you're obviously IFC. What is the conversation? Has the conversation changed within the house you work in, the building you work in? Is it? Do you get different questions about the work that you do? Do you need to justify your programs? Has anything changed?
Maybe I think what's important for everyone to understand is we're
Just
learning.
check about rules, right? Anything that Amanda says will stay in this room.
We're learning while everyone else is learning. We don't have the right answers. We don't know exactly what is happening in certain markets. We have history of what we've seen in other markets. I mean, we invested in a really small emerging market company called Samsung 50 plus years ago, and look where it is today. So, we have history, but we're still learning and figuring this out. And so from my time, even before IFC, to the 6 years I've been there, I've seen a lot of evolution in a positive way amongst the DFIs, but we're definitely not always the right answer, and we still have a lot to learn. Now, with all the changes that have happened globally, what is at least hopeful as IFC is we're part of a larger organization that has so many different investors. It's not just one government, it's many governments who are investing, and so our narrative and what we're focused on hasn't changed. It's still improving livelihood and prosperity globally, and it's how we then interpret that. And what's really exciting is part of our 2030 strategy, which came out this year, is doubling down on equity, doubling down on frontier markets, doubling down on mobilizing private capital. So working hand in hand with the funds we invest in, working hand in hand with the broader ecosystems to drive more capital into these markets. And then I think some of our peers are also thinking along the lines that we have over the last few years is how do we carve out pools of capital that allow us to take more risk? So the two platforms that I run are our balance sheet money. So, we're a AAA rated organization. We still have to be good stewards of that capital. But our board has said, we're going to let you take a little bit more risk in markets where the private capital ecosystems are still developing. And so that allows us to invest in ventures platform and other players in the market where some of our peers just aren't able to take that risk yet. And with that, it's not just an LP investment, it's how do we think about building out the broader ecosystem? How do we lead the charge on bringing all investors together in conversation to drive more capital into the market? How do we get more local capital providers to come alongside us, either through blended finance facilities or through being a first mover to give them the confidence that we've gotten comfort with an investment? It's still a long ways to go, but it's how do we bring up the broader ecosystem alongside our investments.
Right. And just to follow up on that, because and again, right, there's a conversation also about the future and what the needs are, and what change is, or what maybe not change is not the right word, but then further, how will this develop further? And then is there a role for development institutions, take the IFC, later in the finance value chain? So, for example, we'll talk about exits, but I mean, exits are far and few. Can the IFC play a role in secondaries? Could the IFC take LP stakes? Could they catalyze liquidity? Could they prioritize catalyzing liquidity over returns? Could they kind of help kickstart that? Is that a conversation you're having?
These are conversations that are happening right now. So we're working with different organizations out there on how do we build out the secondary market, both for direct investments as well as for LP stakes.
Right.
It's top of mind to figure out how do we balance our impact with our financial returns, just like everybody else in the room here, thinking about how they can really drive the broader ecosystem. It's taking a lot of stakeholders, though, to get on the same page. And so while we talked about, Africa leapfrogs and we are always a bit faster, we're still large bureaucratic organizations. And so it might not be happening as fast as everybody wants to see, but it is top of mind. It is something our senior leadership is thinking about. And what's even more exciting now than ever is I'm seeing more of the DFIs coming together, and even the the impact-minded commercial investors coming to the table to help us brainstorm and finding these solutions. Remember, it's our ultimate goal that we're not here in the future. We don't want to be here forever. We want everyone to graduate from us and we go on to other markets where we can add value. So it is something we're working on. It just might not happen on the timelines of as fast as the broader venture players are thinking.
Right. Okay. Maybe to go back to the founder and the point that Cola raised about capital efficiency, what the priority should be for the founders that you look at. But maybe Tosin on your side, right? So do you feel the conversation has changed, and has that changed the way that you assess a company before you invest? Has it changed the way in how you measure performance, what you get excited about? Is profitability versus growth, has that tipped in a certain, is it?
Yeah, no, very good question. I think definitely it has changed, but it didn't just change. I think this course correction pretty much started like 2 years ago maybe. And right now we look for quality over growth, to be honest. We look for fundamentals that signal inevitability. As an early stage fund, we invest in founders. And for us, the most important thing is a strong team. But beyond a strong team, I want a transparent team.
Right.
I want an honest team. I want a team that can keep to their word. That's important to me.
Yep.
And also, the other things like the problem you're solving, the solution, efficient acquisition. I think that's also huge as well. Most times acquisition is expensive and founders don't think about how to reduce that cost as they scale. These are things that they need to think about and also margins too. You have to be margin conscious as an early stage founder.
Right. And maybe the same question for you, Andrea. So obviously you've invested in African companies for 20 odd years. You're now investing in global companies, European companies?
European.
Has your lens changed? Do you look for other things? Is there an African lens and a rest of the world lens before investing?
The fundamentals are the same. The fundamentals are the same. The ecosystem is slightly different. The way that funding rounds are being done are different. Not necessarily better, but definitely different. I think when it comes to, there was this very interesting slide that we saw earlier about how long the funding rounds are now. And I think that is just one thing. If an entrepreneur comes to me and says, I need amount X, and I mean, talking about Europe as well as here in Africa, I need amount X because I will kind of go and raise my next round in 18 months and I don't want to dilute that much, therefore, I mean, all those great, fantastic things. Right. I think one of the things that I need to nowadays look at is, well, assume you actually need the average size it takes nowadays to get it. Do you actually have the business model or the funding? Like, can you last that long? Because otherwise we'll get to the next, we'll get to the down round, we get to all those other kind of beautiful little bridge rounds that just, and I think the reality of, let's follow the Silicon Valley kind of, in 18 months I do this, at that kind of uptake and so on and so on and so on. I think that's no longer really valid, and as an investor, I need to kind of go and make sure that I factor the reality kind of into it. And quite a few entrepreneurs don't like that.
Right. So, Christophe, I have a red light signing in that we're over time. We still have time, right?
It's actually very distracting.
Anyone?
It's
Christophe,
in my eyes.
I have a red light that we are over time. We still have a bit of time, right? Help me out here. We still have time? Okay, good. Let me know.
Yeah, we should.
Okay.
We should. We take.
Huh?
We just take time.
We take the time. We take it. Very good. So listen, back to Europe. Are your investors you work with today, do they look at Africa at all? Does Europe look at Africa today?
So it's a very interesting point. On the one hand, I see a lot of statistics, and Africa doesn't feature. It just doesn't come up.
Right.
Then, on the other hand, I attended a Africa Investor Summit last week, where there were 40 investors. They were all interested in Africa.
Right.
And what they did is they asked exactly the same question. The first question was, when you think about Africa, which word comes to mind? And Africa, opportunity. And it was so interesting to see how the people were struggling. Then the next question came, well, what should be the finance mechanisms for Africa?
Right.
And people couldn't answer this.
Right.
And the next thing was like, so I think that's my big thing is people believe in the opportunity. They believe that there is something,
Right.
but they can't define something.
Right.
Because they say, well, it's different whether it's impact or not, country, this, that, all those kind of things. And I think that is at the moment that there is a coalition of the willing.
Right.
There is a coalition of those who want to, but quite a few don't know how. And I think that is something that Africa needs to fix.
But maybe we can fix it right now. Kola, like, not in one word, but I mean, why do you do what you do? Why are you excited about this? You could do anything you want. You could be the president of Nigeria, but no, you chose venture capital. Why?
Well, because I guess I'll say why I started. One is, it was obvious to me that there were many things to fix on this continent. And if I was going to be here, I wanted to be a part of fixing it. Moving on from that is, I probably would have given up if there hadn't been any performance, to be terribly honest. Because you can only hit your head against the wall for so long. And I think that I share my personal experience to encourage the room that we are making progress. There was a time when success for us at Ventures Platform was a company being accepted into Y Combinator. Like literally we'll stay up till 2 a.m. for the news. And we'll throw a virtual party when the acceptance email came in. Now, even before YC stopped prioritizing Africa, we stopped prioritizing applications to YC. And we can do that because, as Maxine showed, you no longer have the missing middle. You've got funds like us and Briga, thanks to the support of DFIs like IFC, who are catalyzing the ecosystem. So we have made progress. I also gain encouragement when I look at markets like India, for instance. The share of, and Amanda can speak to this, the share of DFI investments in Indian VC firms, I believe, has shrunk over time. Because, like she's put it, private capital, the market is being de-risked and they're achieving their results of catalyzing the ecosystem. So I think we need to make haste slowly as an ecosystem. Nothing needs fixing. It just needs broadening. That's my take.
Right.
Yeah.
We need to take haste slowly. I'm gonna. Okay.
That's a very Nigerian.
No. I'm.
Rush small.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. So we are gonna slowly sort of wrap up the session. So just to sort of dive deeper into what Kola just said, right? Kind of that, positive with a sense of realism. So what are some concrete things that you would like to see? What do you like to see happen over the next years?
I have my answer. Oh.
There we go. Amanda, please.
I want to chime in on that.
Well, Kola already said it earlier. Returns.
Returns.
I mean, the more DPI there is, it sells the story.
Right. So as an ecosystem, as we should make sure that efforts are geared towards allowing those returns to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Andrea? Yep.
I can go.
Hussein?
I would like to see reforms around local capital,
Right.
especially around pensions,
Yeah.
institutions, and insurers.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can you take it a bit further? Can you make it a bit
Yeah,
more?
so like reform.
Is it policy? Is it regulation? Is it
policy,
education?
education, just bringing them into the conversations,
Right.
especially the pension guys. They're never in the conversation.
Right.
And they're sitting on billions, trillions of dollars
Right.
globally. And
Right.
so, especially on the African continent.
Right.
So we need to bring them in.
Right. Christophe, next year we'd like to have more pension people on stage. Where's Christophe? Okay.
I would like to see, and it might be controversial, but I would like to see more focus.
Right.
I mean, we tell every entrepreneur, you know what, yes, you can do A, B, C, D, and E, but you know what, focus.
Right.
I would love to kind of go and next year kind of sit there and saying, Africa is for the next 2-3 years focusing on the following 3 sectors, whichever, and we are going to show DPI, we are going to come up with showing success in those 3. Because I think Africa is far too diversified, and it makes it quite often difficult to grasp.
Right.
So I personally believe that that would be a good next step.
Wonderful. Kola, last words, final words for you.
Yeah, it's great that we have secondaries, and secondaries are important, particularly for early stage funds who can build an entire business model on the back of secondaries. However, I'm worried about constipation in the market. Because if you have all those secondaries and you don't have large primary exits or IPOs or strategics, the market gets constipated. And that's never fun. And so this is why some of the ideas we've spoken about today are important, because ultimately these companies we're building have to be acquired. The customers that we're building them for have to buy the companies so that we can keep it going.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to try and summarize this. Early not broken. Some key takeaways, and this is important, right? These are 4 of the most relevant people in the African VC ecosystem. I'm still counting you, Andrea. So, and they're telling us, early not broken. Yes, exits. Yes, different instruments, if you will. Local capital, pension. And we move slowly with haste. Hastily with slow. Okay. Thank you so much for being with us this morning, and please join me in thanking the panel members. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David and the panel. Very insightful. Thank you. All right, coming up, we're going to have our AI and deep tech pitches. It's going to be really cool. By the way, has anybody seen the clicker? The clicker has gone AWOL. Is it over here? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Don't go too far. I'm going to ask you for money later. Okay, so as you can see, our AI and deep tech pitches coming up. Phonotech, CureRoot. What's going to happen is each of these businesses have 3 minutes to pitch, and there'll be 2 minutes of Q&A. Oops. Okay, we'll sort that out. So 3 minutes to pitch, 2 minutes of Q&A, and then I'm going to introduce you to our judges. We've given some comfy chairs for these judges here so that they could score very nicely. There we go. Scott Young, Alyun, and Oluwatoyin. That is a cool name. I like it. All right, so I'm going to ask the judges to please join us on stage, please. Scott, where are you? Are you around? There we go. Let's make some noise for these judges as well. And especially if you're with one of the businesses that the judges are going to judge, I would really clap really hard. So Scott will be joining us. Abdu. I see they've given you a name change. Abdu, if you can join us on stage. No, don't worry, man. It's a fluid society. We do things the way they need to happen. And of course, Oluwatoyin. Is Oluwatoyin around? Okay, you guys can sit over there so long. Would you like whiskey, water, anything to keep you comfortable? Some whiskey, yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. You're very quiet. Water. I'll get you some water. All right, cool. So we're just going to wait for, is everybody ready to go? I've got the clicker over here. I'm going to hand you the clicker, and then you can work your magic. So the first business, ladies and gentlemen, rapturous applause for Phonotech.
Thank you so much.
What a pleasure. You've got 3 minutes to pitch. Judges, 2 minutes Q&A. Thank you. But before we do that, You can't go yet. We first need to do something to introduce you. And hit it.
No, I don't think there's a video.
Don't they have videos?
Yeah, yeah.
They've taken the videos up. Oh, my word. Right, go for it.
Let's go. Hi, everyone. The business is called Phonetic. If you are hearing impaired, deaf, you're hearing impaired, and you want to be able to consume video content, the issue you're having is you have to listen with your eyes. And if you are visually impaired, you have to watch with your ears. These are accessibility assets, and they fill in the missing sense for you to be able to understand. Without them, as a company or a brand, you are excluding 2.2 billion people from your communication and from your story. 24% of your staff, 24% of your target market, and 24% of your audience. By law, everyone has to make these assets, but most people do not know how to do it consistently within their workflow and at scale. Currently, it's a very long process, it's very expensive, and it's manual. Worldwide, there's adoption of regulation, penalties, and ticking clocks for deadlines for companies to comply. The addressable market is huge, the scale is enormous, and the pressure is immense. Something's got to give. Companies need solutions. Phonetic.ai is an AI platform that leverages AI technology to make content more human. It creates connection. It enables that everyone is part of the conversation and everyone has access to the whole story. We make accessibility assets accessible to brands because the reality is that subtitles and transcriptions are simply not good enough. They don't fill in the missing sense. They don't tell the whole story. Our platform is automated, it's scalable, and it's instant. It's an enterprise browser-based dashboard and API. We are able to take and process your video within your workflow and within your storage. What happens then is our Sonic engine considers the metadata, it considers the context, it detects, it describes, and it delivers the collateral assets to accompany the video further downstream, whether it's on your website, in your app, or on a media platform, further downstream. One might say that cloud and AI was born for this moment exactly, if you look at this slide. And with a ticking clock of regulation, the timing couldn't be more perfect. We are inviting participation in our go-to-market phase. We've got 4 complementary products with subscription and transactional models. Our target market is audiovisual content. That's what the regulations are saying, all audiovisual content across multiple regions, multiple languages, and multiple industries. The 3 media tech founders have been in the trenches. We've tried to make these assets manually. We've felt the pain. We've looked for solutions online. And within that pain, we've also had the privilege of creating assets.
Let's hear it for Phonetic.
Oh, my God.
We don't... 3 minutes is 3 minutes, dude. Maybe I should have given you another 10 seconds. I've been on radio for 30 years, and I can't say phonetic.
Yes, you can't.
Phonetic, hey? Like phonetic. How's it? My bed isn't infested right now. It's not phonetic. Judges, 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Let me give you my microphone. This will make things so much more interesting.
Thanks. Yeah, it would be lovely to see a video demo to see exactly the product, but in absence of that, can you just talk us through kind of who your client, kind of market is, what clients you're focusing on now, and is there some traction that you can also talk around?
Yeah, so we're inviting for go-to-market stage. Obviously, coming from a broadcast media and streaming background, we will go for the media sales and the distributors and the broadcasters, AVOD platforms. Because actually the use case was Mnet asking me to make 500 hours of hearing impaired subtitles to monetize in America, and they couldn't do it because the hearing and subtitles weren't present. And trying to automate that process, automate the downstream QC and the acceptance of that content. So we will definitely, as founders, go for what we know in that industry, but this is for all audiovisual content, whether it's training, health and safety, internal communications to your staff, or commercials. The regulation in the EU that's just been passed says all audiovisual content created. So basically all video first. So we're launching in February 2026. Yeah.
Yeah, I have maybe one question about, two questions. First one about your team and your internal tech capabilities, and where do you stand in terms of product development? And then second question about your commercial ability to sell in those markets. You talked about the EU, the US. What's your reach out there, and what's your strategy to reach these markets?
Yes, so I mean, part of the invitation to participate would be unlocking some of those. I come from media sales. I used to go to Cannes and sell to media companies content and find content, so that would be a natural progression. The team is 3 companies: broadcast media, a sound specialist that does final mix and finals, and audio and music, and an AI development and agency company. We're also dealing with AWS with Silicon Overdrive at this stage for further development. And then the go-to-market would obviously be relationships outside of that media industry for us to unlock those industries as well.
Thanks for that. And I'm very interested in this market, which is very large. Typically, large markets attract a lot of competition. So if you could speak a little bit to your kind of beachhead, your starting point. I understand you're going to be really fully launching in 2026. Is there anything firstly about your beachhead market in terms of geographical focus, in terms of audiences? And then linked to that, what kind of defensive moats do you feel that you'll need to build, and how?
Yes, sure. So we obviously, South Africa would be a market for us to start. I built TV channels, and they've already been keen to onboard in that space. We've built the product, by the way, so now it's just a case of launching it. The competition, I looked for help when we did it manually, and the competition is focused on either transcribing or online editing dashboards. So there isn't a pure focus niche on accessibility assets when it comes to the automation of that asset, specifically with big companies where you need to look into their storage instead of moving their IP and their media around. In terms of moats, we are an AI native product, so we are very flexible. We use various LLM but also small language models for customization. Our Sonic engine are models that we built in-house ourselves, and that's also part of the invitation for go-to-market strategy to fine-tune the accuracy of those models.
Thank you.
I've been told to cut it right there because 2 minutes, else we're going to run out of time. So thank you very much.
Thank
you to the judges. Coming up next, we've got Dunya Healthcare, and this time we do have a video.
50,000 plant species have been studied for new medicines. CureRoot is changing that. Using traditional knowledge, AI, and automation, they rapidly discover safer molecules from African plants. They've already found over 200 molecules and have 3 big pharma engagements. They're now raising $950,000 to advance to preclinical testing. Please welcome CureRoot.
Okay, CureRoot, I'm going to have a word or two. So, CureRoot, you've got 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Morning, I'm Njabulo, the co-founder and CEO of CureRoot. We are building the next generation of blockbuster drugs from African medicinal plants. We're doing it because 50% of the drugs that you either buy over the counter at a pharmacy or get prescribed by a doctor are actually derived from plants, or at least partly derived from plants. That might sound like nothing on its own, but it's in the context of there being 20,000 FDA-approved drugs out there in the market. The big gap that we see, despite plants being prevalent for drug discovery, is Africa is hugely undertapped. Like Kola actually said earlier, one of our other big resources is actually biodiversity. We're the most biodiverse continent in the world, and South Africa is actually the 3rd most biodiverse country in the world, yet there are only 2 FDA-approved drugs that come from the continent. Like, think about that 20,000 that we mentioned earlier. We're solving it by leveraging the knowledge of how these plants are used and merging that with AI and automation to streamline the process of how we can discover these new drugs. 2 quick things to hit here. With our internally developed AI models, we're actually able to increase scientists' benchtop time by 80%, which means less time planning, more time experimenting. And we're also able to use automation such as flow chemistry to basically take multi-hour chemical reactions down to a couple of minutes. Our business model is predicated on the pharma companies. They are our customers, and we can either engage with them on a contract research basis or actually develop IP that we sell and license to them. We're focused on high-value industries such as oncology and infectious disease, TB specifically, where there's also a pull from pharma to get new drugs. In terms of traction, what we actually have is over 1,500 molecules that we've got on there in our database. But the key thing that I actually want to focus on in traction is we've recently got lab studies that are in place, and we've proven that we've got molecules that are very selective for the likes of pancreatic cancer as well as TB. So these are super selective and will be, the next class of drugs that are really out there to solve some of these key conditions. Happy to share more of that with anyone that wants to learn more. We're firmly in the nature mining space. So in a long story short, we're mining nature to get access to these new molecules. And we're the only company that's doing it focused specifically on African biodiversity. And I think that's the critical thing to note here. As a founding team, we're a team of nerds. I've moved away from the science as much and more so focused on actually tech development. So the MVP was built by myself, and my co-founder is fully running our lab operations and has experience working for international pharma doing these types of experimentations. We're raising a $950,000 pre-seed round, 50% of which has already been wired and committed, and we're really keen to get any other partners, either commercial or funding-wise, that can help us be able to accelerate this. And get it to be, to the point where we can actually solve some of these global health problems using Africa's great resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got to say, you've got no future. You have no future in politics. You finished it on time. There we go.
Thank you for that. In terms of those conversations that you're having with the farmer, like where are you in those, and when do you see kind of those coming to fruition? Because I know this is a very long lead time, which can also affect, your capital.
Great. I think on the lead time, it's important to split this up into different bits. What you tend to have is you'll distinguish between preclinical and clinical. The clinical is actually the super long lead time and expensive part. That's what can take drugs, 7 to 10 years to get to market. But what the pharma companies do up front is they look for preclinical assets. So actually, where we are, before it gets to the point where you're testing things in a human, you're doing your lab studies and your mice studies, that can be a lot quicker, and they actually pay for research to be done on their behalf there. So 80% of their R&D spend at a preclinical level actually goes to startups, that are doing some of these different activities. And what they're looking for in that particular space is differentiation. And we feel we offer that differentiation by tapping into the continental biodiversity, essentially. But long story short, that's something where once you've got those contract research or even IP licensing, contracts in place, that is a 6 to 12 month kind of sales cycle to get those from where we are now. So you could say within 6 to 12 months, essentially.
I'm curious to understand a bit more about your commercialization strategy, how you will make money and how you'll price the discoveries, how you deal with the partnerships with research labs and other clinical producers.
Great. So there's a concept within the space called biobucks. What you'll essentially typically get once you've got one of those contract research or licensing agreements in place is you get an upfront payment, which kind of covers the research that you've done to get the asset ready. Those can be quite large. It can even be upwards of $50 million that you can get if they feel the asset is highly differentiated. Don't know if I can still finish the answer.
Well, I'll give you 10 seconds.
Cool. Essentially, the contracts can be quite large, and for each stage that the drug kind of goes through, there's specific funding milestones that you can also hit on there. I'd be happy to chat about it later.
Excellent. Let's hear it for KeyNotes. Ducks in a row. This time, we're definitely going to be hearing from Dunya Health. But let's have a look first.
Dunia Healthcare is changing that. The platform connects pharmacies and hospitals to multiple wholesalers with fast, reliable, affordable delivery. They've moved over $1.5 million in GMV, serve 600 plus facilities, and have delivered life-saving medicines to more than 725,000 patients, reducing roll cost by 32%. They estimate to at least 578 lives saved in just 6 months.
Put your hands together for Dunia Health.
In January 2023, a young girl named Chipego visited a rural health center in rural Zambia. Chipego was 17 years old, heavily pregnant, and sick. Despite the fact that the facility could see that she had all the signs and symptoms of malaria, they could not give her any anti-malaria drug. They had completely run out. They had ordered the medicine a month before, but it had not yet been delivered. 3 days later, Chipego and her unborn baby died. There are about 3.5 million Africans that die annually due to lack of access to medication. 3.5 million Africans like Chipego that die needlessly and senselessly because of inefficiencies in supply chain of pharmaceutical products. And over half a million of those are because of counterfeit drugs. This is a problem we're solving at Dunia Healthcare. We've built a B2B marketplace that connects retail pharmacies and health facilities to pharmaceutical wholesalers and suppliers. Through our platform, retail pharmacies and hospitals are able to order medicine from their trusted wholesalers, and we get to deliver to their doorstep. This year alone, we've moved over $1.5 million worth of medicine in GMV, with an average order value of about 446 and delivering to over 600 retail pharmacies in Zambia. We also recently signed an MOU with the Catholic Church to digitize their procurement and streamline delivery of medicine to their rural health centers. The church has over 75 mission hospitals across the country, largely in rural areas. And with them, we've been piloting a platform for them and also testing out a model for fighting, a blockchain platform for fighting counterfeit drugs. And once successful, they would like us to replicate this in Kenya and Uganda. The pilot we did this year from January has already shown staggering results, over 578 lives saved. The pharmaceutical market is a whopping $85 billion market in Africa, and in Zambia alone, it's worth over $600 million. We don't have any direct competitors currently. The closest one is M-Pharma, but they use more of a franchise model, which is completely different from what we're doing. Our revenue model consists of a commission-based as well as standard rate in terms of payments and commissions. I call our team the A-team because it's comprised of a star-studded pharmacist, a finance guru, as well as a tech wizard. We're currently raising $1 million in pre-seed funding in order to double down on our expansion. I always say healthcare is a few industry where you can actually do good and do great for yourself. Join us on this mission. Thank you.
Yo, I can see you involved in last mile delivery. Hey, you got it down to the T. Got a great algorithm going on there. So, judges, floor's yours.
Yeah, thanks very much for that presentation. Very rich and quite diverse. I'm quite curious to know, you mentioned the urban kind of customer set, the rural set. You talked about being in Zambia and scaling into Kenya and potentially other markets. As you go into these other markets, what do you think would be your kind of core differentiator? You know, where would you win, knowing the challenges to scaling, especially in something which has a significantly asset-heavy component?
Yeah. That's a fantastic question, a big one that we've actually been looking at. I think what has been good for us, which is different with all of these others, is this big contract we have with the Catholic Church, who have a footprint across Africa. So they are the ones that are even telling us to say, we need to move to Kenya, we need to move to Uganda, and that gives us a soft landing where nobody else would actually have that kind of infrastructure. And that's what we think will be the low-hanging fruit as we get into these other markets, which will allow us to expand because the infrastructure is already there.
Thank you. I'll be very short in my question because time is running. Can you tell us a bit more about your operational cost and your cost structures? What assets do you belong, especially with your logistical operations?
Yeah. So for the logistics that is outside of the urban areas, we completely outsource that, which is costing about 20% in terms of the unit economics that we have. And for the urban distribution itself, we own the three-wheelers that currently do the distribution just in the capital city. And that is just about 10% of the costing that we have. So we're having about 90% gross in the urban areas, and then about 70% gross in the rural areas.
No more questions from me.
All right.
Okay, brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
Coming up next, e-blood. Video first, and then we'll hear the presentation.
In the DRC because hospitals can't see blood stock in real time. eBlood is changing that. That platform connects hospitals, blood banks, and donors with instant stock visibility, secure payments, and fast delivery by bike or drone. They cut blood collection time from 2 hours to 2 minutes and help reduce maternal and child deaths. They're raising $25,000 to scale their impact. Please welcome to the stage, eBlood.
Cheer it for them.
Hello, everyone. I lost my mother because I couldn't find on time a blood bank. This huge loss inspired me to find a solution to this problem. 28 million persons need blood in Democratic Republic of Congo, and 20,000 die because of lack of blood. Is a pregnant in labor, anemic children, accident victims, and patients in operating room. Another problem is no existence of digital platform allow hospitals to view online the storage of blood, and the traffic jams and inaccessibility. Accessibility. Our solution is eBlood. eBlood is a mobile application, web and USSD, interconnect all hospitals, blood banks, and blood donors on digital platform, allow hospitals to view on real time the storage, buy by electronic money, and to be delivered by drone or motorbike equipped a solar cooler. Today, to this date, we are saving life of 47K life, and our current revenue is $200K, and next years, our target is $3 million, and we reduce the time of searching a blood from 2 hours to 2 minutes. Our business model is simple: deliver and commission, monthly subscription, and advertising revenues. The size of market is big in Africa, 100 million, and to DRC is 28 million, and our target is 1 million. We are funding for $950K for improvement and deploying platform, logistic and working capital, marketing, strategy partnership, and pilot tests. My name is Mike Lenvo. I'm biologist, medical, and CEO of eBlood. My team is composed by developer for food stack IT and hematologics, marketing. This is our Howard One. This is your opportunity to invest wisely, generate profit while saving life. Together with eBlood, give, save life. Thank you.
Very impressive. Judges, the floor is yours.
Thank you. In terms of, I mean, obviously delivery is super important here in your assets to get the blood to where it needs to go. So how do you secure that, and how do you make sure that that delivery works on time?
Okay. Please, I'm not speaking English very well and French, but if I understand your question, you want to know where we're taking blood.
What do you use? Are you using third party or using your own delivery assets? And how do you make sure that gets to where it needs to be on time?
Someone can help me to translate?
Est-ce que tu utilises tes propres drones et tes propres motos? C'est vous qui les achetez et qui les possédez? Ou est-ce que vous utilisez des sources externes?
Oui, nous avons nos propres motos et nous avons aussi nos propres drones parce que nous avons signé un partenariat avec H-Drone, une entreprise française qui nous a fourni des drones ainsi que nos propres motos.
They have their own assets because they have a partnership with a drone producer in France called H-Drone. And related question, can you tell us a bit more about your unit economics? Yeah, but the room needs to... Alors, en français, est-ce que tu peux nous dire un peu plus sur votre structure de coûts et comment vous générez des profits?
Ok, nous générons des profits par facturation de $5 par poche de sang commandée. Et à part ça, nous avons aussi sur l'application un espace publicitaire et nous vendons aussi la glacière. Et nous faisons aussi la location des glacières. Et puis l'utilisation de l'application auprès des banques de sang. Il y a aussi la version premium basique qui nous permet de générer des revenus. À part ça, nous avons aussi des subventions auprès de l'État qui nous permet aussi d'être financés dans ce sens-là.
So the pricing strategy is a mix of different assets that they sell, going from the blood to the containers and to other specific parts. And they also rely on subsidies from government and some revenues that come from the app that is used by the blood banks in the country.
You mentioned Zipline and some other competition. Is that correct? Vous avez mentionné Zipline et les autres concurrents dans le marché, c'est juste?
Oui, nous avons mentionné Zipline ainsi que Life Bank de Nigeria. Mais notre approche est différente et c'est vraiment compétitif parce que Zipline n'a pas la technologie que nous avons proposée. Par exemple, la glacière solaire connectée, c'est une innovation qui permet non seulement de transporter des poches de sang, même des vaccins, des échantillons de laboratoire ainsi que des médicaments. Donc c'est une solution qui est vraiment adaptée non seulement dans la zone rurale, non seulement la zone urbaine, ainsi qu'aux zones rurales. Parce que nous avons remarqué un sérieux problème au niveau des zones rurales. Les problèmes d'électricité font que les échantillons, voire même des poches de sang, se détériorent avant même d'arriver chez le patient.
I'm not a professional interpreter, but I could tell you enough that Zipline doesn't have the same technology, particularly not from an urban and a rural perspective. But that's a very brief, redacted version. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, judges. E-Blood, thank you very much. I got to tell you, French, I love French. I said if my next wife, not that anybody would want to marry me, has to be French. Because even when she shouts at me, it sounds like she's asking me to go on a date. Anyway, let's move on to Luca Research.
To get reliable consumer insight. Luca Research is changing that. They run research in 20 plus countries with 500,000 respondents and 400 surveys. Now they are building a SaaS platform with instant insights, local language AI interviews, and fast, accurate data. They are raising $500,000 to scale the data hub and AI moderator. Please welcome to the stage Luca Research.
Hi, I'm going to start with a question. Have you ever needed data on Africa and had a hard time finding it? If the answer is yes, that's because the data doesn't exist or it's practically outdated. This gap that we have on the market is the reason why we created Luca Research. My name is Serine Fall from Senegal, and I'm telling you a bit more about our story. So it all started with a failed app for street vendors and an FMCG with a low budget that wanted to collect a lot of data. So while doing that project, we discovered that research is expensive and lengthy. It's hard to reach the average African consumer, and finding researchers is a tedious task. That's why we built our market research platform that provides instant consumer insights to help businesses make data-backed decisions, and also at an affordable cost using offline and online methodologies. So essentially, we're combining our digital technology with our network of humans to be able to recruit participants for qualitative research, but also collect quantitative data. So we're a business, we're proving execution and sustainable revenue, using pay-as-you-go and long-term contracts to get an average revenue of $5,000 per customer, averaging 32% year-on-year growth, and reaching full profitability in 2024, working with global and local leaders across 20 markets. The opportunity is huge, 3.1 billion as a total target market, but we're gonna pretty much focus on scale-ups, agencies, and corporates in East and West Africa as our entry point. So our unique advantage is that research firms require big budgets. Research tools are cost efficient, but you can't reach all the consumers. So for us, it's an infrastructure for cross-border operations that's seamless, but also high quality research, especially in local languages. So why now? Companies don't have enough money. They want to conduct efficient research, and AI allows us to get faster insights, but also at the same time, verified for authenticity. So now we're adding scalable solutions. With the Data Hub, which is your Statista for Africa, essentially instant, reliable market intelligence with the AI that turns raw stats into simple, actionable answers, but also tailored advice. And then we have our AI moderator that gives you the scale of a survey with the depth of a human interview, especially with human-like conversations across African languages, but also automation of analysis and synthesis. So the path to scalable success, of course, is adding the AI moderator in the Data Hub so that we can increase our retention and also the average revenue per customer. And the team driving the future of African insights, we have combined 20+ years of experience working in research and product innovation across Africa. So the funding opportunity. We're raising $500,000 to complete the AI moderator, automate our key workflows, but also acquire the first 50 enterprise customers using the Data Hub and the AI moderator combined with the survey and panel services that we already have. So essentially, what we're doing at Luca, we're not just collecting data, we're building the infrastructure to allow the companies of today to build the Africa of tomorrow. Thank you.
Well done, judges. Floor's yours.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, we've been in touch very recently because I was trying to have to do some research and to do some interviews, but that's another story.
Yeah.
So you need, in order for your product and your solution to be efficient for international customers, you need to be able to extend considerably your reach towards potential interviewees and your data collection points.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you stand on that aspect? And what's your plan to scale it across 54 countries on the continent? And linked to that, what's your main differentiation point with your competitors?
Yeah, so in terms of that, we essentially have remote operations that allow us to scale quite quickly. So the biggest amount of surveys that we've done projects with 12,000 surveys across 12 countries. So we already have that same infrastructure that we use for all of our projects, using either the surveyors and or the panel respondents. And in terms of our main differentiation is the fact that we have the human network that allows us to do online and offline, but at the same pace. And in that sense, we're able to reach the full spectrum of consumers, but also by leveraging AI, it makes it that we can now even add an added layer to help customers who don't even have the resources to do the analysis to now get the insights quite easily.
Thanks. I want to just double down on that in terms of your differentiation, because there's a lot of players in this market, and I've seen quite a few over the last couple of years, but some of the bigger players have quite deep wallets and are obviously leveraging AI. So I just want to kind of get an understanding again of what would differentiate you from those.
So essentially, the big players, the problem that they have is the way they operate has a high cost. So for example, when they want to get into like the peri-urban, the rural areas, they're actually unable to do it. And we've talked with a couple of them who told us the same thing. And for us, the way we operate is that we're able to get into those areas with having a standardized cost when it comes to collecting surveys or recruiting participants, which makes it such that when we want to get into those areas, it's the same cost for us compared to them where they would have to have a higher cost. And that's where we're able to actually beat them on that market. So for the underserved markets where people are not usually able to get the data that they need.
Okay. Thank you very much. Luca, thank you so much. All right, your next venture. By the way, before we continue, everybody gets 3 minutes. The final venture is going to get 5. Why? Because we like being unfair. No, I'm joking. It's a Series A, so we're going to give it a little bit more time, okay? 2 more minutes, just in case you throw your hands up in the air and you want to throw pens at me. But please, let's have a look at Kidole, and then you'll hear from them.
Renting billboards in Africa is expensive and slow. Kidole is changing that. Their platform lets media owners manage inventory and advertisers book, track, and measure campaigns in real time. They've mapped over 2,000 billboards and onboarded 8 agencies. They're now raising $300,000 to scale across Africa. Please welcome to the stage, Kidole.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Edem, founder of Kidole. This is the amount of money that is spent every year in the advertisement space in Africa. Keep that in mind. Renting a billboard in Africa is a huge headache for companies looking to advertise. This is one of the last industries that is not digitized in Africa. So basically today you spend days trying to find the billboard owners, and once you find those billboards, you have to go through those PDF files and actually look for the locations on Google Maps. Then when you decide the billboard you want to choose, you run your campaign without any ROI information, no data collected. So this is where Kidole comes. We are the platform where you can find, book, and manage your campaigns. While having a map of the billboard, a campaign manager, a CRM system, you can have reports on how well your campaign has performed. You have online payments and so more. So we cannot talk about this without talking about the market. Let's not talk about the market in a money way. Let's talk about it as African. Today we have 84 cities that has over 1 million people. We're spending those 15 billion there. In the next 10 to 25 years, that number of cities is going to double. So it's going to double the number of assets available on the African market. So we've been able to test this platform with a couple of key players, such as Avas, MyCom, DDP in Ghana, Global Outdoor in Côte d'Ivoire, and one player in Mozambique. This confirms our theory. Everybody wanted our platform just to streamline their processes and work fast. So why now? Because we need to exploit this massive market inefficiency. We need to be the first to move and automate this market. We need to solve this transparency crisis because advertisers don't want to put money where they cannot measure how the money is transforming their business. We need to tap in this growing market. Remember, the African cities are growing fast, and we need to dominate the market before the players in the US and Europe comes. So our unique edge is we've tokenized a system. We can integrate ERP system, and we have real-time data. So we get money from commission, subscription, monthly basis, and we sell those tokens to measure the data. Our team is Verus, myself, my CTO, and our PhD, Nikwe, who's working on the next phase on real data measurement, which is computer vision measurement and learning how people are reacting to those billboards, reading their emotions. So we're looking to raise $300,000 in pre-seed for HR operation, marketing and sales, and develop our AI computer vision system. So join us. Let's bridge visibility gap in Africa.
Thank you very much for that, judges.
Just on the revenue model, you take a subscription. Is that from the asset? Who's that from?
Okay, so we have 2 clients. 3, the third is collateral. So agencies that will help you communicate. It's Avas, it's Macan. And the others are the media owner, the one who owns the billboard. So they use our platform as their ERP system where they can manage the assets and have each billboard is occupied, they have it in real time. So they use it as an ERP system. And the agencies, they want to book fast. They want to take decisions fast. So the platform is powered with an AI that will help them basically choose the best assets for the right zone for their campaign. So they are both paying. Now, the agencies didn't want us to put the advertisers, so we are going to make them pay additional fee to connect the advertisers so they can have the data.
Okay. And then secondly, just how are you calculating those returns?
So today we're using Google data. So we have the location of the billboards. We scrap data from Google, and then our algorithm calculates approximately how many people has viewed your billboard, how much time they spent in that area. That's the first phase. The second phase is the computer vision, that we're currently building a device that will actually have a camera and count the number of people and analyze their behavior in front of the billboard.
Okay, thanks.
One question: how fragmented is the media, the segment of billboard owners in the African continent, and how do you target those? And second question: I didn't understand fully the token aspect of your business.
So I'm not quite sure I understand the fragmentation, but basically you have two types of markets: hyper-regulated market and non-regulated market. Côte d'Ivoire is a hyper-regulated market where an asset has to be at a certain distance from another. So it's easy to go to that market and talk to people because they will connect you with others. Tokenization.
You can finish the sentence.
Okay, thank you. The tokens, basically today, to measure the audience on one billboard, you have to send a request on the platform to get the information. So we sell one token per billboard per day. That means if there's a campaign of 300 billboards a month, that's 300 tokens a day multiplied by 30 days.
That was 3 sentences, but that's cool. Let's hear it for them. Thank you. Coming up next, the first time I saw this young man, he moved to the Republic of Cape Town. Not sure about, what he wants to do, or well, he knew what he wants to do, but he was trying to figure out the ecosystem. And today, he is known as Mr. Forbes. But that's not the name of his business. They only call him Mr. Forbes because he made the list in Africa. Correct. Please put your hands together, and he's not going on right now. We'll watch the video, but Frontier up next. Well, then you might as well go.
Hey guys, my name is Wisani Hlangwani and I'm the co-founder of Frontier. So currently Frontier is the operating system for B2B growth. So most products die because founders guess at growth, right? So people just think growth is a side effect of something, but it's not. Like, you have to be super intentional. So we automated the strategist, right, to actually help these founders move fast to get to the growth gaps that they might need, right? So the product we've built is called Forge, right? So Forge diagnoses, the problems and actually opens up the gaps and gives recommendations to, said founder for them to actually see what to do next. So now our solution is a whole integrated platform that essentially helps founders have, the growth at the palm of their hands, right? So the Frontier operating system is a set of 3 products, right? It's the GTM validator, which is Forge. And then it's a dashboard to actually open up, these founders or whatever, right, to actually see and track their growth trajectory. And then, we embed the correct skilled talent to actually execute, this solution. Our advantage is that, currently consultants, just come in and then they tell you a bunch of stuff of which they can't actually, do, right? But how we win is, we have traction and growth because we are actually executors, right? We get paid for results, nothing else. So our business model is, talent subscriptions, right? So now when companies come to us, we just plug into their operations and not place people or recruit people for them. We just feed them the people and then we go. And then business retainer, and then we get a percentage from the upside once we, reach a certain value. Traction, Ayoba, MTN, right, and food from Germany. And then our core metrics is we have a low CAC, our current demo out is 7K, CLTV over 10K. The market opportunity is super huge, 556 billion over time. And our go-to is that like we've partnered with, a bunch of like the UCT, GSB, UJ, and a bunch like within code actually to source the best talent, and then like we, pump. Core team is myself, co-founder, and my brother who's the CTO, and we have ops, a blockchain dev, and CFO, marketing lead. Our milestones, we made Google for Startups, I made Forbes, and a bunch of stuff I don't know you can see. And right, so for the next 6 months, right, like we're planning to, hit up like Europe, I'm going to Davos next year to actually like go to market and see like what play we can make. And our ask is just 500K to actually take over the world for now. Thank you.
Judges.
Thanks for that presentation. I'm quite curious to know a little bit more about this piece on most companies die because of growth. I mean, I've always thought a lot of companies die because of the lack of market need. And I want to quiz you on the market's ability to pay. So who would be your core customer? And could you comment on how willing and able they are to pay such that you can really grow and scale your business?
Okay, perfect. So our like customer, like the best customer we have, right, is a company that has achieved, like they have went from 0 to 1, right? So now they're at a critical point to go to the next step. They've made some traction, they have some cash, and now they need to figure something out, right? So I mean, for instance, like with Ayoba, they needed to figure out how to sell, the platform to like SMEs. We were the answer because we're on the ground, we know a bunch of stuff, and then we help them achieve that goal, right? This company in Germany, like they want to come to South Africa, they need a marketing unit, right? So like we actually built the marketing unit, we manage the marketing unit to feed the results to them, and then they scaled like super, right? So in most cases, as companies that have money and know what they're doing, but now they just need to actually make more money and grow bigger.
I leave the question to my co-judge because I'm a researcher and strategy consultant myself, so, so let him ask the questions.
Okay. In terms of your product, you're talking about business performance. Is there also integration into like people performance and founder performance and how to help founders, and is that something that's on your kind of roadmap?
Yeah, well, for now, like we haven't thought about that, but I mean, as and when it pops up, because like we love listening to the market, right? So the market guides our growth and stuff, right? So if we see that gap and then there's a chance to make a buck from it, and then it helps the ecosystem for sure.
Yeah, maybe just automation is tempting always, but how do you avoid standardization?
Okay, just finish the question, and then you can finish the sentence.
It was just like automation is always tempting in providing advice to businesses, but how do you avoid standardization, and how do you avoid, like, how do you make sure that your advice is very tailored to each specific case?
So yeah, because like it's super custom, right? So we just make sure that once the business understands what they need, we make sure that our talent like gets it based on the clarity provided by the company, and then we just give our people like simulations to actually see if they can perform it at scale, and then we make the match.
Okay, thank you very much. Frontier, let's hear it for Frontier. Thank you, judges. As I said, we've got 5 minutes. We're only giving 5 minutes because she asked very nicely. No, just kidding. 5 minutes because this is a Series A ask. There is no video. We're going to get right into business. So please put your hands together, and I mean together, because it sounds like some of you are clapping on your knee. So put your hands together for Palm AI.
Hi everyone, I'm Hela Atmani. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Palm AI. I would start with a moment where I was born and grew up in Tunisia, and I landed in France when I was 20 with one suitcase and unlimited drive, but a simple truth. The truth that nobody would come to save me, and that the only thing that could save and change my life were my skills. So skills became my passport. They built my career at EY, where I created a multi-million business unit in 24 months. They powered my first business and my first exit, and they led me to this question that changed everything. If skills can transform one life mine, what if we could make that power accessible to millions? And then I started to look inside companies, and the brutal truth is the following, is that the war for talent is real, and that today people are leaving companies because companies don't know even what they are capable of. And think about all those times where you felt that HR is useless, not because HR people lack of talent, but because they are trapped between spreadsheets, outdated and fragmented HR tools. And actually, the result of that is really, really shocking. 1 in 3 employees plans to leave within the next 12 months. 77% of companies have zero visibility on their workforce skills. And the average cost of losing a high performer is around $100,000. So it's not anymore an HR risk, it's a business survival matter. So with my co-founder Mark, a nerd in AI and tech, we built the first AI native operating system for talent management. So companies can build, grow, and retain the people who create the value. What makes us different? First one is our AI skill genome flywheel that is capable to map all workforce skills, even starting from zero. And everyday intelligence gets smarter. This intelligence loop, our competitors cannot replicate, actually. Second one is our end-to-end operating system for talent management. AI is capable to do skills mapping, performance assessment, internal mobility, but also personalized career path options for every talent inside company. And these, while our competitors solve one piece, we are unlocking the full talent engine. And the last but not least is that every euro invested in Palm returns 6 to 10 euros for our customers. Today, our customers report a drop in retention by 20%. They save millions of euros in hiring costs, internal mobility, attrition costs, but also they save hundreds of days every year for every HR business partner. We just launched Palm over 2 years ago, and today we are serving plus 30 customers. We deployed Palm in 12 countries, such as Total Energies, KPMG, Foyer, Diaminter. And actually, we are playing in a large and big market, a 10 billion market ready for reinvention with a simple, scalable SaaS business model. We are 12 Palmers across Paris and Tunis, and we are just getting started. By 2035, Palm becomes the intelligence backbone for every organization. We turn skills into the currency of every opportunity. And actually, several years ago, I landed in France with my suitcase. This is the first of my story, and we'll end up with this. And today, we are building the platform that will make HR cool, effective, and unstoppable, but also that will unlock millions of journeys across Europe and Africa. So if you want to join our journey, please reach out. I'm Hela, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Hela. Judges. If we can just remove the clock as well, because it's just going to make a noise in between. So judges, you can ask your questions.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. I think you touched on something which resonates with probably quite a few people in terms of the diaspora journey or working between Africa and other markets, and I understand they're your core markets. I wanted to really focus on the pain point a little bit. If as I maybe correctly or incorrectly believe, you're looking at Africa and Europe as markets, key markets. How would you compare the different pain felt from a kind of skills, etc. optic?
Actually, it's a very, very good question. And to answer it, I would just come back to the few slides, and 2 slides mainly. The first one is that the war for talent is real, and I would add that it's universal. It's everywhere. And today companies are competing in the global world, I would say. Workforce is completely fragmented. We work with talents that are based in Europe, that are based in Africa. We worked with some that was based in US and Asia, whatever. And actually, this is the reality of all companies, wherever they are in the world. And second is that the figures that you are seeing here on the screen, actually, they are universal. They are related to companies that are based in Africa, and we see and we know that our talents, African talents, are looking for better opportunities. So if we can help them and retain them with better opportunities in the continent, it would be just amazing for them, for companies, but also for our continent. Does that answer your question?
So we're talking about AI, about talent retention. You didn't mention anything about talent upskilling. Is that in your product development roadmap?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for this question. Actually, yes. What we do with Palm is that we are capable to map the skills required on the job, the skills acquired by the talents, and we identify the skills gaps so that we can suggest the best and the personalized upskilling and reskilling strategies, even for companies, so that they can align their business requirement with the skills of their workforce.
Okay, I mean, I know the clock's gone, but you can ask a question. We've gave 5 minutes for the presentation. We're going to give more for the questions.
Thank you, Keynote. In terms of, could you maybe just touch on, kind of the competitive landscape, as well as, I don't think you touched on, your pricing strategy and how you charge.
Well, in terms of competition, actually, very briefly, because we can take hours speaking about the HR market, but actually there are HRIS tools, generalist one, doing a lot of things, but not very expert in terms of talent management, such as Oracle or Workday or even Cornerstone. We are not competing with those because we are not providing HR admin or payroll or whatever. We are really best of breed and focusing on talent management operating system. Second one is that based on our AI native, we are not adding AI on the top. We design all the platform using AI from day one. And what does it mean in terms of impact? It means that we are today enabling our customers to do more with less and to do more faster. What does it mean? Today, we are the unique platform that is capable to create the foundation of a talent management strategy, meaning the job, the skills, and the learning and upskilling strategies in days, knowing that previously organizations were asking a consultant to do it, and it takes in general between 6 to 9 months. So we are saving 90% of the time and saving 70% of the costs. Other ROI that our customers are noticing is that we are capable typically to predict risk of departure and to work closely with HR teams and to recommend to them to work on retention strategies so that retention rate drops typically. And one of our major differentiation is that we are providing measurable ROI for customers. We are not a system of record, such as HR legacy systems. We are a system of intelligence embedded in their HR rituals, one-to-one meetings, HR needs, HR strategies. And regarding the business model, it's a SaaS business model based on the number of employees inside the company. It's annual commitment and deployment through HR teams, managers, and talents. And in general, our customers contract with us for 2 to 4 years annual engagement.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for Palm AI. And let's thank our judges as well. Thank you so much for your time today. They'll be fighting with each other, wrestling, figuring out who does what. We're going to give them some whiskeys while they do that. You guys are good. How was that? Your water. They haven't brought you water yet. I told you if you asked for whiskey, you'd have gotten that first. But I'll sort your water out. You guys, how was it? Sir? How was that?
Well, you could tell me, but I enjoyed the process. Yeah.
And you?
It was brilliant.
Okay, great. I'll get the waters going. We'll be serving lunch pretty soon, as soon as the Venture Studio discussions conclude in the next few minutes. But you can walk around, check out the latest in the Venture Studio space. Lots of interesting things happening there, and then lunch will be served once that is done. Thank you.
Azuna leta boy paka. I don't ever get like a liteka. Body busa, body busa. God isn't dead, he gon' see all of my call and answer. I ain't no rude boy, I ain't no gangster. Kill all my pride and kill all my anger. I am your ferry and you're my anchor. Pray me out, pray me out. Only God can save me now. When violence won't take me out. It's okay, my God is heavy. Heavy, heavy. Jehovah Shammah, my anchor. Heavy, heavy, heavy. You hold me down when it's slander. Heavy, heavy. No matter what they do to you, it's okay, my God is heavy, heavy. He's so heavy. Heavy, heavy. No matter what they do to you, the weapons can't get through to you. All because your body. My God is a wonder. Who I stand under to understand. Show me the plan inside your hand. Even when the world is in despair, Jesus won't lead me to higher ground. Jesus won't lead me. I've already died. I've already died. I'm a living sacrifice. My God isn't dead. He gon' see all of my call and answer. I ain't no rude boy. I ain't no gangster. Kill all my pride and kill all my anger. I am your ferry and you're my anchor. Pray me out. Pray me out. Only God can save me now. When violence won't take me out. It's okay, my God is heavy. Heavy, heavy. Jehovah Shammah, my anchor. Heavy, heavy, heavy. You hold me down when it's slander. No matter what they do to you, it's okay, my God is heavy, heavy, heavy. He's so heavy, 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 heavy. No matter what they do to you, the weapons can't get through to you. All because your body heavy, 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 heavy. Take my mind to another place. When the sun down, show me where. Ways to follow attention, ways to unknown dimensions. Watch you move like that. Watch you move like that. Got me spinning around the sun. I can't choose my past. But I can choose you next. I don't wanna let you down. Oh, baby, come ride with me. Slide when we get high with me. I love when you roll with me. Talk to there's no lies. This ain't no love song. If far from confessions, I feel your intention and you by my side. Take my mind to another place. I feel your thunder, I feel your rain on my skin. When the sun down, show me ways. Ways to follow intention, ways to unknown dimensions. Take my mind to another place. I feel your thunder, I feel your rain on my skin. When the sun down, show me ways. Ways to follow intention, ways to unknown dimensions. Baby, why you move? Baby, why you move like that? Baby, how you do it like that? I just need you right here. Maybe it's the moonlight, yeah. Do it right, yeah. I can't see the skies falling, but we don't talk a lot. Free love is calm. Whatever you got, I want some. Baby, how you move? Baby, how you move like that? Losing my cool right here. I just like you like that. Baby, how you move like that? How you move like don't feel the softer. Maybe I lost it. Feel like I'm falling. Where will we go? Take my mind to another place. Take my mind away. I feel your thunder, I feel your rain on my skin. When the sun down,
I need my coffee and my day list. Oh, I could really use a pick up and go. Day list. Hey, I'm home.
I'm just in the kitchen prepping dinner. Get a day list going.
You know it.
Daylist changes multiple times throughout the day, evolving to your niche tastes and ever-changing mood. Search for Daylist in the Spotify search bar.
Coming cha-cha, baby, oh. My family's winning, it's with me inside, but yo. Now money be everything, cause everything now money, oh. Till I don't back out, oh. I don't back up, I don't, until I don't back out. I don't back up, I don't back till I don't back out. I don't back up, I don't back up, I don't back up, I don't back up, I don't back up. It's all I love from my day. 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 I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I'm taking my time, they not in my lane. They going this side, that way. So open your eyes and follow my lead. I do it one time, my way. That's why you call me when you know you need a way. Everyone knows that they ain't got nothing to say. Step into the light, I know you wanna stay. We living every night and rolling every day. I wait. It's all I love from my day. 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 we gotta stay close, babe. As I lean on your bread till the light turn on. Sunset bills go shine, you'll never leave. This what he said to me. Stand up, even if you feel weak, even if you feel incomplete. Yeah, there's no mystery. You be the friend I need. Yeah, I got into laughter. Long time since I know the answer. With you, they don't got me so miss. Ain't got no way, yeah.
Oh my word, I love this song.
Okay, but have you seen the video?
I haven't actually. Gonna quickly browse.
Whoa. You can watch it right here on Spotify if you have premium.
What? No ways.
Yeah, boy. Just play the song in full screen mode and tap switch to video to seamlessly pick up where you left off. You can even switch back to audio without any interruptions.
Sign up to Spotify Premium and switch seamlessly between music videos and the audio version of songs.
Why me? Why not me? Why shouldn't favor follow me? Why shouldn't blessing follow me? Tell me now.
eyes all over me. Oh, your eyes all over me. When I let you see, your eyes all over me. Oh.
Asimeke. Asamba, asamba. Asamba, asamba. Ay. Itina maposa. Itabo mateba. Ay. Usbone masngena. Baba ne jealous. Jealous. Ati lava baba ne jealous. Ay, baba ne jealous. Bona lava baba ne jealous. Ay, baba ne jealous. Bona lava baba ne jealous. Ay, baba ne jealous. E bona lava baba ne jealous. But Tyler, itina ma boss. Itabo ma keba. Uspone maske. E bona lava baba ne jealous. Itina ma boss. Itabo ma keba. Uspone maske. Ay, bona lava baba ne jealous. Itina ma boss. Itina ma boss. Itabo ma keba. Itabo ma keba. Uspone maske. Bona lava baba ne jealous. Baba ne jealous. Itina ma boss. Itina ma boss. Itabo ma keba. Itabo ma keba. Uspone maske.
1, 2. Hey.
Close your eyes and imagine. Thousands are cheering for you. You are playing a killer set with perfect transitions, insane aura.
With Premium Platinum, you get an advanced tool that lets you seamlessly mix your playlist like the world's best DJs. Start with Auto for an instant blend or create unique transitions that fit your style. Subscribe to Premium Platinum and try the mix feature today.
If I stumble, I know go crumble. I walk in the jungle. Finish line is in my view. And if my baby left me, there's nothing I can do but to keep it humble. Keep it humble. I'm waiting on Jesus, Jesus. When he come, I'm settled. Feel me like the petrol. Then switch up when I pull up with Jesus, Jesus. Eat it up like kettle. Topping up the table. And go sing the shine.
brother. He doesn't, you know.
Don't be ashamed to wear your crown. You're a king, you're a queen inside and out.
Hey, you in the corner shaking in those boots. You know it, 1 for 2. You got the shaking vibe, but the feel won't do. We always say that we have unspeakable joy. So let our feet do all the talking when our words fall short. We got reason to get up, reason to get down.
One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could make your way into the venue. Thank you.
kò sáyé o. Shit. Left your section of kind of shit. That ain't your bitch, that's bitch. You don't like it, you can suck dick. I just hopped off from the DJ, from the edge to occasion. Got a fetish for the money, yes sir. If she thick, then I wanna pay her. Bring more Naira, do an edge. And I'm outside with the tribe. Gang activity outside. Please believe I done seen the other side. Remember all we had to be was alive. Now I got 20 V's in garage. Each house, beach house, overseas in the lodge. That was 30 MGs, every P I prescribe. You can see it in my eyes, don't bother me. I be in the streets on 10 when I'm out. And if you wish me bad, I swear now back to center. She just love my call me love, me bother. And if my success they disturb you, go the cover. If you know be money, no they call me no disturbance. I'm alright, I'm alright. Check your time, check calendar. I'm alright, I'm alright. Check your time, check calendar. Come up with a kind of killer. This your level getting me. I want light man, with my lighter. This your color, no be fake. My banana.
Okay, we're going to get going in the next minute or so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can all settle down, grab a seat, then we can get proceedings going. Thank you very much. Okay, maybe I should switch it on. Welcome back. Let's hear it for lunch. Was it good? Yeah, wonderful. But time to get down to business. Now, I just saw someone somewhere. Hold on. Apparently, the man who taught Rassie Erasmus how to coach is in the building. I don't know, where is he? Brian Habana. How are you, brother? Come up here. Come say hi. Let's hear it for Brian Habana. So we're going to do a bit of an analysis on last week's game, Brian. I'm talking shit. I think I can't pay you now. Why not? I'll have to wait for Christoph to pay me first. But Brian Habana, obviously, there aren't many people that have segued from professional sport through to business as successfully as Brian has. I mean, he's wearing a pay me now shirt, not because he's being sponsored to do that. It's because he owns the darn thing, right? And one of the reasons I called Brian up is because we've got a very interesting announcement. I'll make that announcement soon. But Brian, you've been there, you've done that. I was tempted to talk to you about the transition, but I won't. I think there's a TV show for that one. But you've been on the building of a business side, you've been on the investment side, the exit side, and people tell me it's roses doing those sort of things, right? What was your experience like if we just look at those three tiers?
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be back in the mother city. I only got back from Dubai yesterday. Was fortunate enough to be at the Emirates Dubai Sevens with HSBC. So, yeah, it's been a phenomenal 7 years. So retired 2018, got back to South Africa, not really knowing what to do. I then got approached ahead of the Rugby World Cup 2019 by my university roommate, saying, listen, he's come across this concept called EWA, Earned Wage Access. I asked him what French is he talking. Désolé pour tout le français, il est là. I was like, what French are you talking? Didn't understand these things. Listen, he's got this ideology that's come across. Would I be willing to do it? I'm like, I'm not quite sure. I believe I've got a good brand. Don't want to sort of murky the waters of potentially being a wolf in different sheep's clothing. And he said, no, well, I can show you our MVP. And I'm like, but dude, you're asking me to be your MVP. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, no, most valuable player, right? Like, that's me. He goes, no, dude, I'm talking about our minimum viable product. So I had to learn pretty quickly. But I think, very much like a collaboration from a professional elite sporting perspective, the startup journey is extremely tough. I think trying to find investment, trying to build a vision that you have without having the data or the insights to be able to sell it. And I'll never forget our very first ever investor pitch. We sort of went through this incredible PowerPoint presentation and then brought up the numbers on the Excel spreadsheet. And this very wealthy ex-King Edward's boy, where I went to school, looked at myself and Dion and said, you guys do realize that an Excel spreadsheet never lies? And we're like, no, but that's the truth. He goes, well, you don't have any data to prove it. And for 4 guys that started off a business back in 2019, we went live with our first client 2 days before our first family meeting back in March 2020, 9 days before hard lockdown, with 0 data, 0 insights. We did 61 transactions in that first month, which at least gave us a little bit of understanding that we are doing something that can be fruitful. Actually got included into an accelerator program with the Catalyst Fund in that year as well, which really helped us leap the chasm of death in the startup world. And in November 2025, we processed 993,000 transactions, about 290 million rand. So the growth has been amazing. I think the startup journey is incredibly lonely. And if I sort of look to your point around those 3 pillars of trying to find investment in a time that was very deserted because everyone was withholding or pulling back funds. We really had to understand that what we were looking for from an investment perspective wasn't just financial, because what we needed to get was sales, and really strategically aligned with a pillar that we believed could, yes, give us income with some really tough ratchets that we had to achieve because of the Excel spreadsheet which we'd forecasted, but being able to open up doors and opportunities to corporate South Africa, because one of the hard lessons I learned in the transition period was, yes, I might get us a foot in the door if I firstly don't know what I'm talking about, and secondly, if what we're offering doesn't give bottom line ROI to a business in whatever way or form, you just were wasting your time, which I think we learned the hard way with a lot of initial opportunities to get. So I've probably been the worst salesman in the business, purely because at a C-suite level executive position, you do need a lot more in terms of the strength of relationship than anything else. But it's been extremely key having that opportunity to be accepted into an accelerator program, to learn how to build a business on a foundation that is process-driven. I think sometimes a lot of opportunities you see the goal, you see the opportunity, but you then don't correctly build the foundation strong enough for sustainable success, which I think we were very fortunate, particularly with our investor group, who said, stuff the funnel, get profitable. Everyone's wanting to get to this point of pitching an idea, getting great valuations, but if you're not getting to a point of profitability. So we kept things very lean. We were 4 guys that started the business back in 2019. We're now 75 full-time staff, operational in 4 countries globally, processing over 1 million transactions. And I think it was those fundamental building blocks of the necessary support, the building of a foundation that was able to sustain long-term success, and also what was successful 2, 3, 4 years ago. Unfortunately, if you're not going to be willing to innovate, if you're not willing to adapt, not only are the competitors going to jump on your back and make it difficult, the world is constantly changing. And just purely from a banking infrastructure perspective, we've seen the real rapid impact of PayShop and how that's impacted everything in terms of cost, in terms of revenue, and you needing to constantly stay sort of ahead of the curve to be there. So extremely fortunate, and there's another cool opportunity, having gone this full circle journey of being a starter, founder, being a investor in various forms, both that was successful and failed. I had a cool sort of discussion 3 weeks ago about an environment in South Africa that is potentially looking to democratize that whole understanding of where you get capital from, how can the public get involved, but how do we put Africa on the map, which is really exciting.
And that is where another guy with an impeccable haircut, Philip Kurakov, comes in. I've known him for a long time because when Startup Bootcamp started, before they became Startup Bootcamp Afritech, I was their first MC. As you can see, none of my investments have been successful, so therefore I'm still MCing. But Philip, if you can join us on stage as well. I mean, I think the big challenge is if you go onto an easy equities, right? You can buy Apple, you can buy whichever stock you like. It's there, it's easy to do. But if I asked you where do you go to buy shares in an African business, startup, high growth startup, scale up, where do you go? There is no place to do that. And this is where these two gentlemen come in. You've invested in Startup Bootcamp Afritech. You're busy building the rails or enablement for a listing through the JSE where people can actually invest in these startups. So tell us a little bit about that.
Sure, thanks. We've been in the startup acceleration space for a long time, 2017, and all across Africa. Globally, Startup Bootcamp has been working since 2010 at this problem. We've got 77 SPVs of startups all around the world, comprising probably 1,800 portfolio companies. So we know the challenge of investing and not being able to exit very easily. And this is a problem that's endemic across the industry. So we started solving this problem in Amsterdam. A couple years ago, we ran pilots where we list the SPVs of the portfolios onto a junior exchange called InExchange. So here in South Africa, it would be similar to like the Cape Town Stock Exchange. And that's now enabled people to buy and sell, investors to buy and sell shares at the fund level, while the portfolio, we can hold our underlying shares in the portfolio. So one of the most important things with accelerators is that usually we don't want to sell. We want to walk the journey forever with the founders. But the pressure normally is to sell our shares in order to get money back to the investors that funded us. So we're now solving that problem, and rather than do this as a Startup Bootcamp solution, this is a pioneering initiative that we're bringing together several of the most active VC funds in the African ecosystem, and we will be investing or funding the very first SPV to be listed onto the JSE, and so that will be happening in the short term. But super exciting for us is that Brian has joined to not only as an investor but really as an ambassador to help democratize the access to the startup investment asset class and bring that to the entire public.
And I think this is the point where you give them a hand. So, gents, and I see my former neighbor in Johannesburg is already, I mean, he's like the king of wallets in Africa, and he also has to do a presentation soon. But I think this is absolutely phenomenal. What is your, just in terms of when this kicks off, timelines, et cetera,
We're actively raising the first rounds now, so certainly happy to chat with anyone afterwards. But the intention, of course, we're an accelerator, we're very impatient, so we like to move very fast. The goal would be to have the first program up and running by Q1 of next year. And it will be AI, African AI, startups, so underpinning across a variety of sectors. So for those that are in the startup world, please look out for open applications, but certainly on the investor side, let us know.
Yeah, and I think just for me being sort of a general partner and an initial investor in what is something that is really exciting, I was chatting to a certain mutual friend sitting in the front right-hand side there, filming us at the minute, and he's like, what are the pros and cons of what you're doing? And so I immediately went to, well, you're democratizing something like this. You're giving people that potentially don't really know accelerator programs, what an SPV is, very much like I didn't know what MVP meant in the tech space 6 years ago. And Colin was like, well, there's actually no cons because something like this has never been done before. So what excites me in terms of, I was actually a part of a sports tech platform that did a startup bootcamp Australia accelerator program 3 years ago. Unfortunately, we sort of still holding that asset, but it didn't become successful. But there was a lot of learning. So it's this very full circle moment for me to really understand that. And I think when Philip and another mutual friend actually introduced me to the concept, it was like, we need thinkers in this game. We need people not being put in boxes. And what this opportunity gives us is, yes, to democratize, but really give startups that fundamental opportunity that they need, while giving those that are in the general public the opportunity to get involved, which I know there is such a big need for it. But effectively, there is no cons because at least we're giving it a go. No one else is currently doing it. We're pioneering a space that could effectively 2, 3, 5, 10 years down the line be a core pillar of this accelerating of startups, not only in Africa but hopefully globally. So I'm excited. Like I said, I don't think it's quite the same bet. It's a lot safer than what Bitcoin was 4 months ago.
Thank you very much, Philip. Thank you very much, Brian. I think it's a great initiative. Don't knock Bitcoin. It's down in the dumps. I've actually invested in some. I was waiting for it to get down to $5, but not holding my breath. How many of you invested in Bitcoin about 7 months ago? Shame. Okay. Time for us to move on. As I mentioned, our keynote after lunch, we're going to talk about the fintech frontier, from wallets to decentralized. And you are joined by a man I've got tons of respect for. I mean, he leads a phenomenal business. He is a good human being, and he's already transforming the way we do what we do when it comes to payments, etc. So please, put your hands together for the founder and CEO of AfricArena, Dare Akujo.
Thank you.
My boss. Sorry, my boss sometimes talks to me before people start speaking. But Venture Studio, Dare, is open. So for those who want to go to Venture Studio, the Venture Studio discussions, I've just been told that they are open. I'm here to watch Dare.
Thank you. It's my first time at AfricArena, and it's not fault of Christopher asking me, but we never managed to make it happen. And I'm glad he persisted, because I'm glad to be here. Fantastic scene. And I was even happier when he told me about the theme that he wanted me to talk about, which is from digital wallet to decentralized economies in Africa. I got so excited that because I have so much to say about this. I've been thinking about it a long time. And I'm sure, like many of you, the word stablecoins, blockchain, has been at least thrown at you many times in the last weeks or months. So I want to apologize a bit in advance, if they can put the slides up. I may go a little bit over because I have so much to say about this. So please bear with me. Sorry. So I want to start with a story that many Africans will recognize, or many people living in Africa. It's 4 p.m. on a Friday in Lagos. Grace, a freelancer, has just completed a project for a client in the US. She sent her invoice, $2,000, and her client pays immediately via bank transfer. But 3 days later, the money still hasn't arrived. Grace calls her bank. Correspondent banking delays, they say. Could be another day or two. When the money finally lands 5 days later, she lost $140, about 7%, due to unfavorable exchange rates and fees. Grace hears about stablecoins. Her friends tell her it's instant, minimum fees. You'll never wait for a bank transfer again. Excited, she sets up a wallet, requests payment in USDC from her next client. Then payment arrives in 3 minutes. Grace is amazed. Then she tries to convert the USDC to Naira to pay her rent. Well, the local exchange charges her 3% for off-ramp. Her bank won't accept deposits from crypto exchanges, so she has to use a peer-to-peer platform, adding another day delay and taking on counterparty risk. The stablecoin promised instant settlement, but getting to usable money in her hand still takes time and costs money. She simply traded one set of problems for another. Many of you recognize this is the reality of stablecoins in Africa at the moment. It's not the dystopian nightmare some fear, but it's also not the utopian revolutionary some promise. It's somewhere in between, a technology with extraordinary potential that hasn't yet found its defining use case. And today, I want to talk about what it will take to move from that promise to reality. And I want to argue that despite the clear benefit stablecoin offer to cross-border payment, we haven't yet discovered the killer app. But to understand where we're going, let me first take you back to where we've been. I'm looking in the room to see if there will be people old enough to recognize this. This is 1995. I don't think so. In 1995, Newsweek published an article by astronomer Clifford Stoll titled "The Internet Bar." Stoll wasn't just mildly skeptical. He was cutting. He wrote, and I quote, we were promised instant catalog shopping. Just point and click for great deals. We'll order airlines ticket over the network, make restaurant reservation, and negotiate sale contracts. Stores will become obsolete. So how come my local malls does more business in an afternoon than the entire internet handles in a month? But Stoll went further. He argued that the internet was fundamentally incapable of replacing real human interaction and traditional systems. He saw it as isolating and frustrating, a poor substitute to a newspaper, teachers, and the tactile experience of browsing a physical bookstore. He dismissed the idea of the internet, that the internet would revolutionize education, commerce, or government. The internet, in his view, lacked the reliable information, human worth, and the quality that make real-world experience meaningful. Today, this reads like a master case in missing the point. But he wasn't stupid. He was an astronomer and a computer expert who had literally written the book on internet security. His skepticism came from looking at the internet as it existed in 1995 and seeing only its limitation: slow dial-up connections, expensive hardware, complicated interfaces, unreliable information, and no killer app. But what he missed, what many miss when they look at technology and evaluating emerging technologies, is that infrastructure must be built first before transformative application can emerge. He was looking at the highway under construction and concluded that highways would never matter because nobody was driving on them. The internet did not just happen. It didn't explode because one single innovation. It exploded because multiple foundational pieces fell into place. First, the physical layer, fiber, were laid across oceans. Cell towers sprouted across continents, offices got wired up, and without that physical backbone, nothing else would have mattered. Then there was the protocol layer. We had the fight between Ethernet and token ring, for those of you who remember, the former one. Then we moved from complex ATM protocol to much simpler TCP/IP, which became the universal standard. And on top of that, application protocols emerged. HTTP made the web accessible, SMTP enabled emails, and these protocols ensure interoperability that computers anywhere could talk to computer everywhere. Third, we had the access layer, where browsers like Netscape made navigation intuitive. Internet service providers like American Online made connectivity affordable, and computers became cheaper and easier to use. Then on top, probably one of the most important, was the regulatory layer. The internet came to age at a time where strong deregulation was the norm. Telecom companies, usually incumbent state-owned around the world, were being privatized. And government chose not to regulate heavily in the early days, enabling competition. Legal framework evolved to address e-commerce, digital rights, and cybersecurity. Last but not least, the application layer. Email made the internet useful for communication. Amazon made it useful for commerce. Google made it useful for information discovery. Later on, Facebook made it useful for social connection. And mobile apps made it useful for everything else. Each application addressed a real need in a way that was distinctively better than the previous alternative. Email wasn't just faster than postal mail, it was instantaneous and free. Amazon didn't just match physical bookstores, it offered unlimited selection and home delivery. Google didn't just compete with libraries, it put world information at your fingertips. The killer application came after the infrastructure, and they emerged organically when the infrastructure was ready to support them. Now, keeping this in mind, let's think about the framework we have today for stablecoin in Africa. First, again, the physical layer, and I'll try and draw some parallel between those worlds. In Africa, mobile penetration has grown dramatically over the last 10, 15 years, and we moved for about 10% of people having access to internet in 2010 to more than 40% 10 years later. And as mobile money has demonstrated, many Africans will adopt digital financial services when they are accessible and solve real problems. This is our foundation. A single blockchain transaction requires far less bandwidth than streaming videos. Grace can send $10,000 USDC with 500 times less data than it is required to load an Instagram picture. But here is also the challenge. The coverage is uneven. Rural areas lag behind cities. Network reliability varies, as our friends from Lagos can confirm. For stablecoins to become truly ubiquitous, we need to add to the same comprehensive coverage that enabled mobile success in Ghana, not just coverage in Accra, but in every market and town. Then there is the protocol layer, and it may get a little bit geeky here. But today, multiple blockchains exist. Ethereum, Solana, Tron, Binance Smart Chain, Polygon, etc. The same stablecoin, USDC, can exist on these multiple chains, but moving between them isn't it always as seamless as we would like. Comparing to the internet age is like if Gmail worked but couldn't send emails to Yahoo emails. That's the situation we have today. There are technical solutions to address this, including what we call cross-chain bridges and interoperability protocol like XLR, Wormhole, Layer 0. But we are not yet at the just works stage that the internet achieved with universal protocol. When we look at the wallet and exchange layer, setting up a crypto wallet today is easier than it was 5 years ago, granted, but it's still harder than setting up a mobile money account. The user experience involves writing down seed phrases, understanding gas fees, navigating multiple token standards, distinguish between centralized and decentralized exchanges, custodial and non-custodial, managing security without the safety net of customer services. If Grace from Lagos loses her seed phrase, she loses her entire savings permanently. No bank manager to call, no account recovery process, just gone. For stablecoin to achieve mass adoption in Africa, the experience must become invisible. Africans shouldn't need to understand blockchain any more than they needed to understand the workings of mobile money to send money. The complexity must be abstracted away completely. Last but not least, the regulatory layer. The regulatory layer is where stablecoin faces today their biggest infrastructure challenge. The internet largely developed, as I mentioned before regulators understood what to regulate. By the time they caught up, the technology was too embedded, too shut down, and the economic benefits were too clear to ignore. Stablecoins don't have that luxury today, unfortunately. They are arriving in a world of established financial regulation, anti-money laundering requirements, and capital controls, and they are being evaluated through the lens of financial stability rather than innovation. The US has passed the Genius Act. The EU has passed the MiCA. Japan has enacted stablecoin legislation, allowing licensed banks and registered money transfer agents to issue stablecoins. But most African countries, regulatory silence. This creates a paradox. The absence of regulation means stablecoins aren't explicitly illegal, but it also means no consumer protections, no clear rule for business wanting to integrate stablecoins, no guarantee that regulation won't suddenly appear and retroactively penalize current users, no framework for resolving disputes, and no deposit insurance if the issuers fail. As the South African Reserve Bank notes in their financial stability analysis, this regulatory vacuum is itself a vulnerability. Without clear rule, imbalance can build unobserved. Without licensing requirements, authorities can't monitor risk until they've already materialized. Now, there is another specific concern for Africans, which is the implicit digital dollarization. When your local currency depreciates annually, a dollar-pegged stablecoin becomes extremely attractive. The ultimate promise of stablecoin is that South Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Kenyans, Malawians, anyone experiencing currency volatility can essentially open dollars account on their phone, bypassing official foreign exchange channels. But in the short term, this empowers individuals. In the long term, it could hollow out domestic banking system as deposits flee to foreign-issued stablecoins, reducing capital available for local lending and weakening the effectiveness of domestic monetary policy. The South African Reserve Bank scenario analysis is sobering. If 50% of retail deposits migrated to foreign-issued stablecoin, South African banks will need to replace that funding with more expensive wholesale debt, increasing lending rate and potentially driving credit provision into less regulated non-bank channels. The picture for other African countries could be even more dire. This is not a theoretical risk. This is already happening in countries with less credible currency, and unlike the internet, where regulatory frameworks emerge after adoption, stablecoins require regulatory framework for sustainable adoption. The last layer is the application layer. Now, stablecoins have found one clear use case today, is crypto trading. If you want to move between Bitcoin and Ethereum without leaving the blockchain, stablecoins are essential. According to blockchain analytics firms, more than 80% of trade volume on major centralized crypto exchanges involve stablecoin as part of their traded pair. They're also useful for cross-border payment, especially in corridors where traditional rails are expensive or slow. But let's be honest, these are niche applications. The global stablecoin market is around 270 billion, whereas that's about 20 to 30 billion in real payment daily. Meanwhile, traditional payment systems process 5 to 7 trillion daily, just in comparison. M-Pesa alone in Kenya is close to $1 billion a day, and M-Pesa does not require understanding blockchain, managing seed phrases, or navigating exchanges to work. So what will a stablecoin killer app for Africa look like? Well, let me suggest what it's not. It's not cheaper remittances. Yes, blockchain can reduce costs from, say, 8% to 1 to 2% according to the most bullish crypto pros. That's meaningful. But as analysts point out, most costs in remittances come from on-ramp, off-ramps, compliance, and last-mile distribution, areas where stablecoins doesn't directly apply. Until Grace can receive USDC and immediately spend it to pay rent, buy groceries, and send money to her mother without touching an exchange, the friction remains too high. It's not just faster settlement. 3-minute settlement sounds revolutionary to someone waiting 5 days for a bank transfer. But for most daily transactions, the difference between instant and 1 day is negligible. Mobile money already feels instant to users, even though actual settlement may take longer behind the scene. It's not just access to dollars. The ability to hold dollars on your phone is valuable in high inflation environment, but it's not transformative unless you can do something with those dollars without converting back to local currency. So where do we go from here? What are the possibilities? The one I want to put forward is the Pan-African Net Payment Network. Imagine a stable coin-based payment system that works seamlessly across every African country. Today, if Grace in Lagos wants to pay a supplier in Nairobi, the money routes through On-Afrique's network and arrive instantly. But for less informed users, the same transfer will get routed through correspondent banks in London or New York, gets converted multiple times, and arrives day later at significant cost. Even within African regional economic communities, cross-border payment remains frustratingly slow and expensive. But what if a stable coin, perhaps pegged to a basket of African currency or to the SDR or simply to the dollar, became the intermediate layer for African trade? A business in Ghana pays in CD, the payment instantly converts to the stable coin on-chain, settles in minutes, and converts to shillings for the Kenyan recipient. All of this happened invisibly to both parties. No correspondent banking, no pre-funding account across dozens of jurisdictions, no multi-day settlement windows. At On-Afrique, we are already making the end-user experience feel instant. But behind the scene, we are still constrained by correspondent banking settlement taking days, costing us in float and currency risk. Stablecoin could finally align our back-end settlement with our front-end promise. This is what the African continental free trade area needs to reach its potential. And this is one of the things our partnership with PAPS could enable. The ambition is enormous. A market of 1.3 billion people, 3.4 trillion in combined GDP, but payment infrastructure that hasn't kept pace. Stablecoin could be the rails that make Africa a live reality rather than a policy document. Now, in conclusion, what can we do, we the builders in this room, startups, technologists? We need to remember that the best technology is useless if people cannot access it. And this goes beyond stablecoin. Africa needs universal, affordable, reliable internet first, and government should treat digital infrastructure as essential. We also need to remember that there is an uncomfortable truth today in stablecoin, which is we are largely a passive recipient of stablecoin technology developed elsewhere. Tether is registered in the British Virgin Islands, Cycle is American, the blockchains they run are developed in San Francisco and Singapore. The reserve asset backing them are US dollar bills. This isn't a problem in itself. Africans don't need to reinvent blockchain anymore than we needed to reinvent TCP/IP to benefit from the internet. But we do need to address a few things. African stablecoin issuers. Why shouldn't African bank or consortium of banks issue stablecoin or a stablecoin pegged to a basket of African currencies? We need African applications too that are likely to be discovered by African entrepreneurs solving African problems. We need to create an environment for this to happen. And lastly, we need African voice in global governance as international stablecoin standards develop and African perspective must be represented. Governments set the rules, but the private sector usually builds the solution. For financial institutions and fintechs in the room, we don't need to wait for the perfect regulatory clarity. We need to experiment now, build partnership with stablecoin platforms, develop pilots for cross-border payments, trade finance, etc. At On-Afrique, we are confronting these questions daily. How do we integrate stablecoin rails into our payment flows? How do we manage the compliance across multiple jurisdictions? And how do we educate customers about new adoptions? In finishing, let me return to Grace, our software developers in Lagos. Today, stablecoin offer her marginal improvement, faster settlement, than bank transfer, lower fees than her remittance app, access to dollars as a hedge against Naira volatility. These are real benefits, but they are not transformative. Grace still faces the friction of converting between stablecoin and usable local currency. She still bears the risk of exchange rate volatility. She still needs to explain to clients and suppliers why they should adopt this unfamiliar technology. But imagine a different future. Grace receives payment from clients worldwide, automatically settling in seconds as stablecoins. Her rent is paid directly for a stablecoin wallet, automatically converting to Naira at transparent rate. Savings earn yield from sovereign debt instruments backing the stablecoin reserve. When she wants to pay her mother in a rural village, the payments arrive instantly in her mother's mobile money account. The blockchain is entirely invisible. Grace does not need to understand gas fees or seed phrases any more than she thinks about Swift codes today. It simply works. That feature requires infrastructure, physical, technical, regulatory, and commercial. It requires patience. And we are building the foundation for application we cannot yet imagine. But here is what I'm certain of. African builders cannot afford to be passive observer in this transition, or a mere user. After all, we invented mobile money, which in my mind is stablecoin 1.0. The internet transformed global commerce, but Africa captured very little of that value creation. The major platform, the infrastructure provider, the wealth generated, mostly accrued elsewhere. We cannot repeat the pattern with decentralized financial systems emerging around stablecoins. This is our moment to shape the technology, not just to consume it, to build solutions, to ensure that when stablecoin reach transformative potential, African users, businesses, economies are primary beneficiary rather than afterthought. The case for stablecoin in cross-border payment is clear. The challenges are substantial but surmountable. The killer app hasn't yet emerged, but the conditions for its emergence are taking shape. The question is whether Africa will lead that emergence or follow. And at Afri, we are committed to leading it. Thank you very much.
Dare Akujo. You know, you've given me a great strategy. It's a wonderful strategy. When next time I do my speech, I'm going to go lastly. And then
To
go,
get more time.
and then you go in finishing. I like that. I think that was really, and I think Grace would like the joke that I'm not going to tell here. I was going to tell the joke of like, what do you call bankers at the bottom of the ocean? A good idea. I would never tell that joke here.
No, don't.
No, I wouldn't ever do that, but I think Grace would really appreciate it. Our next panel will focus on redefining cross-border finance, stablecoins, trust, and the next wave of fintechs. Now, I'm going to ask Kurt Schroeder, founder of Double Shift, to join us. It's amazing how all the leads have full heads of hair. You're going to introduce the panel? Excellent, Kurt. Thank you very much. And Dario will be part of that panel as well.
Dario, how about maybe we can sit in the order of the pictures so everyone can associate a
Yes.
face. So if you want to pop in the middle over there.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. So as my beautiful headed friend over here has introduced me, my name is Kurt. I wear multiple hats, not just because of the need to, but because of the roles I get to play. I have two roles, as mentioned. I'm the founder of a brand agency that does creative leadership for fintechs called Double Shift, and that's based here in South Africa. And then in the UK, I'm the CMO of a payments business called Monovate, which does payments orchestration across the UK and the EU. Was acquired last week by a New York Stock Exchange listed entity, which means that in Q1 next year we'll be doing the Middle East and Africa as well. So this conversation around trust, infrastructure, stablecoins as they pertain to cross-border payments globally is a fascinating moment for me. I can introduce by name my cohort who are here today. So I've got Dario, who's already on stage. What a setup, by the way, with your keynote. Thank you. And then I'd like to invite Agnes, Matt, and Jared to join us on stage as well. You guys can grab a seat. Okay. So for those who were in the keynote now with Dario, it was I think, as I mentioned, a really good setup to where we are going to take this conversation. So, Dario, I'm going to pick on you because you gave us a lot of things to pick on. But I would do a lesser job of introducing each of you than you would be able to do of yourself. So I'd ask you to do a few lines about yourself, what you're currently working on, and perhaps just to this topic today, what you find particularly interesting based on your role around cross-border payments and what these new technologies, I say new relatively, knowing that mobile money was version 1.0, how they pertain to your daily life. Go for it.
Hi, I'm Matt Putman. I'm the co-founder of eCorker. eCorker is, it's a South African founded and based business that helps SMEs kind of start, manage, and grow their businesses. We offer payments acceptance both offline and online. We offer financial services and business management tools to help SMEs both in the formal and informal economy, I guess become part of this digital ecosystem and hopefully kind of grow their businesses, grow the economy of SA. eCorker has just recently been acquired by the Nedbank Group as of yesterday. Actually, it's been a transaction's being finalized. Thank you. It's been a thank you very much. It's, as you'll know, these things are long and painful. But yeah, we're very excited, I think, for the next chapter, and part of that chapter for us is really thinking about how we take what we've built in South Africa and we solve what we think are very similar pain points for small business owners in other African countries. And I think as part of that journey, we've encountered, I think, a lot of the friction points and the pain points that were mentioned in Dari's speech, just now, and I think also being at the B20 summit kind of 2 weeks ago and having, I guess, the privilege of speaking to some of the kind of top leaders in Africa, trying to figure out how do we really unlock this kind of free trade, open Africa, Pan-African type ecosystem. So yeah, I think many of the pain points that you've spoken about, things like liquidity, things like changing, to external currencies like USD, where we see massive kind of leakage off the continent, as well as, I guess, the time-based delays, etc. We don't have the solutions yet, but we are, I guess, working on trying to understand how we can use these new forms of technology and how we can bypass, I guess, some of the dated payment rails that exist in Africa.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Dario, if you'd like to go next. I suppose you've just done your intro before, right?
But I'll pass
Sure.
it on to you.
Right, thanks, Dario. Good afternoon, everyone.
Should come on soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. So my name's Jared Kennedy. I'm part of the team at CVVC. So we're an early-stage venture investor that focuses exclusively on the blockchain ecosystem and the blockchain tech stack. We are Swiss headquartered, so we've got a global investment strategy, but a very core component of that is Africa. We've done about 19 investments in Africa across the pre-seed, seed, and Series A stages, all within that blockchain ecosystem. So we are sector agnostic, so we'll look at any sector as long as there's that blockchain connectivity. So we monitor about 19 or 20 sectors within the pipeline and as part of the portfolio. But as is the case with the broader African venture ecosystem, about 50% of what we see is in the fintech realm. I thought the keynote by Dario was excellent. You touched on so many great points there, particularly around stablecoins and their role and impact in that fintech ecosystem in Africa. And I loved the picture about the internet in the 90s just being a fad, and that's certainly a core part of our thesis that, investing in the internet, in HTTP, SMTP, whatever the case was in the 90s, is kind of what we are trying to do now from a protocol point of view in the blockchain landscape. So very much look forward to unpacking that with you guys here today. Great to be here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Agnes, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Agnes Eisleitner-Kisule. I'm one of the general partners at First Circle Capital. We are an Africa specialist fund investing only in early stage fintech across the continent. I'm based in Kampala and we have another team in Casablanca. And to date, we have a portfolio of 16 companies across 8 different countries across the continent.
Wonderful. I think what's so exciting about this panel is just where around a boardroom table each of you might sit. We've got founders, we've got people who came out of corporate in MTN and then founded something that grew across the entire continent over the last 15 years. Matt, yourself, and again, congratulations on the news in the last week. But having built what you have at iKhokha and the way that you serve merchants, again, from a founder now, a part of Nedbank's, but yet still operating, I guess I would speak on your behalf, but still entrepreneurially, still independently to an extent. And then, of course, we've got VCs who are looking to invest in early organizations or early stage businesses who are in particular solving similar problems to the ones that were raised, I think, today. And to our topic, I think there's two very interesting areas that we might be able to dig into together. The first is infrastructure. The second, perhaps, is trust, and maybe that one's slightly less tangible. But to the topics of infrastructure, and maybe if I could speak to our VCs today, you are investing in innovation. You're investing in companies, like Daria said earlier, who must continue to innovate despite perhaps regulators or infrastructure not being available. What is the infrastructure concern when you're spotting new businesses, who are fighting arguably infrastructure that could hamper their growth or hamper their potential? How are you seeing past that, or what's the view on infrastructure while these organizations are starting?
Well, to be honest, it is really about how you position yourself, and also part of your proposition on how you're going to overcome those challenges. Today, if we look at somebody with a stablecoin component, like utilizing that infrastructure, you need to have a credible strategy around how are you bridging the gap to bring it to the other parts of infrastructure, because that's not going to change anytime soon. And I have an investment horizon of 10 years. So I need to see, is there a tangible strategy? And also, especially when it comes to utilizing that infrastructure, it's not just about, okay, anyone can plug into that infrastructure, but how do you as a company have all the relevant regulatory approvals to operate within that space? Because that's ultimately where your moat comes from, not just utilizing into open infrastructure, that's basically what stablecoin is. So that is something that I really look at.
Yeah, brilliant. Jared?
Yeah, I think those are great points, Agnes. I think for us, it's not necessarily the stable coins themselves or the stablecoin issues that are interesting. I think that technological development has been proven out. We understand what they can do. What's really interesting for us is that kind of, we call it the orchestration layer, so the combination of the infrastructure with liquidity pools, shared standards for compliance, accessibility, transparency, bringing all of those systems together to provide this unified experience for the end customer or consumer that's looking to utilize those rails. I think what we really look for is a deep sort of autonomous integration with the tech stack. So, we're not looking for, we see a lot of sort of OTC trading in a manual sense. Guys are moving a lot of money, and you can move a lot of money through WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups. That's not sustainable in the long run. We're looking for guys to build sustainable moats through that technology and through that infrastructure.
You touched on this topic as well of interoperability, which I think is crucial. Daria, again, I'm picking on your keynote, but the ability to be able to switch between digital currencies, fiat currencies, different territories, this orchestration piece.
Yeah, and I think, again, for me, infrastructure, it's very much important, as I mentioned. And I'm from the internet, I'm from a telecom and network, and it's always so difficult to imagine the killer app until it emerges organically. But if you go into the future, for me, the OTC, as you mentioned, it's interesting today, but what is really possible, what stable coins are making possible, is programmable money. Is the fact that we can actually think about, I don't know, we grapple with this whole figure around AIDS money that is being used to buy alcohol and not school fees. That becomes possible to program it. It becomes possible to actually pose those restrictions. Complex contract, trade finance that needs to, you're importing something from Ethiopia into South Africa, you can program the money to be released when the goods cross the border. So there is a whole world out there of application, real application, where we can see so much transformation. But in the next 2 to 3 years, I think the infrastructure has to be built. And that's where I think founders whether it's at a seed stage or later stage, still have a role to play to take that full view. And there will be even a question to say, at fund design for 5-7 years, if someone is in a 5 years fund, are they even geared to invest in what I'm talking about? Because this is going to be a much longer, and of course, each fund needs to answer that, and of course, each founder, founders and team needs to answer that. But there is a big promise outside of this infrastructure investment that we must do, but I don't think we can skip it. I don't think we can just jump to the other side without actually doing the work of building the infrastructure that makes those killer apps possible.
Yeah, and I suppose, we talk about what might be when the killer app comes along. What might it look like to be able to quickly, with interoperability, flip out USDC into local Naira to be able to pay for your rent? That is the ideal state. But I guess the frustration perhaps for many consumers is that, well, one day when I'm big, we may experience that. With that evolving, knowing that we are building wonderful businesses in the meantime, how are merchants thinking about this movement of money and stablecoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think small merchants aren't really thinking about it at all, right?
Yeah.
I think they just want to be able to accept whatever payment type their customer wants to pay with. I think it's more our job to kind of, I guess, take a lot of that complexity and simplify it for them. So if there's a trending type of payment that ultimately is being used to exchange goods and value, businesses like ourselves need to be able to enable the acceptance of stablecoin. I think Shopify now accepts stablecoin, and there's a few other e-commerce use cases, but probably limited use cases in the face-to-face space. So I think that it's up to the ecosystem to build that acceptance layer from an infrastructure perspective, which isn't actually that hard to do, especially as you start to think of a more Pan-African type play.
Yeah.
And I think maybe just coming back to Dori's point on the longer term horizon, another key point that came out of the B20 and the G20 is I think the expectation for DFIs internationally to really kind of invest behind the infrastructure that is needed in order to unlock kind of the potential of this continent. And this is, I guess, a key pillar of that.
Knowing that there will be this greater mandate, as you say, for DFIs to be able to invest, there's clearly an appetite around the world to be investing in decentralized solutions or Web3 solutions, blockchain solutions across Africa. To then talk about trust, you were mentioning that at the moment, smaller merchants are just worried about being able to accept car payments or whatever it might be, except by QR code. It would largely be a retail market that would need to then create a demand that the merchants need to learn to accept. In your ideal case, Daria is saying that one of the resistances is being asked to be paid in stablecoin. Well, if the buyer doesn't use stablecoin and the seller requests to be paid in stablecoin, you still have an impasse. So in a world of being able to keep your codes and have a device that does third-party verification, self-custody versus custody, how are you seeing, and maybe to pick on our VCs again, how are you seeing startups articulate their value well? Or are they articulating their value well to the consumer around these technologies?
Okay, I think for me, honestly, I think they probably shouldn't really articulate the value for the consumers, because as it is, you're just kicking down the foreign exchange can down the hallway. Because even in a world where you have, let's say, Uganda shilling stablecoin and USDC, you will still have a foreign exchange risk, and you still need foreign exchange, and you still actually need more demand for your local currency, unless we allow the technology ecosystem to dollarize an economy, and I doubt the governments will do that. So I think it's really for me, stablecoins today is a temporary, as it is today, is a good advantage for companies to offer services cheaper in the back end. But you shouldn't leave your customer with that issue of exchange or having to deal with exchange.
Yeah, so many good points. I think those this point about the cost structure is really important. So stablecoins enable this reduced cost structure, which opens a lot of possibilities. But as Dario said in the keynote as well, that's not the only cost in the stack. There's a lot of costs around distribution and agent networks and all those good things. So it's transformative in one sense, but it's not a sort of one-hit wonder solution. There's a lot of work still to be done. I think what we see definitely in this world of blockchain and stablecoins is that people are not really worried about what's happening in the back end, right? So I think it was one of the points that you made as well. So, you don't need to understand SMTP to send an email. You don't need to understand LLMs to use ChatGPT. You don't need to understand wallets and key phrases and all of that stuff at the end of the day to utilize blockchain efficiently and to get a better user experience. And I think that's certainly where we see a lot of startups going. So they are proposing a sort of Web 2 front end, let's call it, so a really slick user experience that looks very much the same as what you would get from a traditional fintech, like a Revolut or a Moneypoint or any of those big names, But in the back end, there's a lot of efficiency being driven by the implementation of these blockchain-based solutions. And there's a lot of B2B2C startups that are providing, wallet infrastructure, hosting, forex and risk management, treasury and liquidity services. All of those things are being provided in the back end, and the consumer gets the benefit, but doesn't necessarily have to understand how that came about.
Yeah. And so continues the trust in tools that they're familiar with, right? It's
Correct.
just, as you say, Web 2 on the front end, Web 3 on the back end. You don't need to know what the plumbing is, but the plumbing is still crucial, right? So if I may, we've got a few minutes left. We've spoken about what that beautiful future state could look like with interoperability. What do we think right now, if we're advising startups or there are people who are thinking of being in a startup, what are the most crucial problems that we could be working on to solve for Africa on this topic of cross-border payments? And maybe it is to infrastructure. What are the pieces that we should be developing ideas? And what are the businesses we should be investing in today for that ideal future?
Yeah. If I may go first, I think I will make the analogy again but with the digital terrestrial, how eventually we switched off the analog. We need to switch off the analog when it comes to money. So at some point, how money is created and moves, even domestically, will be on the blockchain. Just how long it takes to get there. And I think, for me, from a policy point of view, from regulators' point of view, is how we get there. What happens if, standard bank accounts actually, and the user does not need to know this, right? Like one of my colleagues at Afric used to talk about the crypto mullet, Web 2 in front and Web 3 at the back. That Web 3 at the back can happen, but it's almost inevitable that, if we make the parallel with the internet, that eventually the digital will take over. And the same way we turn off analog TV, we will have to turn off analog money.
Yeah, got you. Suppose you guys are probably working on these problems and building them right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so much to learn and to understand how to get the killer use case that, works seamlessly, but it is definitely something we're starting to explore and hope to kind of build out over the next kind of year or so. But I think that the challenge and the part that worries me still is, as you get to a point that you build scale, if there isn't clear regulation in place, how do you invest behind that, and how do you get consumers to trust it? How do you get investors to kind of back the investments? And I think that is, as per, I think what was a great keynote, I think that is a key piece that we do need to get right, is how do we get African leaders and banks to be more progressive on the regulation side and almost then unlock the cycle of, all the other pieces that will come thereafter.
Yeah. Look, I think if I may, in conclusion, the beauty of this panel, it would have been very interesting to have a regulator here with us. We could have spent the whole time asking questions just to one person. But I think it does speak again to what AfricArena are doing, these kind of engagements, to have different stakeholders with the regulators at the table to be able to build an ecosystem for Africa, by Africa. Of course, all international DFIs and VCs are welcome, but building African solutions for the African communities, I think, is crucial. And I think it is an ecosystem play, so that ideal use case for Grace in Nigeria, Lagos one day, or whether she moves to Nairobi, Kenya, that she doesn't necessarily have to move banks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you all for your contributions today, your contributions to the ecosystem, and to the audience for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We won't talk about your Titans time as well.
Ooh.
Ooh, yes.
Thank you. That's getting personal.
Ooh.
Thank you.
How to launch a business.
Yeah,
Like Brian.
move away from cricket. Thank you, bud.
Cool, bud. All right, so coming up, we've got our pitch. Coming up, get my old eyes working. Yes, of course, it's the FinTech Pitch Challenge, which is going to take place now. Let me get out of these amazing people's way so they can get stuff sorted. But it's going to be the same as the last time. We're going to do 3 minutes of pitching, 2 minutes of Q&A. We're going to set up some chairs for the judges up front, and then we're going to get going. So I'll give it a couple of minutes just to get everything sorted, and then we'll rock and roll. Thank you. All right, so there are two categories in one. So one's FinTech, the other one is SaaS. We'll be starting the pitches within the next 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
If I stumble, I know go crumble. I walk in the jungle. Finish line is in my view. And if my baby left me, there's nothing I can do. But to keep it humble. Keep it humble. I'm waiting on Jesus. When he come, I'm settled. Feel me like the bedroom. Then switch up when I pull up with Jesus. Eat it up like kettle. Topping up the table. And go see me shine. Story of my life. And go see me shine. Story of my life. I'm not gonna lie. If I tell you that my life been a thriller, my emotions and feelings get realer. But they told me you won't be there forever. If you stay and pray every day, I'm waiting on Jesus. When he come, I'm settled. Feel me like the bedroom. And switch up when I pull up with Jesus.
Okay, so the FinTech pitch track, judges Jezreel, Matthew, Anton, and Scott. I don't know if everybody's here. I know Anton's here. So we can get the judges set up in front. Thank you. Okay, so we've got Matthew there, we've got Anton, and we've got Jezreel. Okay, perfect. So how this is going to play out, I'll be introducing the businesses that'll be pitching. We'll play a video. Once that video's finished, you come up. You've got 3 minutes to do the pitch. Judges have 2 minutes and 2 minutes only for Q&A, and then we rock and roll to the next one from there. Let me just double check that everybody is ready, mic'd up, and then we can get going.
Smallholder farmers often wait weeks or even months to be paid. VunaPay, an agri-fintech startup serving over 86,800 farmers in just 1.5 years, is changing that story. $3 million disbursed to farmers since 2024. Real-time records straight to the farmer's phone, every delivery, every payment, every detail visible on the spot. Cooperatives get one platform to manage thousands of farmers and all their produce. Currently seeking $2 million in seed finance. Please welcome to the stage VunaPay.
With both your hands. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gatweri Njogu, CEO and co-founder of VunaPay, where we are building the fintech infrastructure for smallholder farmers. Next, please. Can I start? Could someone please help with the... Will we have... Okay. Well, 70% of Africans are smallholder farmers, and up to half of them sell their produce through agricultural cooperatives. However, there's a toothache in smallholding, and that is delayed payment. When these farmers take their produce to the agri-cooperative, they generally have to wait for 6, sometimes even up to 12 months to get paid. So what do? Sorry, is it maybe possible to get so I can click through so people can see? Thank you.
Small.
Yeah, so the smallholders have to wait for 6 to 12 months to get paid. So they end up living on predatory loans, or sometimes they sell to a middleman just to get paid instantly, but that could cost them up to 70% of the value. Leveraging our experience, my co-founder Koya is an investment banker from JP Morgan, as well as having led fintech companies. My own experience leading social innovation at Safaricom and go-to-market at Oracle, we created what we call the VunaPay approach. And that is working through cooperatives, digitizing them so we can get to farmers at scale. So what do we do as VunaPay? We provide instant payment to the smallholder farmer as soon as they deliver their produce to the cooperative. We do that by setting up our cooperative management system and providing a last mile payment link to the farmer. That way, we are solving that toothache of delayed payment, but we are also laying fintech rails. So we've onboarded 2 large financiers, a tier 1 bank and a government fund, to do the instant payment and keep the lending off our balance sheet. In 2 years, we have onboarded over 130 cooperatives, serving actually now at 120,000 farmers. But what's exciting for us and what we are seeing in the future is that the fintech rails are actually working. Not only are we providing the instant payment, but now we have a long list of vendors looking to ride our fintech rails to provide services to these farmers, from financiers to insurance providers, agri-techs that are providing farm input loans, and really a lot of other vendors that would like to reach the farmer are now beginning to onboard our rails to get those smallholder farmers at scale. We charge 2% for the instant payment, and we also are beginning to test a platform fee for the vendors to ride on our infrastructure. Yeah, that's it. I ask you to join us to build this fintech infrastructure and bring resilience for smallholder farmers.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Let's hear it for VunaPay. So I'm going to ask the team at the back to get rid of the clock because it's going to make some awful noise by the time while the judge is asking questions. Judges, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much. Maybe just one quick question. On the cooperatives and the farmers, how are you acquiring them?
We have a field team that allow us to acquire them in the rural areas, but we are doing that both from a top-down and bottom-up perspective. Like we have, in Kenya, we have signed up a contract with a federation that covers for all agricultural cooperatives, specifically in coffee value chain. So that's how we are working. We also work in partnership with like the financiers like KCB Bank, which is the largest in the region, to serve the cooperatives they currently have and have a partnership as well with the Ministry of Cooperatives across the country.
Thanks. That's an awesome presentation, nice and sharp. Just a quick one. You're looking to raise $2 million. How are you going to invest that money? What are you spending it on?
Okay, that's a very good question. We are looking to, like I said, we already have some contracts that we have not yet fulfilled. Like, for instance, the National Federation for Coffee has 600 cooperatives. We currently are at 130, and we need feet on the ground because a cooperative usually will give us 1,000 to 3,000 farmers, and there's a lot of engagement that happens. So to expand, to meet that particular contract and a few other contracts that we have. Secondly, we are outsourcing the payment engine that we are using right now. By building our own payment engine, we are able to reduce our costs by 30%. And thirdly, I talked about our vendor hub. And so we are building, we're beginning to expose APIs for the different vendors. So we are looking to work a little bit more on our tech for that.
Thank you.
Just hit it to the right. If not, just take.
Yeah, that's it, thanks.
Okay, perfect.
It was a very good presentation. I think a really important pain point to solve.
Thank you.
In terms of, I guess, who you see as your customer, is it the co-op or is it the farmer or is it both?
The cooperative, we look them. We actually view them as our partner.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the farmer is a smallholder farmer, and the cooperative is an aggregator. Because when we go to one cooperative, then, like I said, we could get 1,000 or even 3,000 farmers. So in one case, we actually have a cooperative that has 10,000 farmers.
Okay.
So they are our aggregator partner.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that presentation deserves one hell of a hand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Find Homes.
AI platform shows true cost, real value, and investment potential, turning buyers into informed investors. They have a live MVP, 1,200 users, 10,000 listings, and 45,000 sold property insight. They're now raising $300,000 to scale their property intelligence. Please welcome to the stage, Find Homes.
Hi, everyone. This is my mum. Probably the first time a founder's put their mother on the first slide. She's a smart woman. She led a factory with 700 workers at it. But a few years ago, she bought an apartment. And within a month of purchasing it, 3 big blocks came online. Supply flooded the market. And just like that, hundreds of thousands of rands gone. We trusted the agent. We trusted my uncle at a braai who said, hey, you guys are going to miss out. And smart people make this mistake every day. The information asymmetry in property is massive. So we built Find Homes.
Find Homes is the property intelligence platform. It combines AI with verified property data, and it gives you the real picture of what's actually going on. It turns home buyers into property investors and gives ordinary people access to the same intelligence that the pros have. We spent the last 18 months or so, night times, evenings, with optimizing our queries, building scrapers. I think it almost broke Adrian, but I now see that the hard work is paying off. So we have 2 revenue streams. Our B2C subscriptions offer citywide data, not just suburb-based, and our B2B agency solutions offer our agency partners a way to get new leads in, build their pipeline, and now we're bringing on home loan providers to offer pre-qualified leads to our agency partners.
Well, why now? The property market is set to boom in South Africa. And when we speak to agents, they don't want just more leads, they want pre-qualified leads because they just have way too many. There was a Competition Commission ruling that mandated that the big players have to open up their feeds to us. In addition to that, we've done a lot of AI work, and one of the things that we're looking to bring to market now is our agentic property evaluations tool, which will be a game changer. We have an amazing, lean, talent-dense team. There's only one thing that I'm prouder of than our tech, and that is this excellent team that we've put together that's going to rock things. There are 300,000 properties that are sold in South Africa every year. The market opportunity is massive. But the data is hidden and hoarded, and it keeps the inequality in place. Opening up the property market is not just good business, but it is essential for a country with our past.
And just to finish off where Adrian started, that classic South African scenario of the uncle saying, buy now before it's too late. We're the challenger brand that the property market needs right now.
Thank you very much. It also depends how far the uncle was into the braai. Anyway, judges, the floor's yours.
Thanks, appreciate it. Awesome. Quick one, can we just unpack your commercial model a little bit more? It sounds like on the B2C side it was subscription-based. Do you not foresee challenges with people wanting to sign up for subscriptions? What is it that if they're going to be getting if they're just in it for a one-time purchase?
So the current model is that you buy per report, right? But to understand the whole landscape of a city, you need to see the city's data. But selling it at a per report level just really limits you. So really, we're trialing, of course, a subscription-based model, which is new, but we're optimistic that it's going to work. Worst case scenario, we'll go back to the report style, and we try it. You know, we're just not going to give up on this. We believe that the value we're providing is valuable, it's necessary. Whichever way we get there, we'll get there.
And I'm assuming you're up against the likes of a Property 24 others. So how does your model compare to theirs commercially? And maybe just talk a little bit more about the B2B side as well.
Sure. So a few ways. So Property 24 makes money from the agents. They sell leads, right? That's not the model we could go for practically because we're just not big enough for the start. So now I lost the line. So we had to innovate. We had to come up with a bridge idea, and the bridge idea was to sell it to the end consumer. In terms of the B2B side, so we want to help agencies keep the customers they already have on board. So we're going to proactively do an AI customized alert system for them to cut down their lead costs, keep the user inside their ecosystem, and then build from there. On top of that, we want to make the referrals that we're going to make from pre-qualifying leads to the home loan providers. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thanks.
And there you go. That's it. That concludes it. Let's hear it for them.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Next up, we've got eCube.
Europeans can't access formal credit. eCube is changing that. Their digital platform turns traditional saving circles into secure, peer-to-peer lending groups with no interest, no collateral, and a credit score built through each payment. They've launched with 50,000 downloads, 2,000 saving groups, and over 50 million ETB in transaction volume, supported by 10 banking partners. They're now raising $500,000 to scale across Ethiopia. Please welcome to the stage, eCube.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander Hezekias, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of eCube. I will start with a question. So, anyone know what I'm holding here? A card, debit card, credit card. So we call this a privilege in Ethiopia, and I'll explain why. When I started my first business back in 2018, as any Ethiopian would, I started with a coffee business. Then we started growing the company, but we needed a working capital loan, and we went to the bank, but we couldn't get it. And the same is true for a lot of Ethiopians. The banks offer a loan to collateral ratio of 1 to 3, meaning one would need a $3 worth of collateral to access $1 from the bank. And the government is doing little to no credit reporting on behalf of its citizens. And the market opportunity is immense. We have 130 million plus population size, and we have almost 2/3 of them underbanked. So we're focused on a niche market, which is an intersection point between people who are seeking finance, who are underbanked, but have some sort of mobile device. And Ikoop is a solution that everyone here knows. It's a traditional and informal saving groups. You call them Stockvilles, I believe, in South Africa. So we're building a layer of technology on top of that. So meet Ikoop app, a quick access to collateral and interest-free loans. We have a seamless onboarding and a simple-to-use user experience that lets people build credit score with each payment. And our traction as it stands today is 150,000 user downloads. Last time we were here in AfricArena, it was 75,000. We've doubled that. And we're partnering with the biggest telco and the biggest bank in Ethiopia. And we are better. We're affordable, and we have multiple use cases. Beyond numbers, we have a lot of impact through our in-kind Ikoop services. Beyond borders, we have managed to travel across 7 regions across Ethiopia. And our current revenue model is a little from a lot. We take a small amount of transaction fees across a large volume of recurring transactions. And we're backed by our amazing partners that drive our growth. And we have received a lot of international recognition. That's why we're here today. And our team is composed of seasoned advisors, as well as 31 team members that make everything possible. We're raising our first investment round after profitability, and we're raising a round of $750,000. And we want to expand and get our first microfinance license from the National Bank. So join us in our vision to create an inclusive finance for Africans, solutions that cross borders, and all for one and one for all. Thank you.
Impeccably timed. Judges.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe just a little bit about the lending itself. So just if you can just kind of maybe double click on the revenue model, and I guess how that relates to your cost of capital in markets, and maybe just in terms of, I guess, if it's a non-collateralized or non-secured loan, how do you treat collections?
Okay, so great question. So we operate in 2 different models. One is private and one is hosted Ikoops. And the private model, we don't take any kind of third-party liabilities. We don't lend from our balance sheet, so it's more peer-to-peer. And the second model is the hosted model, where we kind of have skin in the game. And for those, we take a little bit higher service fees to accommodate for some defaults and flight risks. That being said, we are now partnering with banks that kind of allow us to give us some liquidity to give some credit to good performance on our users, on our platforms. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks. Awesome. Just a quick question also on your service fees. What are the types of transactions that people are going to be paying fees on? Is it just the loan, or is it payments out of the loan?
So we don't technically call it a loan. It's basically peer-to-peer lending. So we take transaction fees only on payouts. So when a person is contributing, we don't take any kind of service fees. We only charge when the person takes home the winnings, which is in this case, everyone gets their own fair share until the end of the cycle. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's falling into place, thanks. Because you mentioned interest-free loans, so you say it's not a loan, so it's a funding club or something similar.
Exactly. It's basically embracing the time value of money. You get it first, and you repay it back in time. But there's no interest rate attached to it, nor there's a collateral.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Make some noise. I mean, that was a great presentation. eCube, sitting next to Launch Africa Ventures here going, hey, you should invest. But I won't say that out loud. Next up, we have Taranap.
In local networks with high fees, currency volatility, and slow, confusing access to stablecoins. Taran app fixes this. Taran makes mobile money to stablecoin conversion seamless, fast, and secure with a mobile-first experience built for African users. Now raising $6 million to scale. Please welcome Taran app.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Michubu, and I'm the co-founder and COO at Taran app. Today, we are bridging between mobile money and stablecoins access in Africa. Mobile money reigns in Africa as we know it, but is siloed to very local networks, making it very limiting to the people who rely on it the most, especially small businesses and traders. By this I mean, making cross-border payments using mobile money is a big challenge. Also making cross-network payments, for example, between M-Pesa to MTN in Tanzania is a huge challenge. So we are bringing a solution whereby users or retail traders can be able to swap between different mobile money in Africa, leveraging stablecoins infrastructure. For the past 7 years, I've worked in the payment space and the crypto space. I've had the privilege of working with some prominent brands on the continent, from Binance to very early stage companies like Onboard Wallet. We've scaled them to some success levels, and I've had very big lessons along the way. And until today, still migrating value to stablecoins is very slow and user unfriendly. And that's why we built Taran app. The market opportunity I see in this is mobile money transactions are projected to rise to over $1.5 trillion by the year 2030 annually. And stablecoins so far account for over 43% of all crypto transactions in Africa. It matters for us at Taran app because we see a very huge underserved population seeking stablecoin or dollar-like liquidity. And our solution is very simple. We offer a seamless mobile money to stablecoin conversions. We offer secure and simple to use infrastructure, stablecoins, virtual cards, and fiat-to-fiat mobile money swaps. So far, we have over 60,000 users. We've transacted over $200 million in volume. And our competitive advantage is we leverage local mobile money infrastructure and users for us to do our business. We are seeking $5 million in capital for us to scale in 7 more markets in Africa. We welcome you to join us to build the next dollar bridge for the African continent. Thank you.
Well done, judges.
Thanks very much. How long have you guys been trading for?
2 years.
2 years. And can you tell us a little bit more about the team?
We are 5 co-founders. Myself, I'm the COO. I've been working in the crypto and payments industry for about 7 years now. My co-founder is actually a medical doctor, but he never practiced. He got employed by one of his families when he finished medical school to do remittance between mostly South Africa and East African corridor. And then the other co-founder is a technical guy who has built the infrastructure for us. And then the other one has been in the banking sector for about 18 years now.
Thanks very much. Can I keep going? So just 2 more questions. And $5 million is a lot of money. Are we going to spend that in over what period of time? And when do you envisage profitability?
So how we intend to spend that money is a chunk of it will go to liquidity, because we usually depend on liquidity in all the markets that we operate in. So about 45% of it will go to liquidity. Then the rest of it will go to operations, because in the markets that we'll be getting into, we need to hire operations people, and also we need to scale the product to bring more offering to our customers.
Thanks, Ben. Last question from me. Just the revenue model.
The revenue model is we charge fees on every transaction that goes through our platform.
Is that percentage-based or is it physical?
Percentage-based. Okay. So the percentage ranges from 0.5 to 2%, depending on the market and depending on the volume as well.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
So quickly on that, so with the 111 million monthly transaction volume, how much of that is your net revenue?
Come again?
How much of that is your net revenue from the 11 million transaction volume today?
So the average transaction volume is 11 million, as I showed, and our revenue is from 80,000 to 100,000 per month.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear it once again. That was a good presentation. And just to note, we've got some interesting talks coming up as well, challenging the status quo being one of them. But moving on, let us move on to My Bento.
Save for emergencies or access meaningful benefits. My Bento is changing that. Their payroll integrated platform lets employers offer flexible, voluntary benefits with zero cost or admin, giving employers digital, portable portfolios for savings, retirement, medical, and advice. They are now extending their pre-seed round with $200,000. Please welcome to the stage, My Bento.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Cool, I can start. I want you to think back, if you can remember, that very first job that you ever landed. And I think more importantly, can you remember the dreams that you had of what you wanted to do with that first paycheck? Like buy your first car, start saving, get your own place and buy yourself something special. And ideally, employers can actually help you set up those fundamental financial stuff by offering you employee benefits. Unfortunately, in South Africa, benefits aren't mandatory, and 72% of SMEs don't offer access to benefits at all. So people are left to do it themselves, and they face complex, offline, antiquated systems to try and set this stuff up for themselves. So it's no wonder that most people just give up. We've got one of the lowest savings rates in the world, and very few people can actually afford to retire. And at the same time, the employers are also losing productivity, high turnover costs due to this financial stress. So we believe that the moment you get paid is the perfect spot to start making the right decisions towards your financial future. And we want to kind of give that to every employee. So think back to that first day again and think of if you started your first day, you immediately had access to start saving, start a retirement fund, get the insurance that you need, all set up. So within minutes, digitally, you can set up a personalized portfolio and just put it automated, and there you go. The employers also win because they can offer employees better financial wellness by cutting 80% of the admin that's usually required to do that kind of thing. So the kicker here is also that underneath every portfolio is a bank account in the person's name, which makes it portable. So even if they change jobs or start freelancing or join the gig economy, that portfolio can go with them wherever they go. So our model is simple. We charge a SaaS subscription for the tools that the employer can use, and we charge ongoing commissions on the portfolio that the employee then has created. We've got a team of 4 co-founders. And we bootstrapped My Bento for almost 4 years to build what we see as South Africa's first payroll-integrated embedded finance platform. Since we launched our flexible portfolio in the last quarter, we've doubled our base. We've got 0 churn, and our kind of customer life cycle is at 40 months plus, so we haven't lost a single customer. But here is the real kind of disruption moment. The government started signaling that they are going to make it mandatory for employers to auto-enroll employees into a savings system. And when that happens, all of a sudden your 5 million underserved employees are going to be forced into the system. So a 16 billion rand industry is going to scramble to update their legacy systems with a system that we've already got, and we're years ahead. So we're currently raising 200,000. We want to extend our kind of integrations and add more products to offer, because we really think if the auto-enrollment thing comes online, you're almost going to see a Y2K moment for this industry. Thank you.
Judges.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the employers that you onboard. How long does that take for you to take onboard an employer onto your platform?
Yeah, so if it's an API integration, we can literally takes a couple of minutes to set it up because we use the payroll as the source of truth. So we basically use the payroll data at all times. So it's a couple of minutes and then we send out invites. Configuration can take longer, so depending on how much voluntary benefits they want to offer. With the bank account, obviously the kind of contract between the supplier and the actual employee, but at some stages, like group stages, where the actual company needs to contract with the supplier, it takes a bit longer because they need to sign the forms. But it's quick, technically.
Nice presentation. I just wanted to ask, maybe just talk a little bit about the revenue model and a little bit more details for us.
Yeah, so we charge a subscription fee because the tool itself sits on top of the payroll system, so it's a self-service, almost HR tool that comes with a full suite of all the benefits that we can offer. So we can originate any financial service product. So when we do that, if we originate the first financial service product, we're running on a juristic rep license, so we basically act as a broker. So we're earning commissions off any product that's kind of originated. So if there's a full suite, of medical insurance and RAs, for instance, we'll earn commissions as that. But we're just a rep, so we only earn a percentage of the commission at this stage. We want to go full financial services so we can earn a larger part of that. So subscription and commissions.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks. When you talk distribution, you say banks, brokers, and B2C. How would you approach B2C? That sounds quite challenging.
Yeah, so this bank account thing really unlocks that part. Because people change jobs every 2 years, and when they do, they sometimes lose their benefits. In this case, if you leave your employer that you got to originate your products with Mybento, you can keep that portfolio with you. So you become a kind of B2C customer already. And there we foresee that, well, we don't need the people integration there, we just need a payment to come into the account.
Okay. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much. Great presentation. The next presentation by SB Card.
Paper business cards get lost, waste money, and create tons of waste. SB Card is changing that. Their smart NFC QR card shares your full digital profile with one tap, no app needed, and updates in real time so you never reprint again. They've sold over 1,500 cards expanded across Africa. They are profitable, trademarked, and building two-way lead capture and CRM integrations. Please welcome to the stage SB Card.
Hello, my name is Michaelan. I'm the founder of SB Card, and we are South African-built smart business card and lead management software. Have you ever been at a networking event, you give out your paper business card only for the lead never to return or follow up? That's the problem, and here's how we're solving it. Paper business cards almost always end up in landfills. They contribute billions to paper wastage each year. And it's lost details. They're easily lost, damaged, and there's no means to valuably follow up on your leads. And there's no data. It's completely inefficient. You have to reprint a new batch of business cards every time you change your details. Here's our solution. We like to think of it as the last business card you'll ever need. It's one card where you can have real-time updates that's compatible far and wide across iPhone and Android. And the best, most important part is that it's integrated. One tap, you automatically populate your CRM for better lead management. But why now? Companies are drowning in admin and they're wasting paper. Our solution automates lead capture with our AI card scanner, syncs instantly with CRMs such as Zoho, HubSpot, and Salesforce, and it simplifies the follow-up process, as well as reducing the environmental impact with Apple and Google Wallet integrations. It's a seamless networking solution with the ability to share documents, app links, calendar bookings, and videos. You can manage your team, update their profiles on the go with our team analytics and dashboard, and there's no apps needed. It's an entire ecosystem that we're offering, from Smart Connect for the hotels to review cards for restaurants. We want to help businesses go paperless, connect with new leads faster and easier. Our journey since 2021 over the years, we have continuously evolved and refined our products, offering better features and improved user experiences. And since then, we've sold over 1,500 cards and subscriptions, expanded into several African countries, and we're on track to close $110,000 of corporate sales for 2025. We've also planted over 500 trees, been profitable as of 2024, and won multiple awards over the years. And the market is huge. There's over 44 million registered SMEs in Africa, and in South Africa alone, there are over 2.5 million corporate executives. That translates into roughly a $52 million market opportunity. With our B2B model from SMEs, large corporations, startups, tech companies, and government agencies. Competition is out there. However, we have a competitive advantage of our two-way connect feature and our CRM integration. Our business model is simple with online sales, subscription, and direct sales. And our business models offer also physical cards with our metal and elite range. Our roadmap is to seek strategic partners to accelerate our growth and expansion over the next 24 months. The team consists of myself, Chantel, Mo, Elster, and Caleb. And we're giving you more than just a card. It's an ecosystem to build, track, and sustainably grow your client base.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judges.
Thanks very much. Can you tell me who your desired target market is, like your preferred client?
Sure. We do service a wide variety of verticals, mainly companies that rely heavily on networking. We find a lot of traction from the industries such as finance, consulting, real estate. Those are our target market essentially. So yeah, enterprise corporate clients.
So you target the corporate, but the card's for the individual employee of the corporate? Or is it for the company?
It's for the team. So sales teams, whatever teams you might be managing entire departments for the cards for departments, yes.
Thank you very much. And then it looked like a subscription model.
Yes, we do have a subscription model based in as well. That's when you're looking into CRM integrations, card scanners, Google Wallet integrations. That's where they use a 45 Rand per user, but we do have specific tiers for enterprise going up various tiers, yeah.
Is there a longer term vision? It seems like a bit of a Trojan horse if you get this right.
The long-term vision is that, look, there is the need to network. And we're trying to solve the problem of the admin that everyone's drowning in. The manual logging of people's business cards is a solution that a problem that will always be there. And I think this solves that problem quite well.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question on the competition. Can you explain a bit how different you are from some of the other options that exist?
Sure. The competition currently, they serve very much the developed markets. We are quite perfectly positioned to be here in local markets where we're more POPIA compliant, where the leads opt in to come into the CRMs, et cetera, and we just understand the local markets a bit better, and our cost is way more competitive as well.
All right, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges. Thank you for the presentation. SB Card. Next up, we've got Alal.
Operators power Africa's ride-hailing economy, but outdated tools and no access to credit hold them back. Alal Technologies fixes that. They support 33,000 drivers daily with smart financial tools, fast vehicle and fuel financing, and one dashboard to manage drivers and spending. Trusted by Uber, Glovo, Yango, and InDrive, with over $30 million processed to date. Now raising to scale toward $4.2 million annual recurring revenue. Please welcome Alal Technologies.
Hi everyone, my name is Bashir and I'm the founder and CEO of Alal. We're building the fintech engine to power the African gig economy. Today I want to talk to you about the story of Ahmed. Ahmed was an Uber driver. One day while driving, Ahmed actually got a stroke. Overnight, Ahmed lost the car that he was driving, the income that he had, and today Ahmed is supported by his wife that sells vegetables at the market. This is not a single story. This is the story of 100,000 drivers in Francophone Africa that don't own the car that they drive, have no medical insurance, and have $0 saved. At Alal, we're solving that. We're giving drivers access to a car with a less than $1,000 deposit. The car comes in with an insurance that supports them and 3 loved ones. We also help them accept payment from their customers, and we give them instant loan when they need it. Why are we building Alal now? Ride-hailing is a booming sector in Francophone Africa. There is more than 3,000 cars in Abidjan, one of Ivory Coast city alone. These drivers have more than $3,000 per month, but they can access a loan for a $10,000 car. Who are we competing with? I love to say that we're competing with banks that don't get it, and the driver's richest uncle that can't understand what a ride-hailing app is. What market are we targeting? We're targeting one of the largest markets in Francophone Africa, which we think is a $4 billion market, and we're starting with like building a $30 million ARR business over the next 5 years. Our traction so far. We are already live in 2 countries, already manage a book loan of $500,000 with 100 cars, have processed more than 20 million year over year, and have 30,000 drivers that we serve daily. How do we make money? We make $700K on every car that we manage for 3 years per month. Who are we? Actually, we've been building financial tools in Francophone Africa for years. Before Alal, my co-founder and I have built Paydunia, which is Stripe for Francophone Africa, that we sold actually to a South African company called Pitch Payment. What are we looking to raise? We're raising 4.2 million. We're raising 2.5 million to buy 500 cars to power ride-hailing in Abidjan. Thank you.
Judges.
Anton's going to ask you what you're going to use the money for.
Yeah, so it's 2.5 million. That was to buy cars.
Yes.
So it's to fund the vehicles.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Just in terms of the revenue model, can you maybe just unpack it a little bit and if there's any risk associated with revenue and how you secure that risk?
Sure. So Francophone Africa, the market that we operate is really heavily like mobile money based. So what we do is we plug to every mobile money account that the driver has, and we do daily debits to their account.
That's very clever.
Yep.
And in the case that the driver isn't able to pay for his daily payments, what happens then?
Yes. So as I said, we have a team of 4 people around, but we are already managing 100 cars in Abidjan. So we have a asset-heavy business, but with operation light. So what we do is we partner with other businesses that are SMEs that manage 2 drivers. Those are the ones that actually interact with the driver directly. And when there is a driver that misses a payment, we reprocess the car. So the $1,000 actually deposit that the driver does is just for when the driver misses at least 2 weeks of payment, we can reprocess the car, but we had already the deposit that cover for the loss, and we give that car to another driver.
Thank you.
So how many cars on your balance sheet at the moment?
Yeah, so we help one of our partners manage 100 cars. So we haven't started with our cars. So we focus first on payment.
Okay.
That's the thing that we focus over the next year and a half. And then we find a partner that actually had cars, but then I had the software. So today we help him manage over 100 cars.
Okay. So it's almost like an Uber. You don't own the vehicle.
Yes. And what we're trying to do, the next step is to actually own the car, because now we understand the whole chain of like how do we do it. So we want to acquire the cars and give it to the partners and get the loans.
And the next products or services you're looking at to offer to the drivers?
Yes. So what we do now is when we give the car to a driver, we give him also insurance. So there's actually a lot of like financial product that we can sell to the drivers. One of the main spending that a driver has is fuel. Actually, we can help the driver either finance the fuel when they don't have money, or we can go to a petrol station, get a discount, and then share that with the driver. So there's a lot of like financial services that we can sell.
Last question from me. How do you vet a driver that you're prepared to onboard?
How do we, sorry?
How do you verify that you're prepared to take the risk and help that driver?
Yes, so we are plugged to all the ride-hailing platform that they use. So we are plugged via API through Yango, so we can build a driving story for every driver before we onboard them to know whether they are a good driver or not.
Thanks very much.
That was a fascinating presentation. Alal Technologies. Beautiful. Next up, Adashi.
Millions of micro, small, medium enterprises rely on risky mutual thrift savings. Adashi digitizes the system, making collections transparent, secure, and scalable for agents and small businesses. We've onboarded 123 agents, supported over 4,600 customers, and processed over 259 million naira in savings. Trusted by partners like Interface, Asola, and ID, they are raising $200,000 on a safe. Please welcome Adichie.
Hello, Ahmed here from Adashi. Do you know that less than 30% of the SMEs in Africa are able to access formal financial credit? And here's why. This is Mama Tando. She's a small-time retailer. She sells provisions and household items, and she wants to grow her business. But neither the banks won't lend her because neither she nor her business has a credit score. So people like Mama Tando, they find formal financial services to be unfriendly, unaffordable, and unresponsive. So they rely on informal modes of savings and lending. However, these collectors, sometimes they die or they run away. Helping MSMEs to save is also a cumbersome and tedious problem. Most of the agents, it takes a long time for them to do the paperwork, and most times they mix up their own money with the savers' money. And these agents don't really have a clear idea of, where the exact earnings is coming from. And they can only service a few customers on a daily basis. So we built Adashi as a credible and reliable platforms to help MSMEs in the informal sector to save and to build credit by leveraging a network of agents and trip collectors. So we help them to increase their revenue, provide accountability, reach more customers, and also transparency in the business. So our solution is available on Play Store and can directly be accessed on the web. So far, since we launched a little over 2 years ago, we've onboarded 123 agents. We have 4,600 customers and have totally collectively helped these customers to save around 250 million naira. So our revenue model is simple. We take 30% of the earnings on the agent, and then for our cooperative customers, we take 2.5% on the total volume of transactions. So we're playing in a $26.73 million naira market. Our serviceable obtainable market is around 710 billion naira. So these are our competitors on various verticals, but we are playing in the unbanked and underbanked space and using the agency banking model. And where we are truly different is that we're democratizing savings, we're helping these people, MSMEs, to build credit, and our sub-agent feature ensures that we grow faster. This is our growth strategy over the next few years. My name is Ahmed. I'm a tech entrepreneur and also a professional product manager, and I'm a member of the World Economic Forum. My co-founder is a professional software developer. We're raising a safe $200,000 in equity in exchange for 10% equity, which is going to be used for product development, staffing, marketing, and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So you were a little bit quick around just the exact, your target customer and how you earn money. I know it's 30% through an agent or whatever, but how do people want to work with you? What is that killer app or the real reason or the pain point?
Okay, so right now the Susu model typically, it's what we are digitizing. And in my country, most of these people and MSMEs, they have a long or age-long tradition of saving through certain people that are seen as credible, in the community. So we are leveraging on these people, and our app is mainly used by these people, right? While they onboard, they kind of create a digital footprint for these MSMEs. So because some of these SMEs, they don't have any digital footprint at all. And by the way, we're creating an alternative credit scoring engine that help us to use this data and push it to financial partners, so that some of these MSMEs can now, be able to access credit with that data.
Great, thanks.
Can you maybe talk to that actual credit scoring algorithm? What are the data points you're looking at to build that score, and how do you capture those?
So right now we just use transaction, but we're also introducing other forms of payments like airtime vending, electricity payments, and all. So these data points are what we are using at the moment. But what we have is just transactions, daily savings, monthly savings, group savings, withdrawals, amounts of the average amount of savings and all that, yeah.
Okay.
And then typical period between the saving period, how often they withdraw and all that, yeah.
So almost using that ledger that was manual and digitizing it.
Sorry?
So almost using that ledger that was a manual entry and then digitizing
exactly,
it.
yeah.
Got you. Interesting.
Okay, is
All
that
right.
it?
Sorry, 10 seconds. The rest of your team?
Yeah, so I have, by the way, funny story, I've tried to digitize this to serve as an agent in the past. And this is one of the reasons how I realized that there's a huge problem. I was helping my mom. My mom was kind of the one who was doing the business, and I helped her kind of manage the funds. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, eh?
All right, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. And that concludes our pitch. The judges will do their discussions and decisions will be made, but we are going to move on. Judges, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. If we can just get the team to remove the chairs up front as we get ready for our next keynote. Now that keynote's going to be followed by a panel discussion. What is the keynote all about? Well, we started the day asking, and by the way, are you all still alive? Barely. Okay, don't worry. This is going to be a nice one. Questioning the status quo, the future of VC. And I want you to put your hands together for Alyun and Kartek, who will be taking that conversation forward.
No, we'll just be standing, that's fine. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Whew. Not much energy here. How's it going? All right, so we're here basically to unpack the finding of our research. It's a white paper that is getting published today on the VC ecosystem. So this is basically the result of year-long conversations within 15 fund managers and a survey from 50 plus fund managers where we went out and tried to understand basically what is working and what is not working for them. Next slide. And basically to paint a picture, right, Africa, our ecosystem is young, our VC ecosystem is very young. As you can see, 60% of the fund managers are still on their first vintage within the VC landscape. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we very much mirroring an ecosystem that's been existing since the 50s, which is this tiny piece of land called the Valley, the Silicon Valley, which is, you know, small, completely unified, that's been operating under a 10-year, 220 fund model since the 80s, where the federal government of the US decided to change the law from pension funds and actually force them to deploy within the VC market. And since the asset class needed something more predictable and standardized that pension funds were already used to, they decided to adopt the 10-year 220 model from the private equity industry. Yet, as we know, Africa is anything but small, unified. Africa is very fragmented. Purchasing power is low. Infrastructure are scarce. And the continent needs a model for itself. So we went around, asked fund managers, next slide, asked fund managers what were their biggest concerns, what were their biggest constraints to do their job better and have better fund products for the founders that they want to back, but also to return capital to LPs. Interestingly enough, the main concern for 40% of them are LP requirements. So that's constraint around geographies, sector that they have to use. And essentially, you can see the four other items, so timelines, incentives, liquidity, and capital versus business need, which is everything that we unpacked in our research. So the first finding is basically that the fund timelines that we have are completely not suited for the African market. 60% of the fund managers operate under a 10 plus 1 plus 1 structure, which is actually a plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. That basically takes on average 15 to 17 years for a fund in Africa to be closed. So that's from start of deployment to fully exiting the portfolio. Basically because it takes longer. It takes longer to build a business in Africa than in the Valley. Most of our businesses actually do not have the underlying infrastructure that they can build on, so they have to create that infrastructure. And when we survey fund managers, 93% of them tell us that they actually have appetite for either an evergreen or at least a longer fund life period. But as you can see, among these 92%, 40% of them are saying, yes, we want it, but our LPs are not allowing to do so. Next slide. Second misalignment was around basically capital that is being used. 70% of the capital deployed in the VC ecosystem in Africa is actually equity. So it's either equity or quasi-equity because convertible notes in our ecosystem are unfortunately used as an equity product, even though they were not designed for that at all in the Valley. And there is very little debt or structured products that are being used in our ecosystem. What that creates essentially is a mismatch between the needs of our companies that are usually hardware heavy or logistics heavy or operationally heavy. And it also pushes valuations up because when fund managers actually invest equity in a company raising to fund working capital instead of debt, that pushes valuations up. And in markets like Africa where exit valuations are actually constrained, that actually hinders the performance of fund managers. And as you can see, when we speak with fund managers, 60% of them actually do have appetite to use blended models that would allow them actually to generate liquidity earlier. You can think revenue-based finance, you can think redeemable equity, or pure debt products such as working capital products that would, again, improve the liquidity of our ecosystem, and Karthik will speak more about it.
Yeah, thanks. So as you can see on the slide before, when we surveyed fund managers, illiquidity and exit pathways was a concern only 4% of the time. But I hope over the next few years that number will go up. And as Kola said this morning, DPI is sort of everything. I guess the point I want to make is that the pressure will build, right? We're in 2025 now, which means the 2015 vintage is now coming to a 10-year end. So now those investments will start to get realized. But the reality is that in 2015, the total amount of VC funding in Africa was only $200 million. Right? And then we went from 2015, 2017, it increased, and then as you can see, all the way to 1.4 billion in 2019. So for me, when I see this statistic, it's very, very clear to me that as we saw a lot of this funding wave come through, what we will also see is a realizations wave, right? Which is a lot of that capital needs to go back into LP pockets. And so as such, one of the conclusions we had was that the pressure to deliver DPI over the next 5 to 7 years will reach levels that we have just never seen in Africa before. And so it is very important for us to start building out a lot of the fundamental infrastructure so that we can actually start delivering on our promise of returns and doing distributions. Obviously, when we surveyed more fund managers, we wanted to ask, well, how many of your portfolio companies do you think have a clear exit path? Now, these are blended vintages, right? Of some very recent fund managers, some slightly older fund managers, which means the businesses have matured, right? So they're approaching that age where the businesses can be exited. But it's really interesting that over 60% of fund managers that we interviewed had visibility on what the likely exit path would be in the next 5 years of only between 0 to 25% of their portfolio. And so when we see this, it really concerns us because obviously, as you all know, we're in the business of investing, but then we have to make money from our investments, right? And I feel like we're forgetting the second part of it. In the paper, obviously, we discuss a lot of exit mechanisms, so secondaries and M&A. They are a solution, but as we discussed earlier today, who really are the acquirers in Africa? And the challenge is that when we get to a period where there is lots of exit and realization pressure, we will just increase the supply of assets, which means the multiples on revenue on M&A are going to go down, the discounts on secondaries are going to go up, simply because there is more supply for this approximately same amount of dollars coming into the ecosystem. So this is something that we have to think about and start building for the future. The second thing is continuation vehicles. We've seen a lot of this being talked about this year. And while it's a good mechanism to allow a fund manager to go beyond the fund timeline and still hold a business, this really only is sort of a temporary fix. And we're kicking the can down the road in a lot of ways. Although there are merits to the approach, we also prevent the moment of exit to happen, right? And we push it into the future. Thirdly, structured exit mechanisms such as management buyouts. There are lots of companies now that find themselves in a position where they had raised $1 million, $2 million, $3 million 5 years ago that are profitable businesses, essentially the concept of seed strapping. And now they worry about how they're going to give an exit to their investors in the case that they don't want to separate themselves from their business. But the challenge is for those founders, there is just no way for them to be able to structure management buyouts because the banks won't lend to them and we don't really have the financial institutions that will allow them to do that. I guess the point we're trying to say here is that while we do have a lot of these exit mechanisms, we really have to start building, in my view, over the next 10 years, a good pathway from private venture-backed companies to publicly listed entities. And we're seeing a lot of that happen in different markets, as we saw earlier today. But I think we really have to accelerate that process. I know that talking about public markets in a VC early stage conference is it's kind of like an ugly child in the room. Nobody really wants to talk about it. But here's something that I'm receiving now from the founder community. I think if we don't develop public markets, we're setting a very dangerous precedent to VC in Africa. What we're saying to founders is that founders only have two options to delivering cash returns back to their investors, right? And these are the two options. They either continue to raise money in the private markets every single year or every 2 years to do secondary cleanups of their cap tables, right? Because you have to recycle that capital, then you bring somebody else new in. And obviously during that time, the business grows, so then you just have to raise more and more and more. But we're not seeing the growth curve happen on the funding side for that to be sustainable. And then the second thing is we're forcing the founders to separate themselves from the business if they raise any single dollar of venture funding at all. And I think that sets a very, very dangerous precedent. And in our view, this is not sustainable whatsoever. Now, while we have discussed exit mechanisms in the paper, I encourage all of you to think about how do we start activating some of those. And then just on IPOs, there's a bit of a joke, but can anybody guess the stock ticker and what that stock might be? It's up 275% in the past 6 months. On Friday, it was up 300%, but it went down a bit.
Go ahead.
Any guesses? Wild guesses?
Yes.
This is Jumia stock. So with that, I'm going to pass back to Aliu now, who's going to discuss the fourth pillar of our white paper.
So the last thing we looked at are basically incentives and fee structures within funds, African VC funds. When we surveyed fund managers, most of them tell us, and we asked them, what's the minimum fund size that they need to do their job properly? Most of them tell us that they need a $50 million fund, at least. Of course, most of the funds in Africa are smaller than that. Then we asked them, why do you need a $50 million fund? Does that coincide with the deal flow that you're receiving? And the answer is no. The fund size is a pure factor of the 2 and 20, but the 2 within the 20. And basically, that's the amount of management fees that they need to sustain teams and operations, especially in a continent where operations are expensive, and you need a lot of those in order to basically be able to affect the rate of returns or the rate of success of your portfolio. So what we're saying here is that there needs to be innovation also at that level. And yes, we discuss extensively in the paper mechanisms such as declining fees over time, so that you can front load in the beginning, performance-linked or tiered carry mechanism. Some fund managers tell us that they don't need a 2% management fee over a year, especially over 10 years, especially if they go for longer cycle vehicles, which is what they're asking for. And that could be budget-led, for instance. But the last, but probably also very important point to mention is around the waterfall and the carry structure. Most of our funds on the continent operate on the European waterfall, which clearly disincentivize fund managers. In the context of a market that is not liquid, as a fund manager, when you raise and you're in Fund 1, you'll maybe see carry in 15 or 17 years. That's clearly not attractive. Of course, going to raise a bigger fund, in 5 years and sustain management fees for 10 years is a bit more attractive. So there is a case there, and probably the only thing that we would need to borrow from the Silicon Valley model is actually the American waterfall, which is a deal-by-deal carry structure that allows you to generate liquidity at the deal level and distribute, and of course, to align interests with our LPs, institutional LPs, including DFIs. We can consider hurdle at the deal level. We can consider even a second layer of hurdle at the fund level, and even escrow mechanism. But at least we believe that there needs to be liquidity and incentive for GPs, that liquidity gets generated early and gets reinvested into the management company in order to grow the team and sustain operations. So essentially, the big message that we're sending in our paper, it's not only do evergreen funds. It's not only adopt the American waterfall. It's that we need more diversity in order to create a true ecosystem across VC funds, but we also need other products. We need evergreen funds. We need studios. We need CVCs. All of that will allow us to have diversity, which is actually what led to the success of the Silicon Valley model. You had shorter-term vehicle that was smaller, longer-term, but essentially our founders are building different type of companies in the African continent, and we need different type of products in order to serve them better, because that's only this way that we will be able to generate liquidity for LPs and truly create a self-sustaining ecosystem. So the paper ends basically with a call to action, both for fund managers and for LPs. For fund managers, if you were removed from all the constraints that we all know about, what type of fund products would you build? What is the best tool to serve the founders that you want to serve and that you want to work with? And for LPs, institutions, DFIs, when you receive a deck or a proposal from fund managers that looks slightly different from what you've been used to, take the conversation, question the status quo, and let's all, in doing so, build a true self-sustaining ecosystem. So if you scan the QR code, that will give you access to the interactive version of our white paper. It's a lovable website, and you can also download the full paper that is getting published later today by the AfricArena team. Thank you very much, and together let's build a better ecosystem.
Thank you, Alyun and Karthik. Okay, so we're moving on. We've got the panel under the same title, of course, The Future of VC, Questioning the Status Quo. And the person I'm going to invite up, you can give her a hell of a hand, is Oni Payton-Power, founder of Innovative Finance Initiative. Oni's going to be leading this particular panel and will be introducing you to the panelists as well. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you.
Bro, can I leave this with you? Hey, how is it going?
Okay, we'll get the panel up there soon.
I need to take this call.
Are this working?
Yeah, those are working. And then there's one or two handheld mics.
Okay, great. No, I think we're good.
Okay, great. I'll move that mic over here. Just in case someone needs one. Yeah.
Alyun does. Excellent. Welcome, everyone. I am so impressed you've made it to the end of 4:30 or whatever time it is in the evening. Thank you all for joining us. So on the back of that excellent, and I believe we've got Mesa coming as well. Wonderful. On the back of that excellent presentation that I've now seen Alioune do 3 times in the last few days, we're going to have a little bit of a conversation about fund structures. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists to quickly introduce themselves. I've got a few questions. We're going to make this nice and short, but hopefully pretty insightful. So, Ido, why are you on the stage?
Because Christoph invited me, but otherwise I spent the last 19 and a bit years on the intersection of Africa and tech, 15 years in VC, and currently thinking about what's next for me, but some experience in the space for the last few years.
Maisa?
I'm here because I was threatened. No, just joking. I'm here because my good friend Alioune kindly invited us to speak about this topic, and I think it's a very relevant topic for what's going on in the ecosystem. I'm currently the head of Africa for venture capital at IFC, the World Bank. So looking forward to the discussion.
Alioune, I'm pretty sure they know why you're here.
Yeah, I spoke a lot already, but mostly to push people to speak and to challenge the status quo, essentially.
Yeah. Excellent. We can do that from both sides, but I mean, we've got a pretty, I think, pushable panel here. So I think one of the things, Alioune, that's great about the research is that it opens up a wide variety of options for fit-for-purpose capital. So if we were to go back or forward in time and redesign the Silicon Valley venture model in Africa, what would we keep and what do you think we would leave to the side? Ida?
I think we may end up in a few years in something that is not necessarily different, but for where we are missing a bunch of components, and as such, I think that we are using a model that doesn't address about a lot of them, and by a lot of them I mean the nature of the capital. So the capital, we use equity for everything,
right?
Which is nice, but also very expensive and pushes price up very early. We get very little flexibility on the in and out, because we have lack of liquidity at the end, and we are struggling to tie incentives between the providers of capital and the students of capital in that regard. So I would have in mind something different. It's also said that funds in their current structure cannot work, but I would think slightly wider to address those gaps.
Absolutely. I say you've spent some time in the US as well, in the ecosystem. What do you think?
Well, I think the conversation around the instrument is spot on, right? We need to basically be equipped with the tools to do what we're trying to do.
Yes.
But something that I would have changed is also the way we engage with the ecosystem. And when I say we, it's investor to company. Because there's always been talks about unicorns. Let's chase the next unicorns, and unicorns will drive exit. But Africa is not a unicorn market. It's an SME market, right? And when you draw conclusions and you draw parallels with other markets, it actually is the same. What is the driving base and value of growth and prosperity are SMEs. So maybe our venture capital models should be built around how to optimize SME value versus chase unicorns.
I completely agree. Something that I often say is that, instead of chasing unicorns, we should be building gazelles and zebras, because they actually exist. Like, really. And here, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alioune.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Touch on it. And I think what comes up of the research also is that there is actual appetite from fund managers to do things differently.
Yeah.
When you actually challenge them and ask them to, pause on what they've been doing for the last couple of years, they actually do innovate, and they actually come up with fund structures that are fairly interesting and definitely that look at least better fit for purpose. But of course, there's also pushback, right? Because it's good to come up with the concept and the idea, but you need to be able to raise for the product. And we also have a lot of work to do at that level, and push LPs, institutional LPs, to support and adapt the change that is required and that is requested from fund managers.
Yeah, yesterday we did a roundtable with LPs, Alioune and I did, and one of the, I think, pieces of feedback that was really interesting was around changing the narrative of alternative funds to you should give us more time because it's harder to do things, we need more time, you need to be more patient, to here's the value you can achieve if you give us more time and a broader toolkit to do that. And I think it's good feedback because LPs do not owe GPs anything, but it's up to GPs to make that value creation. So as you're thinking about how potentially other markets that you've seen have do that, what would be your advice to fund managers thinking about that?
I think that, the patience capital thingy is a bit of a pile of crap. In other words, no one wants to get lower IRR over a longer period of time. That's a non-offer, right? Let me give you less over more time. It's just not a very attractive offering. So the patient capital can only be patient if it can do, if it pays either a much higher IRR at the end or otherwise starts generating revenues earlier on through using, again, debt, working capital facilities that spit out interest and so on and so forth. But just being patient, that's charity, which is a great business, but it's not ours. So I think that is a bit of a confusion that we tend to stick to and maybe need to part with because it seems like LPs are not that interested in it as well.
No, absolutely. Marcel, what have you seen from so I'll tell you that I know that multiple of the big DFIs, particularly ones like IFC that have been in the market early, are sitting on year 14 with a lot of the funds that they've invested in. So is there something that the fund managers could have told you up front that would have convinced you to let them have a 15-year fund instead of a 10 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1?
I think it's always a good thing to look at data and things in perspective. Today we're saying it takes a long time to return capital in Africa, but do you know what's the average time to return a venture-backed unicorn in the US?
No.
It's 10.6 years.
That's for unicorn. Fund ages in the US is 16 to 20 these days.
Yes, he said it. So this is not an African problem.
Yeah.
It is a characteristic of this asset class. Now, once we've moved past this self-pity feeling, to be honest, of saying we need more time because we're special, we're Africa, you actually look at why do we need more time and why is it acceptable in the US that it is a 10 plus 2, but in reality it's 16 and they don't complain about it, but we do. And a lot of that conversation comes from the realization that investment is a life cycle. And your LPs will be okay with that as long as they see value in that life cycle. So for me, the whole conversation around extending life cycles of investment African funds is a non-starter. It's not going to happen. As you rightfully said, if I'm an LP and I'm getting money somewhere else with a shorter life cycle, or I'm getting it with the exact same life cycle, but I'm getting more, then why am I compensating an African GP to give me less?
But I don't think that's the request. The request is, I think, for many of these funds, and again, the thing is you're not getting it elsewhere. You're sitting in these funds at 14, 15 years across different life cycles. I just happened to have taught a course for 40 of your fund managers in May, and I know that many of them are far past their tenure. So you aren't necessarily getting it, but you're asking for the optionality. And I think this is where the conversation gets interesting around value creation. I completely agree with you. And this is where I think, Alioune, the work that you did was really important because it's not just longer, because just longer on its own is not compelling. But what if our fund managers told you that in order to build gazelles and zebras, we need a longer fund with multiple tools? Is that then compelling for you?
Well, we're already giving it to them.
So, I mean, yes,
the concept
I do get
of
that.
continuation funds, the concept of recycling your assets, it's not new.
No.
But we also have to understand that, especially for DFIs, we have a fiduciary duty of returning capital, returning it efficiently and timely. So today,
But
if
that
I'm
timing
saying,
is
Let
made
me
up.
challenge you here, as I currently, am not on fundraising, so I can happily do that. You're not, right? So in so many words, you are probably the most constraining beast on earth as an LP. And I think that, there are constraints around what you can invest in, There are constraints that are very unique to the geography.
Mm-hmm.
There are constraints about how many boxes you need to tick alongside return, which are non-commercial boxes. But I think to your point of you're allowing, multiple tools and so on, you're not allowing it in the same fund. Let's not, confuse ourselves there. So you're allowing equity only in equity-only funds. Yes, you could do debt if you're a debt fund, and you could do venture debt if you're a venture debt fund. We don't have many of those in the region. Mm-hmm. But you're not allowing to a lot of flexibility with how, for instance, in the LPA, historically, you could only give a loan if it's sub 12 months at very specific terms. So you can't really play in that regard of creativity.
And I would also take umbrage with the idea that your mandate, as with the World Bank money that you have, is to create development, not to create returns for the World Bank. And it's not to create short-term returns, it's to create long-term development. And so this is I was speaking with one of your compatriots in a different fund that has a 20-year European Commission guarantee themselves, but will only do 10-year funds. And then pushing on that. Well, that's what we've always done. There's no actual, and I would say it's very similar actually for the IFC. There is nothing in law. You do 20, 30-year debt funds all the time.
So I think this comes again from the misperception of what is money for the World Bank. We have at the World Bank what is the EBRD, which is the Bank of Reconstruction and Development, which is our tool for grants, institutional support, public advocacy, and all of that. That needs funding. How is it being funded? Through donors. And we've seen increasingly that donors, which are countries, but they don't have the money anymore, or they don't have appetite anymore. And it's been the case, and it's even more the case now, that when this gap happens, it's the IFC, which is the private sector arm, which has to provide returns to fund these activities. So, yes, we are commercial. We're a commercially driven impact vehicle. So the same way that in the commercial world, people want return adequately within a timely framework, we want to. So now there's always a notion of patient capital. Patient capital has to be taken in the whole context of what the bank offers. Yeah. Meaning blended finance, long-term loans, which is not what we do in private equity.
Of course not.
And of course, equity returns, which are risk-taking investments. So they help basically cement and build the base of this ecosystem, which is a bit more risky, but it comes with the expectation of return. So it's a bit hard to want things both ways, meaning you want the patient capital and you want also IFC to take more risk and be more commercial. So there's a word in between, and I think this is where us, DFIs, sometimes we battle with the perception that our money has must always be patient across all of our verticals. For the venture capital practice, it is not the case.
Elian, you want to talk about?
I think I would like to reframe the discussion, because the fund managers we are speaking with are not saying that they want patient capital. They're saying that they want longer term in order to better align their fund economics with what the market requires in order to generate more liquidity faster for the LPs. So the conversation really needs to be reframing and not thinking in boxes. And I also push it towards fund managers as well, because it's not taking one item, changing it. That's not how you generate performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need to completely rethink the model. We need to innovate. And it's challenging, right? Because it's new. It's trying to find something that works out of something that doesn't work, and that will take iteration, for sure. But that will take also experienced managers trying new things, but they will need to be backed by commercial capital that actually wants return, but that understand that in the way they're funding funds today, that's not return generating.
I think that's the key piece of it. I think that's the core, and I love that's what the conversation we're having is that, again, become like the original question is, it's about value creation. So saying to LPs, here's all the things you're looking for. we want to give those to you. But in order to do that, we need to build funds that look differently, because the constraints, and I think this is what came out in the research, the constraints that are put on there are actually impeding that ability to do that. And I think this is where that open conversation needs to happen, and it has to be, and I think it is, I completely push also onto the GPs to say to the LPs, not, I need this, you should give me this, because you can. More, you need these things, I want to provide these things to you, and this is what it looks like. And I do think there's the impetus to be able to show that this works. And I do think having experienced fund managers be able to do that. And I've heard multiple times from people say, I really want to design a fund this way, but it's my first fund. I know it's hard enough to raise, so I'm going to do it on the second fund. And that, you know, I get that. That makes sense. Ido, how many funds has Telecom had now?
2 in Africa and a couple in Europe before.
So if you were to design a new fund now as your next iteration, what would it look like?
Probably smaller. So a few tens of millions, holdco structure with sub-SPVs for deals that allow me flexibility in the sense that I can do. So I think we've talked about it, but there is many times misuse of capital, which then pushes pricing and so on. So if someone needs 5 million, of which 3 are working capital, I would like to give 2 in equity and 3 in working capital, be able to retain the 3 in working capital with whichever interest, and most people would pay today 20 plus in dollars. So that means that within 4 or 5 years, I sort of de-risked my capital base. I can start paying out IRR, and then I have an upside. Of course, it's not for all business models, but theoretically, that's how I would think about it. Then also with these, if you build the business with the right capital structure, you can exit it at potentially lower number, and still everybody can go home happy. I think there's a separate something we have not touched on. How do you incentivize the potential buyers here, which are less so the Googles and Amazons of the world at this point, and much so the local conglomerates and groups, and how do you tie these incentives at the gate? But that's a longer, separate discussion.
And I think that ties into another discussion around what we talk about a lot is obviously mobilizing local capital, and that's something that the DFIs would love to as well, to come in and catalyze local capital. And I think, to your point earlier around if we're looking at gazelles and zebras as opposed to unicorns, that actually might be a more compelling case to some of these pension funds that understand their local economy. And I think, just to close, Ali, do you want to kick us off? I'll ask each of you to just talk about what do you hope that in 5 years, if we're sitting on this panel talking about fund structures, what do you hope that we'd be talking about? What type of trends?
I hope we'll be speaking more about funds that do generate liquidity. To answer to the same question that you asked, Ido, I'd probably do a secondary fund. We'll go out and pitch to founders. You can get X million from me, pledge the shares of that you hold on your company, buy out your cap table, and I'll be paid out through dividends.
I love that idea.
So yeah, more liquidity generating fund structures, assets across the continent, definitely part of the mix.
Meta?
I mean, I agree with you. I think it's a mindset. It has to be a mindset that shifts towards compounding value, because when you compound value, then your liquidity options expand.
Yeah.
That's when you can leverage structured exits. That's when you can actually tap into banks. That's when you create an ecosystem of CVCs. And it is all, again, a chicken and egg issue, but I think today what we want to see in the ecosystem, and is already happening, is GPs take initiative and say, okay, if we were a startup today, we are at a pivot point in our startup life. So we're seeing that being a bit more of a thinking venture, that we're seeing traditional financing solutions, aka SAFE, being left behind to come back to more structured instruments that provide alignment. So I think we're getting there. And the expectation that our ecosystem, which is exciting but new, has to get it right. Yes, early not broken, has to get it right now. I think is wrong. We still have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ido, early not broken?
Early not broken. Yeah, I think, again, we get the early discount, but with that, given the things we don't have, which is government grants, R&D, credit lines, and so on and so forth, some of it will need to be incorporated into how we adjust the return and the risk into our investment vehicles. And I think that is a bit of a more holistic thinking process rather than just trying to fix for the one.
Excellent. I apologize, I am 25 seconds over, but I will close it out there. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Orny and the team, thank you very much. Fabulous discussion from one panel to another. Unlocking what, Kino? You must unlock. It's been a day. Unlocking Christoph's bank account. No. Unlocking climate finance for Africa's growth. And this panel will be headed by Craig Atkinson, the co-founder of Future Motion Africa. Please put your hands together for Craig. He's going to introduce you to the panel as well. Thank you. Where do you want me to sit? Good.
Okay, good afternoon. Oh, that's quite loud. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited for today's panel, and we have some amazing guests on stage with me today. So, to introduce our panelists, I'd like to do one at a time. Let's see the order. Yes, we're in the right order. Can we please welcome Claire Njoki from Investment Alpha Mondi onto the stage. Then up next we have Simon Schwal from Oko. Then we've got Lisa Johansson from Green Cape. And then Jonathan First, Climate Policy Initiative.
I think he said, yeah.
You're going to, all right. So, today's discussion is something that I jumped at immediately when I was asked to be on this panel, because as a startup and as a business owner, trying to find capital is one of the most difficult things, especially in the space of climate and doing things that are often good and doesn't always come with the highest commercial rewards, such as like your top-of-the-range AI type of technology or big software companies. However, you're trying to do something good as well, and trying to tap into the climate financing pockets of money is what we're going to be speaking about today. Also been to a lot of these conferences where you talk and you talk and you talk, but there's no tangible outcome. Every year we come back and we talk about the same thing over and over. So today with our panel, we've got experts that's going to tell us how we can actually move forward and make sure that we have something to look forward to in the future. So I'm going to start off with Claire. So Claire, there's a lot of money in this ecosystem, and we were talking about your blended financing. What would you find is the most lucrative, balanced way that companies can be approaching climate finance?
Great. Thank you so much, Craig. And it's a pleasure seeing you all here and being part of this wonderful panel. My name is Claire Njoki. I'm the Investment and Program Manager at Alpha Mundi Foundation, where we work with small and medium enterprises across Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa within the nexus of climate and gender. And so, Craig, to your question, yes, so as we work with SMEs, we work with SMEs in different stages along the capital continuum, and we do have some that are quite early stage, others are further along. And so I will answer focusing on the more early stage companies because it's a little difficult for them. But for this stage, you find that especially for climate finance, a lot of financing is needed to provide technical assistance to them, which is one of the archetypes to blended finance. And so this supports the preparation of the transactions to make them bankable to support them also with compliance, capacity building, so that other investors feel the comfort to come in. We also see a lot of fast loss facilities coming in these transactions to give the investors a level of comfort. I think earlier in the day we heard about the need for more debt into these companies and not just equity, and the fast loss facilities are supporting with this. I think another important instrument, I know we're very tight on time, so I will just add this, is guarantees and local financing. I think that's also something that's very important because the burden of the foreign currency repayments, for example, in the case of debt, is quite high. And so looking at some local solutions to some of these problems, for example, in Nigeria, we have InfraCredit, which has come in to support with some of the local currency challenges. So I'll pause at that just to keep the conversation going. And I know I'll add a bit more to that.
Thank you, Claire. Now, that was some fascinating news. I'd actually like to, past this panel, talk about how these different structures between like Nigeria, you were mentioning, that's got their own mechanisms in South Africa, and how we could actually learn from each other to move things a lot faster. But to continue with the panel, I've got a question for Lisa. All right. Green Cape's done a lot of fantastic work, and you've obviously worked a lot in my previous businesses, where there is employment that is also part of the ecosystem. So climate finance must do more than just cut carbon emissions, but also gain employment and create jobs in a new sector, especially when old sectors are starting to, lose their working relationships with people. How do you, as Green Cape, see that as an evolving future?
Perfect. Thanks so much. Is this thing on? It is.
Here we go.
Good. So Green Cape, an economic development agency, our North Star is investments and job creation into South Africa. How do we do that? We build projects around how to actually address those sort of barriers and sticky points in the market in order for us to drive those. I think that there's a number of different ways with regards to job creation, and one of those being that there are sort of one of the certain projects that I work on is called the Green Outcomes Fund, and I know Jonathan is also one of the major architects of it too. But how do we actually start looking at outcomes-based models within our funding structures in order to actually create and reward a certain type of behavior or investment behavior that we want to see? So particularly in the Green Outcomes Fund, we're looking at how do we reward fund managers for creating more jobs in the green economy. So hypothesis being, there seems to be a bit of a reluctance, a little bit of a slow coming to the market with regards to climate tech. It is perceived as quite risky. So how do we actually incentivize fund managers to start looking towards the green sector, to look towards climate tech? One of those ones is an outcomes-based payment system where for every green job that is created post-investment, that an outcomes payment happens. So there is that side of it where we can look at, this could apply to anything, by the way. Outcomes-based payments can actually apply to whatever it is that a certain fund or certain, anybody needs to actually see that certain change in the market. I think obviously from a different sort of angle is that there's loads of different models that actually drive this type of behavior. We've got, yes, the Youth Employment Service, where we've got a lot more sort of job and delivery towards particularly youth. And yeah, I think that I'm going to pause. I know we don't have a lot of time, but particularly looking at a certain solution is this sort of a green outcomes-based payment. Any sort of outcomes-based facility is something to consider within these structures. South Africa is renowned for it being a very stable banking foundation, but it also means we're incredibly risk-averse. So also being able to kind of see how we can work around that in order to make it work for both sides. And I think particularly in the Green Outcomes Fund, what's been shown is that green investments are particularly attractive, that they do have the legs, they do have the sort of the backbone to actually withstand the test of time. Yeah, Thank you.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, Lisa. I couldn't agree more with what you've said, especially the outcomes. There was a fund in my previous business that we ran with for about 2 years called the Jobs Boost Fund. And that was fully outcomes based. And you see people start really putting the work in because they know it's not just like free money and there's no real accountability. So I couldn't agree more with that. So next question is going to be to Jonathan. Jonathan, so there's a lot of local banks and finance institutions in South Africa, but they seem to be not clued up but removed from the climate financing sector. How do you see us linking with them and really starting to accelerate that on a commercial level from a bank's perspective as well?
So Craig, just some context very quickly. So Climate Policy Initiative is known for a number of things, but 2 things which are relevant today is we do what we call climate finance mapping. We've done South Africa with Green Cape, but we've done Africa and we've done many countries in Africa. So we understand where the climate flows are. So that's number 1. Number 2, we run 2 programs that develop financial instruments. One is called the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance. The other one's called the Catalytic Climate Finance Facility. So we have a lot of knowledge both in terms of climate flows, but also a lot of instruments and how they're used. I think the question is wrong. I don't think it's accurate. So you can take South African banks as an example, but take banks in Africa. I don't think they're scared of climate finance. I don't think they're not committed to sustainability, quite the opposite. You take Standard Bank. Standard Bank's got 20 operations in Africa. ABSA's got 18. You've got Zanaco in Zambia, which is accredited to the Green Climate Fund. You've got the Commercial Bank of Kenya, likewise. You've got Rwanda, which has a green bank. You've got the DBSA, which has a green bank. That's not the issue. The issue is we struggle to find investable projects. This is said at every conference I've ever been to over the last 10 years. That is our struggle. Struggle is not money. The struggle is investable projects. And so we've got to improve the projects that are presented to the banks. It's not incumbent on the banks to go and find the projects. It's incumbent on the developers, the investors, the business people. But they've got to put them in a format that the banks can look at. And I think that is the issue. It's not that the banks don't have money. It's not that the banks are scared of Africa. It's not that the banks are scared of climate finance. They just don't have the projects or the businesses to invest in. Thanks.
I'm going to stick to this topic a little bit because it's interesting. So the banks do want to invest, I must agree. However, a lot of the projects that you're saying are not investable, if that's the right word. They haven't had the chance to prove something. That it's not like they've got, let's say, for example, Apple, and you're competing with Apple. You go, hey, I'm also creating this really smart computer and cool cell phone and whatever else, and you can see there's a history to it. A lot of the new technology and stuff in the climate space is brand new, so it's difficult to prove that concept. Banks don't want to bank the unbankable. You don't have like a 3-year track record of this thing doing really well. They're not going to loan you money on the merit of just saying, hey, we're good people. How do you see that? Like, how do you get to that point where the bank says, we like working with you and we want to see this thing go forward?
So, to be fair to the banks, they are taking your money and they're lending it. So I think also as depositors and shareholders of the banks, you wouldn't be too keen if they start putting their money into things which could result in losses. So I think you need to understand how banks fund themselves. They don't fund themselves with their, the employees' money. They use your money. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, if we go to if you look at project financing, and I really like project financing because I find it quite simple. You've got a number of risks you have to deal with. The one is technology risk. And we have this saying, and it's not only the banks use it, is the technology commercially proven? That's all they ask for. Is it commercially proven? It's not an idea, it's not a pilot, it's commercially proven. And that's quite easy to do. The second risk they look at is what I call performance risk. So the ability to perform, whether it's a project or a business. And the third is the credit risk. Who is going to pay back the loan? Who's going to provide the returns? And I acknowledge there's a massive gap between the startups and the post-growth. I'm acknowledged. And I know that that is where businesses struggle. But to be fair to the banks, that's not the place the banks have to play. That's all everyone else. That's the venture capitalists, the development capital providers, the DFIs, etc. And I know there's not enough money in that area, and that's the problem. So I just say we need to differentiate between what the banks can do and what they can't do, and not expect them to do things which we know they cannot do, or we think they can do, but we know they cannot do. The issue we face is that sort of pre-growth, sort of post-growth, or development stage, which is, you know, before you get to Series A or Series A and beyond. That's where the real challenge is.
Can I add something to that? Sorry, just with regards to institutional capacity, I think it's something that's come up within our conversations at Green Cape, and particularly looking at the South African green finance taxonomy, is who's actually going to pay also from an institutional capacity to actually have the technical knowledge. Sometimes there are just new technologies that are coming online, and who is going to actually be able to bring the credit committees up to speed on what that actually translates to. We hear about black soldier flies. I know you probably know about it, but like, what is that? What does it mean? What are the returns? What is it? So there is a level of also technical capacity, institutional capacity building that is also required within banking institutions. But certainly from my point of view and the institutions that I engage with, there's definitely a willingness and a want to engage in this environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just been in this space, and it's a weird one for me because of technology. We've spoken to all the banks, and we had a good track record, 4 years and proven record, and they were still like, how does an electric vehicle work? What is your depreciation? You can't compare it to something else because it's a new bit of technology. So it was just back and forth for quite some time. We were funded eventually, but it wasn't as easy as, you know, going in and trying to get a loan on an ICE vehicle, much easier. But Simon, let's not leave you out of this conversation. We're actually building onto this. I'm enjoying this topic. So Africa has access to billions in global climate finance, yet only a fraction reaches the projects that need it the most. What do you see as the biggest barriers preventing Africa from unlocking these funds at scale?
Thank you. And first, I think I'll explain where I'm speaking from. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of OCO, and at OCO we provide climate insurance for agriculture, meaning an insurance that is going to pay the farmers if unfavorable weather is detected in their location. So we are in this situation. We are growing, but we are still pre-growth, pre-Series A, and we are looking for funding. So I'm looking at where the funds can come from, and we are a good recipient, I would say, for climate finance. So I see these pledges for financing. It can come from the World Bank, the European Investment Bank, etc. And it doesn't really trickle down to organizations like ours. And an example is the Great Green Wall, for example, in Sahel, $19 billion pledged, only $2.5 billion deployed so far. So yes, there is, the first problem is bankability. The projects are not bankable. They don't have predictable cash flows, they don't have watertight contracts and low risks, except for large renewable energy projects that are more suitable for banks. But the most impactful projects often don't have this financial return that's tangible or predictable financial returns that the banks expect. There's also the problem of bureaucracy. Obtaining this money means going through feasibility studies, impact assessments, which the smaller recipient companies cannot always generate. So the money flows from the, let's say, European Investment Bank, World Bank, to the large banking institutions, and it's kind of stuck there. So what needs to be done to unlock this money is, I can think of a few things. First, there are guarantees. So first loss guarantors that can make the projects more bankable for banks. That's, for example, the Farm Fit Fund by IDH is doing this, and we're trying to be part of that. The vehicles can be also adjusted. So I was talking to Holocene, which is a early stage climate fund, and they say that they're trying to adjust their fund, make it more suitable to receive this kind of climate financing. But the last thing, I think it might be a bit, we might not agree on this, but I think the banks might not always be the right recipients for this climate finance. Maybe some of those big institutional DFIs should fund more the VCs that know how to manage risky projects, that have another grid to assess risks, and that can maybe themselves be a good recipient for the funds, and then they have more possibility to let it trickle down to the projects. My company received investment from Catalyst, and Catalyst, for example, received money from the Climate Finance Lab, which is doing this bridge between the Green Climate Fund and VCs. So I think that's a big part of the solution that we should look into.
Brilliant. Thank you, Simon. Okay, Claire, you're up next. All right, so I'm going to change this question up a little bit in a different interpretation. So if we look at climate finance projects, right, we always, as founders, as business owners, always go, what is the safest route? But it doesn't always mean the safest project is going to be the project that's going to actually stand out and solve a problem. When things look complicated, people step back. Now, in your experience, how would you, as a founder or a business owner that has something that's a bit more complicated than just your general ABC type of business, how would you say the approach is for that type of finance, and how do we get more financing for those type of projects?
Yeah, that's a very exciting question because I think the world has very complex problems, and at times we do need complex solutions. I think sitting on the side of the funders, something that we do need to do is put in a little more time to understand and to learn. Taking a leaf, borrowing a leaf from the innovators themselves, entrepreneurs, and actually learning some of these business models, because at times we can be a bit lazy about doing that, and I think it's important so that we are able to understand, because people put in money into things that they do understand. So I think it begins with that. It begins with understanding where can I add value as an investor, and collaboration as well. So how can we work together to actually build solutions that fit both sides of the table? And as we've had, for some investors, some solutions might not be the best, but that doesn't mean they're not investors that maybe are a little less risk, interested in more risk. As an example, we have some more nimble investors when you're looking, for example, at philanthropies rather than banks. When you're looking at the DFIs, they do have capacity to take up more risk. And I think we need to be a bit bolder around that. We need to be open to actually putting ourselves out there and taking that risk. So that's something. And then I think there is a conversation around redefining bankability. As things change, it's very, we will need to change how we look at bankability. For example, when you're looking at seasonality, we're looking at the agricultural sector. When you're looking at structuring repayments around that, how flexible can we be so that we can align to how the revenue streams are working, how the cash flow is working as well. So there also needs to be a bit of innovation in terms of the instruments that we're using. Lisa shared the outcomes-based instruments as an example. So we do work with an instrument called the social impact incentives, where a company unlocks incentives when it creates impact, and this can be used to bolster some of the revenue streams. So these are some of the things, especially around innovating on the financing models and how you approach and review and assess some of these businesses. But I think at the end of the day, there has to be a lot more collaboration in the process. We need to bring funders to the table to understand what is going on. So there needs to be a lot of capacity building, as Lisa and Jonathan have shared as well. And I think that's very important. Yeah.
Fully agree with you. Okay, so we are pushing a little bit on time. Lisa, from a Green Cape's perspective, you've got, you work a lot with the SMMEs. That's how you've met us. We were an SME at the time. And going to Jonathan's point, where bank should not be the one funding the high-risk projects. Everyone has to start off as an SMME. So what is, maybe let's talk from a South African context, because we we have quite awesome structures in place here when it comes to funding enterprise development, ESD and BEE type of spend. How would you see that unpacking to create the SMME and move them to a point where they can be funded and move forward into the QSE space with bank funding and bond funding?
Just to make mention. Craig, you and I met at Climate Finance Accelerator. It's one of a UK, international UK-based technical assistance program. It's been running for 3 years in South Africa, and we're now going through our 4th cohort, sort of launching fairly soon, looking at about mid-December. Very much specifically looking at mitigation projects, climate tech projects, or businesses. And so, yeah, that will be coming up soon. But what it is that I think within the climate space, there's definitely an ecosystem of these accelerators, incubators, that very much collaborate and feed into each other. And one project then graduates into the next. And we do see that and witness that. And I think there's a healthy progress through that. But of course, we need to be able to support the guys that are actually dispersing the smaller ticket funds. It's not the sexy space, let's be honest. Like, everybody wants the big ticket size. We call it the Goldilocks effect, where it's a little bit too small, it's a little bit too large, you just want just right. And unfortunately, yeah, it's a very tricky space because it's the really small, nitty, the small stuff. But those guys are absolutely critical. And the names that I'm thinking about is obviously Kinjani and Savant and Viridian, and there's KR Ventures, where that's really small ticket sizes that are going into project development and then providing technical assistance on top of that, such as Savant's build program. So a lot more support with regards to ensuring that the ecosystem thrives, that there's not just, you get through one accelerator and then that's it, that there is some sort of level of perhaps grant funding or that there's actually some level of funding that is available to you post that. I think also the potential around the idea of risk mitigation by collectively putting, obviously any fund would know this, putting certain projects together mitigates your risk because you're diversifying your portfolio, you are then also potentially getting access to capital at a lower rate. What springs to mind is something like, which is completely, it's not within the SME space, but in the municipal space, of how do we get secondary municipalities access to funding for their wastewater treatment programs. So again, Jonathan was involved in this, in the Sustainable Infrastructure Development and Financing Facility, where we really are looking at how do we collate a lot of different projects, which one project by itself is never going to be able to get the type of funding and the correct rate or appropriate rates for municipalities. We could obviously take this model where we take a bigger umbrella and put a number of these types of transactions together. And so obviously it's looking at how is it that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And I think that there's a great way and a way to develop that out in a climate finance space where we can do these smaller ticket sizes. Collectively, we're getting a bigger sort of asset ticket, but that these smaller projects can then sort of fall under the bigger umbrella.
Brilliant.
Cool, I'm going to pause.
I think I'd like to actually build onto that, because Jonathan, you've obviously in this space, we've spoken about the big banks, now we're speaking about something a bit smaller. What I found, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, is that a founder of a company that gets even a small ticket and you utilize that money and you've got a good record, even if it's like 3 months worth or something and the project works, and you add that to your next fundraiser, people like to see that. They like to see if they do give you something you're bankable. You take the money and you do what you're going to say. So let's take a step back. We've spoken about the big tickets, but I think it's important. Let's talk about the small tickets and how do we get to the part where we can actually approach a bank and do a big deal.
So one of the areas that we need to build upon is microfinance. So banks do not have a problem lending to another financial institution. So they will take microfinance risk. Okay? What they won't take is, all the smaller companies that the microfinanciers fund to. So what I think, and I worked on a project, it was actually a development of an instrument, but they were looking to support microfinanciers to support smallholder farmers. That to me is a solution. But the extra solution to that is that the microfinanciers need some form of risk mitigation, guarantees, first loss, subordinated funding. And that's where the DFIs and the grant providers can play a role. So I really think there's an opportunity to develop microfinanciers across the board, agriculture, small businesses, where the banks take microfinance risk. They take the risk of the microfinancier understanding their customer. So they're not dealing with the customer. They chase them for money. They get the reports they need, etc. But we need to credit enhance the microfinancier. That's the challenge. And that's where I think the focus should be.
And the policy changes around that, because I don't know the exact terminology, but in Kenya, they can have, I don't know we call it like shark lending. South Africa, we're not allowed to do certain things like that. So with the microfinancier, is there any policy shifts that we have to look at?
There probably is. There's probably a whole lot of regulatory requirements. And that's another thing as well. We need to put some burden back on government. Government has to Correct. We know that the governments in Africa are fiscally constrained. We know that. And we know that we're going to have to rely more and more on the private sector. But we should still put the obligation on the government to create
the license. So I think indeed the governments have a big role to play, not necessarily to bring the funding, but at least to make lift a bit the barriers. Yeah.
Well, I think we're 1 minute over time, and it's not as bad as I thought it would be. So thank you everyone for sticking around, and I hope you enjoyed that panel. Thank you, everybody, and I really enjoyed this talk. Thank you.
All right, thanks again to the panel. And time for our final pitch at the Grand Summit. So I'm going to ask the judges to make their way to the front. We're going to be putting some comfortable chairs down there. I think those chairs are already there. And then we'll get the pitch underway. AdOmatch is going to be first. Okay, so we're going to get the judges up right now. And then after this, Christoph says, all drinks on him. Okay, there we go. All right, so for our seed pitch track, Remy, Suzanne, and Martin, if you could make your way to the front, take your seats, and then I shall call up the pitchers. Okay, so the judges are settled in. We're going to get that video lined up. The clicker in hand. No. So please put your hands together. Are we ready to rock and roll? Okay, please put your hands together for AdOmatch. Thank you.
Africa is slow, unreliable, and filled with unverified talent.
Someone's popular.
AdOmatch is fixing that. Their AI platform connects employers to verified candidates instantly, helping companies hire faster and smarter. Trusted by over 900 companies, they've reached more than 100,000 downloads, placed over 800 talents, and achieved an 87% relevant match rate, all in under a year. They're now seeking capital to scale. Please welcome to the stage, AdOmatch.
You're going to like the founder who savors the clapping as he walks up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Does this work? Yes. So my name is Chris, CEO of AdOmatch. Between now and 2030, about 450 million new talents will be added to the African talent pool and emerging markets. However, these talents live in broken systems that are hurting on both sides. Right? The talents will probably drop out of the job search, most of them, because they have no access to verified job opportunities. Organizations will miss growth opportunities because they cannot find the right talent on time in this huge market. What if this could be improved? And this is where we come in with ADO Match. So for every single talent, we propose a curated and ranked job list that tells them exactly which job they are fit for. We provide match and gap analysis for every talent. And then we provide educational content to help them fill the skill gaps that we have helped them identify. Finally, we provide a frictionless access to the talents, right? That they can have access to this platform just by using WhatsApp in environments where we know connectivity may be a problem. For recruiters, we have web access, a web platform for recruiters that they can have access to this talents, and once they post a job offer, within 5 minutes, they have the right person in front of them. So we've been at this for a year, and we have reduced time to hire from 36 days on average to 6 days for recruiters on the continent. So we have launched in West Africa in November of 24. At the moment, we sit at 115,000 downloads with a revenue of 125K, and for next year, 200K in negotiation. Our business model is the B2B, B2C, where companies pay per job posting, educators pay for targeted access to the talents to which they provide their educational content to, and B2C talents have access to premium accounts. So we started in West Africa, where we learned to walk, and now we are scaling globally. So we have, for instance, a pilot in Bali where we are testing this in hospitality, Suriname where we have a pilot going, East Africa where we're launching in Kenya and Tanzania in Q1 of 26 with strong local partners, and an outlier, Portugal, right? A Dutch company who is using our system to find painters in Portugal that go to work in the Netherlands. The team, I'm a former PwC consultant. My CTO comes from eBay and Heineken. I've been able to hire our data scientist, which is a Cambridge PhD, who worked with me at PwC and went on to Booking, so I got him over to our side. And together with our AI expert, they have been developing our AI engine. So we are currently raising a bridge round of 600K, of which we close to 150 with our 6 existing investors, and now looking to raise the rest. So this is ADO Match. Thank you.
Judges.
What do you consider as your main competitive edge?
So our competitive edge is the fact that we can match candidates to jobs instantly within 10 to 5 minutes, allowing companies to go very fast in emerging markets where most companies do not have access to these tools. Right? So if you take Abidjan, for instance, if you post a job posting for a financial director, I can find them for you within 10 minutes because we have this large data pool in which we can search and match right away.
What is your split between job seekers that are looking for remote versus physical full-time positions?
Again?
Your job seekers that
Yes.
are logging onto your profile,
Yes.
what's the split for those that are looking for remote positions versus those looking for physical, old-fashioned positions?
I haven't done that split recently. However, the last time we did it was 70% of the job seekers were looking for physical positions in their countries, and the rest was looking for opportunities abroad. Yeah.
And sorry, a follow-on question. What sort of level of verification do you have for the additional certificates and so on that they can do on the platform? How do you qualify how good that information is?
So we require users to share videos of themselves presenting themselves for 45 seconds, share their last diploma, share their ID card, and then we have a random check where we have customer success colleagues who call these people and then do the verification. Now we are working with an AI to translate this information automatically for every single user on the platform.
Quick one. On your expansion strategy, I can see you want to go to Portugal through a partner.
Mm-hmm.
why don't you adopt the same approach in terms of your expansion strategy instead of setting up fresh in each market?
So we are trying to limit operational burden. So we do not want to have very large teams and replicate teams in every single country. So that's why we look for strong partners with local presence already, local expertise, local knowledge to help us grow efficiently, mainly.
And that's where we're going to leave it. Thank you very much, judges. Great presentation. Isn't it lovely when you go up there and people clap as if you've won already? I love that. Coming up next, if you can put those hands together, once again, for Alifa.
Millions of children grow up without toys or stories that reflect who they are. Alifa is fixing that identity gap. They combine culturally rooted toys, direct e-commerce, a parent community hub, and QR-powered digital content. They've sold over 50,000 toys across 10 countries with a 95% satisfactory rate and $150,000 in annual revenue. Now, raising 300,000 to scale their impact. Please welcome Alifa.
Alifa is an Afrocentric toy that is evolving into a tech-enabled platform for kids. So to understand where Alifa is coming from, we need to go back 12 years ago. Hello, my name is Raki Dafe. I am a mom of two, and when I was pregnant with my first child, I was desperate to find some toys that he could relate to growing up and feeling confident. And I searched everywhere in three different countries actually, and I didn't find anything that was meaningful. And I realized I wasn't the only parent that was facing that challenge. In fact, in Africa and also in the diaspora, millions of parents are struggling to find some toys that are culturally relevant to the kids. At the same time, Africa is becoming mobile first with actually almost no digital content that has educational but also culturally relevant content for them. And also, the market is very fragmented, full of low quality imports, high prices, but also just a disconnect between the brands and the families. And yet there is a massive opportunity because we have a rapid growth of middle class in Africa, but also some parents that are more eager to actually pass on cultural values. And we have a serviceable, obtainable market that we estimated at $750 million. So Alifa is actually reimagining how kids are experiencing play and identity by creating Afrocentric toys, like black dolls, educational toys, creative toys, but also books. And we are building this tech-enabled platform, the tech-powered platform, to have an e-commerce that has been boosted, but also some content, digital content that is quite resonant to the kids. So we've actually built a strong mass market presence in different countries, and our margins are going from 55 to 70% depending on the segment. So up until now, 90% of our sales are made through retail, and we're making this shift in order to have a bigger e-commerce and also some opportunities to sell online via marketplaces like Amazon to have higher margins also. So this transition will actually help us build a business that is more scalable, more predictable, and also more profitable. And we're not starting from scratch. We actually sold 50,000 toys in over 10 countries. And this traction will show you that there is a demand, and we just need that technology to multiply it. So this year, we are aiming to get to 20% more sales. And in 2030, we're aiming also to be at almost $2 million in terms of, just sales. So behind that, we have a team, a strong founding team, actually, that has expertise in product, in education, technology, sales, but also in marketing. So we're raising $300,000 in order to boost our sales.
Thank you very, very much. Time for the judges.
That's actually very impressive. It's a first of a kind. Interested to know what's your primary market country?
Right now it's Senegal. Okay. So Senegal, we have a lot of distributors, almost 25 distributors, but also we are in 7 other African countries, like Ivory Coast, Benin, Guinea, Mauritania, Yeah, so 7,
Or,
I guess, yeah.
what's the revenue split between the actual toys, so the physical toys, versus, I think you mentioned something around education content. Are you monetizing the education content?
So we want to get into the educational content. Right now, we'll say the split is quite different because we are more in retail, as I said. So the physical toys will take 90% of that split.
My sister-in-law taught me a beautiful terminology of an AfricArena. She's a Malawian living in Holland, and I'm just wondering, do you have a specific strategy to get your e-commerce into that market, the AfricArenas of the world?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm working with one of the co-founders who is in tech. He has a platform called Gebeya in Ethiopia. So yeah, so we're working on it. So the strategy here is to be able to have some digital content like podcasts or cartoons, like Netflix style, we'll say, something like that. So we also actually building that e-commerce in order to have the infrastructure for CRM, get some customer loyalty, and yeah, just have that customer lifetime value, and also the customer acquisition that will be better suited. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much. 3 seconds, so time's up. Let's hear it for Alifa. It is so cool to hear about a business that makes toys, things you can buy off a shelf. No ones and zeros. Next up, please put your hands together for Kusibok. There you go. All right.
Hi, everyone. I was an artist 10 years ago, but like a million, I didn't live from it. And my mom telling me, go find a real job. And the problem wasn't art, it was the system. We are Kusibok. My name is Mokhtar, the founder. We designed the SaaS to structure and scale and secure African art market. 18% of African artists still work informally. Yet, African creative economics is 1.7 billion. But artists, galleries, and collectors lose time, money, and trust because nothing is structured. No inventory, no insurance tool, no logistic, no valuation, and no traceability. We co-built the first all-in-one SaaS toolbox for the African ecosystem. The module included artwork management and inventory, logistic and insurance integration, digitalization and traceability, also auction and marketplace access. The global market size is 16.5 billion, and the African part is 1.7 billion. We want to take 200 billion, focus on the 5 next year. We combine 2 dual revenue. The first is a subscription with a 20% commission model on the marketplace. Our gross margin is 65%. In 2 years, we are doing 8,000 visitors per month in the marketplace, and we launched the SaaS 4 months ago and have 5,000 active users in 3 countries, Senegal, Ivory Coast, and Benin. We have 300K of GMV. We are the first SaaS tailor-read to the African art ecosystem. The global player built only from the top 1, and the local platform stop at the marketplace layer. We deliver tool that operates all the entire value, the value chain. We have 3 board members who help us today. We have Badara, a partner country at Deloitte. Julio Dibwe Mupemba, he is working at Tumai Capital, and Marilyn Talmalengom. And the core team, the CMO, the product manager, and the CTO, and me.
Thank you for your presentation. Time for the judges.
Could you elaborate a bit on your go-to-market strategy?
The go-to-market?
Yes.
I don't have it.
Your strategy.
Yeah, the strategy.
My strategy
to grow.
Okay.
Yeah.
We started in Senegal. We have focus on artists first because we need to bridge the gap between the informal sector and our. And we launched the SaaS because we need to structure all the ecosystem. Donc the artists have a tool to structure and manage her career. And the next step is Ivory Coast because we have plenty of artists there, but we don't have our company there first.
How do you protect the intellectual property and protect against counterfeiting for the artists that you have on Goosebok?
Okay, our particularity, we use blockchain to have a traceability and to certificate all the artwork in the platform. The NFTs will link with the physical artwork, and we have NFC piece to put on in the artwork, and you get the all traceability.
Just wondering, what would stop an artist from using the current ecosystem, which they're used to, and instead use your platform? Like, what's the motivation? What's the incentive for an artist to use your platform?
We have founded. We find the pain points in artist career. They don't have tool to express themselves and to structure all the career. Inventory. He don't manage his artwork. He don't have a certificate, authenticate certificate, and. And after that, we take all the pain points and we build the SaaS with them.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for that. Let's hear it for Kusibok there. Next up, we have Dent Doctor.
Where do I click press that? Once, yeah.
To 500+ monthly repairs. Dent Doctor ice expanding across Africa. Master franchise opportunities available.
We have a dynamic and diverse continent, and we are ready for the future.
5 million rand investment, exclusive territory rights. Apply now. Visit our website, Dent Doctor to Africa, and apply for master franchise rights.
Good afternoon, Cape Town. Good afternoon, Cape Town. We have developed Dent Doctor Ignition, the operating system for African auto repair, powering the next generation of tech-enabled dealer partnerships. The African auto market is massive, but its dealerships are bleeding efficiency. My co-founder, Solly Haynes, spent 30 years developing 33 franchises across South Africa. When we tried to scale to 100 locations, we hit a ceiling, human variance. We found that the actual dealerships were lacking operational efficiency, and they currently have huge admin problems. We are looking to scale our network across to 100 locations across Africa. Therefore, we built Dent Doctor Ignition, which is actually trained on 30 years of Solly's data and business logic. We use proprietary AI to train this on AWS, And what we've actually got is we've got 3 agents, AI agents that can actually enable franchise growth, technician mentorship, as well as a customer concierge agent. We have a dashboard that we've developed which provides real-time visibility on repair throughput, inventory, and revenue per bay, thus optimizing all of the potential dealers. This new model enables in-house franchises to empower themselves. Low capex, and by partnering with these dealerships, we can give an existing service bay. We can actually capture 100% of the reconditioning work with very low admin from day one. Obviously, this creates huge operational efficiency and cost control on AWS. So currently, we're looking to raise $1.5 million. We're going to split that into 3 sections. 750 will go to equipping the 30 dealer partnerships. 350 will go to complete our tech rollout on the platform. And then the rest will be used for operating capital, basically. Our team comprises of Solly Haynes, the CEO and founder, myself, Marcello Sabbioni, as the CTO, Diane Haynes is the head of operations. We also have Henry Zeitzman as a strategic growth advisor. So we're looking to actually build a corporate blue chip network. And what that will allow us to do is it will allow us to attract either insurance companies that want to own the aftermarket, original OEMs that are looking to play in that space that can have control on the end-to-end automotive repair industry. Thank you very much.
The legendary Dent Doctor. Judges.
All right, I'll go first. I think you skipped the part on the business model. Can you talk to us about the business model between you and the franchise that you were rolling out?
Sure. So currently, we have the 33 franchisees locally. That is a complete legacy model that we've scrapped. We're now looking to actually get in at automotive dealership level, whether it's automotive, whether it's a third-party dealership, where we would actually embed our own franchise manager into the dealership, and we would go 50-50 with that franchise owner in the dealership. So in terms of all of the repairs that come in-house, whether it's a Toyota, a VW, they will not have to outsource any of the auto repair businesses, whether it's minor, major, or paintless dent removal. It'll be handled in-house through the Dent Doctor.
Do you have an estimate of how much you would save versus the old model?
I would say between upwards of 30%. If we can get it to be seamless, we could save up past 50%.
And what would it take, in your opinion, to get it to be seamless?
Say again, sorry?
In your opinion, what would it take to get it to be seamless? What's the magic step?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. The seamless part about it is going to be each dealership is fragmented. I mean, the software that they're running, whether it's for business logic, for CRM, for parts management, they're all using different software. So we've got a centralized platform. What we would do is we would connect with their systems. Using API, we would ingest that data, and then we'd make it seamless in terms of the operational efficiency. So that would be the challenging part, really, is to get each dealership running the way that we've got it in at the moment on our network.
Does the throughput of the data justify an AI?
Absolutely. So I think when we
one sentence, we are out of time. Go for it, attempt to answer it.
So sorry, the last thing I'd say to you is that we're moving into the age of agentic AI. We know that the future is going to be automating these processes. We're not saying we're going to remove the human in the loop, but we're certainly going to use whatever data we have to improve the operations using these AI mentors.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks,
it's a great brand indeed. Next up, put your hands together for Block.
Do the right, you just press here. To move on.
Woo!
Move back. Move back. Move back. This one.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Let's talk about Block. We're a company based in Ivory Coast, and we operate in the business of construction, one of the fastest growing business across the continent. I'm Johan, the CEO, and with my team, we share one ambition: powering construction with smart and easy access to quality materials. Block is a B2B platform that tackles three main pain points: the highly fragmented supply, the lack of traceability on product quality and origin, and the opaque pricing. We have built a solution to face these three problems. Our solution is very simple. It's an AI-powered procurement platform for construction professionals, where they can simply share their needs and get matched with the best product at the best price from the best suppliers with the best delivery option. But what truly differentiates us is our technology. We have processed over this year more than 1 million RFQs and analyzed more than 500,000 of real transactions. This data fuels our different AI tools. And let's be honest, Block, every transaction that we made on Block make us more smarter and powering a data engine that nobody can really duplicate. Our business model is very simple. We operate a buy and resell model where we take a margin on every transaction made through the platform. And I think we did well. We already have an 18% average margin this year. Our TAM is a 10 billion market. The SAM is a 5 billion market. And where we started in Ivory Coast, we target a market of 300 million. Our competitors is just to show you that in our market, we are the first one to bring this digital solution for professionals. The team, look, I have 15 years of experience in this business. So all the problems we try to solve with Block, I've faced this during my career. And I have the luck to be supported by a wonderful and great COO and co-founder with expertise in tech and data. And we're backed by 15 people. Where do we stand? We have raised a pre-seed in October 2024. Since then, we scale fast. We have grown the business 20% month on month, reached last month a GMV of 180K and 34K revenue. And we break even 4 months ago. Next year, the objective is to secure this number, to consolidate our position, to reach a GMV of 3 million and a revenue of 600K. Thank you for your attention.
Wow.
Do you have any data to show how much or savings you cause of over-ordered or extra-ordered construction? And do you do resale from unused or surplus?
Unused materials. Look, unused material is today is a big business. We are starting some discussion with customers to reuse, like, for example, glass from different fields, or even steel or concrete, and resell it. We are not that organized on it, but it's something we have on mind, definitely.
You showed a slide with improved margin at the beginning of the presentation. How do you plan to improve that?
Sorry.
Yeah, could you just explain how you will...
What I'm saying here is today we have an 18% average margin. The point is our margin is designed to grow with 3 different levels. First, the bargaining power we have with our supplier. The more volume we do, it improves our bargaining power and reduce the cost of acquisition of the product. Second, the contribution of top-tier constructor in our GMV is also something that improves our margin. And the last, you see, we do not have the same margin on every category. So it's really important for us to use the data that we have to have better management of the different product mix that we provide to the market.
And what is your international strategy?
Oh, honestly, today we really want to consolidate our position in Ivory Coast because it's the gateway to West Africa. So the different customers that we have in Ivory Coast or that we target are also located in Cameroon, in Senegal, in Togo, in Benin, and even the suppliers. So first, we consolidate our position in Ivory Coast in 2026, and then we will target the neighborhood country.
Given how unstructured the supplier side is, what are you doing to ensure that the suppliers consistently update their catalog so that once a customer gets on board, they can be able to get the latest prices and the latest stock holding of the supplier?
Today, should I
answer? Just finish it, it's fine. Don't worry.
Regarding the suppliers, today we have built a platform for them where they can upload their own catalogs, upload their price, and they directly, all the information, the customer, they have direct access to all the informations. I don't know if I answer your question.
It's great business. Thank you very much for that. Let's hear it for Block.
That was amazing, man. Well done.
Coming up next, as we race towards the finish, Dara.
You just press this to go.
You can clap if you like. There we go.
Megacities struggle with slow, unreliable and opaque logistics. Dar is changing that. Their integrated platform combines express delivery, warehousing, order fulfillment and escrow payments with real-time tracking. They have completed 50,000 plus deliveries, supported 200 plus recurring e-commerce clients and processed 1.3 million in payments. They are now raising $500,000 to scale nationwide. Please welcome to the stage, Dar.
Hi everyone. Fast, predictable, and empowering. This is what you are making in Kinshasa actually. Today I'm not here to talk about emotion. I'm here to talk about fact. Over 40% of delivery are cancelled and returned due to delays of late delivery and the lack of feedback. And in 2025, Africa lost 24 billion of dollars because of inefficient logistics. In commerce, more than 2,015 million in value is wasted because supply chain fails. This is why we exist. Dada is not a company of delivery. We have created a platform, a software integrated. We can move goods in under two hours, and we run urban micro hubs for storage and fulfillment. We turn every merchant in an online store with store link, QR payment, catalog link, and social media order in one flow. And we secure transaction with AI-powered escrow, so trust is built on delivery. This is how it works. We have a platform, a software, who help and empower merchants estimate to manage our business. And in Africa, we have a bike like a way to transportation. And in Congo, we have over than 1 million of bike in city. We designed a bag affordable to help them to make a hybrid model, like they can delivery and they can take a person for taxi system. Our market. Today in Congo, we have a population of 100 persons, and Kinshasa has 70 million of persons, and the urban logistics represents 360 million of dollars, and digital economics is for 2 billion USD. This is our model economic. We have a commission on payment with Trustway. We have a express delivery, Starlink, and wow. This is our traction. We completed 5.
Okay. What I'll do, because I can, you're obviously trying to keep up. I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to just finish off, right?
Yeah,
because
I
can hear. English is not first language, so I'll give you an opportunity very quickly to wrap that up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm on traction. We completed 5,000 of delivery in Kinshasa. We're onboarding 200 of e-commerce sites, and we processed to take $1 million on delivery. Actually, we was on a program of Orange Fab. We are actually partner of the Post DRC, and we are the first partner to digitize the system of Post in DRC. Thank you. I'm here to ask to take
the questions from the judges. Are we going to have to go to judges now?
Yeah, I can take
if you don't mind. Okay, I did give you a little bit of extra time. I think it was fair. Judges, over to you. That clock says a minute. We'll add another minute to it.
Your API seems to be off the shelf. Do you know what data it trained on for the escrow management?
For sure, I need translation. I'm not an English speaker. I'm from Congo.
Je ne parlais pas. Which data was used to train the AI?
Quelles sont les données qui ont été utilisées pour entraîner ton IA?
Alors, j'utilise ChatGPT. Justement, l'IA que je vais utiliser pour le paiement, c'est juste pour pouvoir gérer les litiges. La question du paiement séquestre, c'est justement pour me permettre de garantir et aux clients et aux marchands de ne pas se faire escroquer ou de subir un peu le vol dans les transactions. Et l'IA intervient justement pour gérer tout le litige qui peut intervenir dans le cas de réclamation et puis accélérer l'expérience.
So it doesn't have, so the training data was not necessarily Congolese data. So do you have confidence in that API being able to manage your escrow?
Pour le fait, les données existantes en RDC ne sont pas assez numérisées. Donc on recourt d'abord à ce qui existe sur ChatGPT, autant qu'on en récoltera pour pouvoir entraîner l'IA et comprendre les réalités purement congolaises. Mais pour ce qui est de la réalité de terrain, après 7 ans d'existence et 7 ans dans le domaine, j'en sais beaucoup plus pour avoir assez de données, pouvoir faire un algorithme permettant d'avoir même le meilleur SLA possible sur le marché pour les livraisons.
Data are missing. So generic data are used for the moment, and it should be improved in the future.
Right, we still have a couple of seconds, so if there's one more question. All right, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci.
Next up, we have I think it is Uza. There we go. Sorry. Those are killer shoes, by the way. Like them. Go for it.
What is the need of having a great product if it's not accessible? The Democratic Republic of Congo has high economic potential, but that potential remains locked behind limited access to the market, fragmented distribution, and 80% of trades are informal. UZA came from the simple idea of making the trade easier. We are an e-commerce and last mile distribution platform that enable users to buy, sell, receive payment, and distribute. Today on our platform, any merchant from anywhere in the world can sell directly to consumers in our target market. And we also enable local merchants to distribute in more than 5 cities without any extra resources. Imagine a country of 100 million of people, but there's no tech leaders like Jumia. What an opportunity. So for our competitors, we have a very powerful international distribution network, a digital infrastructure that's adapted to real ecosystem for the local market. And also we use WhatsApp and AI for users with low digital literacy.
Our business model is based upon commission on sales, logistics services, fee, partnership, subscription. And today we have more than 500 merchants pre-registered on our platform and 15 plus merchants from Tanzania, Zambia, and Dubai. Today we are operating in 5 cities, but by 2026 we would like to be in more than 30 cities in DR Congo, and by 2030 in 5 countries in Central Africa. Our team is young, yes, but talented. I, as a team lead, I have more than 3 years as a digital project manager in the Techstars ecosystem. And we are backed by advisors who have more than 15 years into the distribution sectors. The market is high and the demand is growing very fast because the adoption of online commerce is really growing faster. And today, we are really working on strategic partnership, and we are trying to raise at least $200,000 for growth and expansion.
Okay.
Yeah, and last year we had at least 110,000 cash flow with a revenue of 750. So our team is ready, the market is ready, we are just waiting for you to onboard.
All right, thank you very much for that, Uza. Judges, you've got 2 minutes.
Again, I think I missed the business model.
So our business model is based upon commission on sales and logistic fees and some subscription for some merchant.
Yeah, and I would love to learn a bit more about the competitive advantage compared to other players that would come to the market or potentially other local solutions.
Come again?
How do you differentiate your offer compared to
Yeah,
the competition?
basically our strongest point is our distribution network, because we have a very large international distribution network that's backed by a digital infrastructure adapted to the local ecosystem.
This is going to be a controversial question. Why would I back you up instead of Dari? The previous previous colleague who's also from the same market. What would you say is your selling point? Because it's more or less sounds like you're in more or less the same space of trying to solve logistics. But what would be your key selling point?
Yeah, like our key selling point is more on the international trades, like cross borders. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Looks like a wrap. Thank you very much, Uza. And your final pitch tonight, Bosso.
Construction procurement in Africa is broken. Construction, which is the backbone of Africa's infrastructure development, is painfully slow for one simple reason, because procurement is broken. It all starts with the customers. Bosso has built a solution that connects builders and vendors, and we make money by seamlessly connecting them on our platform. With over 3.7 million contractors and professionals and over 25,000 vendors and suppliers, we are helping and we are targeting a supply chain opportunity of over $700 billion in opportunity. Slow procurement and manual procurement. Procurement in Africa is painfully slow and manual. And we spoke with builders and construction companies, and we were able to pick up that. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I've lost myself. Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah. No, I'm really sorry.
You don't have to apologize. You're good. You're sounding great. Just continue going. Don't worry about it.
All right. Apologies. I only learned about the pitch today, but I'll keep going. Thank you. So the first thing is procurement is slow and manual. And construction companies came to us and told us it was costing them quite a lot to run their businesses. The second thing is a knowledge gap. We continuously got questions around, number one, standards, number two, materials, number three, whether builders were doing the right thing or not. And the third thing is, with a lack of data, which is the case with most construction on the African continent, there's a lack of data, there's a lack of track record, no credit history, which creates a financing gap. So Bosso has taken this slow manual procurement process and built an AI-powered construction material platform. All you do is upload your BOQ and all your material list, and instantly you get all your results in terms of questions on the platform and in terms of material sourcing, and instantly get a quotation within a minute. We're two-time founders. We're two-time founders that have worked together for over 10 years, and sorry. Yeah, I'm really, really sorry.
Firstly, Chisepo, I hope that's correct. This is very difficult, so well done. And having very little practice makes it even harder. So firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
And you did an exceptional job of identifying the problem. And a lot of startups, you did an exceptional job of finding the problem and defining the problem. A lot of startups start without identifying a problem. So that's also already very good. Could you maybe tell us in one sentence what Bosso's big differentiator, your advantage is?
Our biggest differentiator is the fact that we've worked with contractors and builders to identify what the customer journey is supposed to be to solve the problem. So most of the solutions on the continent are taking an e-commerce approach, but that's not how builders build on the continent. So builders don't want to go through a painstaking process of searching for items. They want to have a list written down, upload it once, and get all the answers as quickly as possible. Speed is key for them. Thank you. Thank you.
Could you precise a bit the competitive landscape?
Yeah, so there are multiple competitors across the globe. Sorry. So obviously, I've seen my friends here from Block. We've got Catstract. We've got several others on the continent. But what makes us stand out is what I mentioned a few moments ago.
What's the traction so far?
At the end of last year, we closed with over $400,000 in revenue. And we raised about $521,290,000 in a pre-seed round.
And that brings us to the end. Listen, let me tell you, you struggled over there, right? But your message came across clear, it landed well. The judges were seemingly impressed, and it's hard to impress these judges, right? Look at them. They were like, they just look at you like this. But, I think it was fabulous.
Yeah,
you must just back yourself. Back yourself, you're great.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, to the 10 of you, I just want to thank you. It's a little more than that. We're at the end of day one. Tomorrow morning, we start at 9 o'clock sharp. We've got some pictures, so we need everybody at 9 o'clock sharp, and not Africa time, like 9 o'clock on the clock. So that'll be great. So just give yourselves a hand. It's been a long session, but we've seen some amazing businesses, and so we can be proud of ourselves as Africans. Absolutely phenomenal. Woo! And I'm going to kill the stage. Goodbye.